The crowd ready to witness some history.
The Wallaby Gold is back.
He's got 50 to run. Max Jorgensen is going to score for Australia.
ABC Sport is your home of the Wallabies this month.
And Australia wins the Test match.
Tune in for every home test on ABC Listen. Just look for the ABC Sport Extra vote.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren sounds. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and drives it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal.
Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it. Kicks off goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing. It's through. Bailey Smith. He'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around and buries it. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goes square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
Get better than this.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Big run goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off a step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that?
What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another.
It doesn't have to be your night.
But it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
A new Friday night brings a new challenge for a couple of our season 2026 contenders. The Adelaide Crows looking to make their push back into the top four. They were there last week momentarily, while the Sydney Swans came off second best against the primitive flag favourites Fremantle. They're on the rebound back home in familiar surrounds at a venue they have yet to experience defeat in this year's campaign. Welcome to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and welcome to the Sydney Cricket Ground, where it's the Swans and the Crows doing battle in a little over an hour's time. My name is Brett Sprigg, and Daniel Garb calls the action alongside me.
Good evening, Spriggy. Bring it on. Friday night footy at the SCG is always awesome. The Showtime Swans on a big stage yet again, but they need a win because they've lost two of their last three, and two of those defeats against Brisbane and Freo have come against fellow flag contenders, and Adelaide might not have been discussed in that same realm, but they're still sitting fifth on the ladder. They beat the Swans by 90 points here last year, so it's a big test for the home side. And as for the Crows, I just feel like they've flown under the radar this season, probably because of where they were last year, in the top two for a large part of the season. And no one's discussed them as a contender, but they come here and win tonight. That gets flipped on its head massively. I feel like it's a big moment for Adelaide to get enormous momentum going into the finals.
They've got two big hurdles to clear on the run home, Sydney away and Fremantle away. The Crows have some easy kills in and around that, but they can still clinch a spot in the top four, as I mentioned, and it is huge in the context of both of these sides' seasons on the run home. Alongside us tonight, she was a Carlton captain. She won a flag with Brisbane. She coached Port Adelaide most recently, and she's having a phenomenal year back in the ABC Sport Complex. Lauren Arnell joins us here in Sydney. G'day, Loz.
How good's this? Do you know what? I have a confession. I've never been to the SCG until tonight, and this is, as a general sports fan, obviously footy, so many moments growing up as a kid. Nick Davis sings to me.
Yep.
But yeah, just being here at the SCG is really special for me personally, so I'm stoked to join you all.
It's not been the best day. It was sort of dumping rain. I don't know if you were sort of flying through some heavy clouds on the way here.
Yeah, look, I wanted to start off optimistic, but I am a little bit disappointed that it's wet tonight. I do think both sides, obviously, as most teams would play better footy if it was dry, but it might just swing the tail in the Swans' way, in my opinion. I think the tall forwards from the Crows would be slightly disappointed at the weather as well, but I'm sure we'll delve into that as we go through the pre-game.
Confirmed team news very shortly. The Swans have made 4 changes, all elective from Dean Cox. So Braden Campbell, Logan McDonald, Malc Rosas and Riley Bice all back here. And Kyle, it's Harry Kyle, Joel Hamling, Tom Hanley and Caden Cleary all omitted. So we'll see if there's any late change there for Dean Cox's men, who are chasing their 14th win of the campaign, while for the Adelaide Crows, Hall Kahan, a former Swan, I suppose, comes in alongside a former Giant in Isaac Cumming, while Rory Laird makes way with the ankle and Taylor Walker is being managed. But alongside Loz, a man who played for the biggest club in the land, he won a best and fairest and All-Australian as a Collingwood Magpie. He was an inaugural Giant, then finished his career as a Sydney Swan only a few weeks ago, and he's on his ABC Sport commentary debut tonight. Taylor Adams, nice to see you, Tay.
Thank you, and what a night for a debut. A huge game on our hands, so I can't wait. Very excited.
Straight in, Friday night as well, which is awesome. Rare for a debut like that. But if you're wondering, okay, so Tay's a few weeks retired, so you might think he's got a lot of spare time on his hands. He's actually a new dad as well recently, so pretty busy at home as well.
I am busy at home. I've been a stay-at-home dad for the last couple of weeks, and I tell you what, it's harder than playing footy.
People talk about when you played 200 plus games, people talk about you get to the end of your career and you sort of look back on all the things. You had some great achievements in there. It's a bit of a cliche, but have you started to reflect on nearly, 15 years at the top level, or is it that stuff going to come later, do you think?
I think it'll come probably a little bit later. The thing that's been really nice over the last couple of weeks is reconnecting with a lot of people that had a big impact on my career. A lot of nice messages and phone calls. A little bit of reminiscing about the early days, even before being drafted, and then the early days at the Giants and the early Collingwood days. So there was just so many people that impacted my career in a positive way, and it was nice to be able to hear from them and say thank you.
Talk us through the decision. Was it an instant one? Obviously, you'd battled injuries. We all know about that, the number of soft tissue problems. So did you arrive at the decision over time, or was it just one day that it came into your mind and you said, that's it? Because obviously it was a mid-season call.
Yeah, so I've had about 5 recurring injuries of my right hamstring over the last 18 months, and got myself back to play a VFL game and lasted about 5 minutes and ended up splitting my tendon, which is probably an 8 to 10 week injury, at this level. So once I did that, I sort of thought, I did the math, there was 9 games to go, and 10 doesn't fit into 9, and I just thought it was the right time for myself and my family to move on to what's next. And it was a really tough decision. I've loved every moment of my football career, but I've really loved the last couple of years being up here and being around a younger group and a different environment. So although I didn't go out on my own terms, I'm very grateful for the opportunity that I've had to come up to Sydney and play for such a great club.
You can text us, as always, 0437 774 774. Brett Sprigg alongside Dan Garb, Taylor Adams, Lauren Arnell and Declan Byrne, who we'll hear from very shortly. We'll go inside both camps as well. It is a big game for both sides. Is there part of you, Loz, that still isn't convinced about the Swans and their status as, I guess, the second best team in the competition?
I think the hard thing for the Swans is last week, isn't it? No, I think what that does is set us up for a ripping game tonight. They'll be so disappointed in their second half in Perth, and I mean, the reflection of that, where you could go the other way, is the way they controlled the game against Fremantle for the first half, really. And doing that in Perth, it cannot be underestimated. So if there's a time in the season where a group like this from Sydney can learn those lessons, it's getting later in the year, but it's probably still a good time for them to take that hit. And these are the types of games where you've got to regenerate that momentum. But I'm interested in your thoughts, Tay. Like, how bad is the hit when you have a poor second half in Perth against the best team really in the competition to this point of the year?
Yeah, I think the Swans be breaking it down and being pretty realistic about, who they've lost to this year. They've lost to the 4 best teams in the comp. They've played them all at their home grounds. At the SCG, the Swans don't lose. So, although last week they sort of let themselves down, I think they take a lot of confidence out of that first half, particularly that first quarter where their pressure was through the roof. And they know that, deep down, they play their best football and it's as good as anyone's.
I know we're a long way away from a grand final, but you've been inside this camp, and we know about the last 2 visits to the MCG at the end of September haven't gone the way that the Swans would have liked. In fact, worse than that, it's been close to embarrassing, let's be honest. How much is that discussed? Is that a burning motivation for this team to get back there and make amends, or does it not get mentioned because it's all week to week and so on?
It's definitely been spoken about, yeah, for sure, particularly over the last couple of years. 2023, obviously. 2024, they'll go again. So there's been some scars there. Is it a motivation? I don't think so. I think if you're looking that far ahead as a team, I reckon you might be in trouble. It's such a tight competition. As we've seen, the Swans have probably come back to the pack a little bit in the last month or so, or even longer than that. So I think they'd be focusing more short-term, thinking about how they can, resurrect their form and get themselves back to playing really strong football.
And there are similarities as far as the lessons to be learned for Adelaide, at least as far as last year, where first half of the year, very similar. And now they've won 8 of their last 10, 5 of their past 6, so coming home with a wet sail, it means nothing until they won a Premiers last year, of course, out in straight sets. The Swans, we'll see what they learn if they get the opportunity again late in September. So these questions come later, but I asked the same question of the Crows, I think, Loz, because ultimately it matters not until they get to September and how high they could be. We know how important top 4 is, and there's also opportunities for teams as low as 10th with our new system. But I'll give you a snapshot of what's happened so far, or what looks like the run home. So Sydney are still 2 games clear of 3rd. So as long as they win at least one of their next 2 games, they should finish 2nd. They'll have second spot locked up, and that's the home quali, home prelim, of course. That's the same path that Fremantle will have, you'd think, as our runaway minor premier. Obviously, we'll pick apart last week's game, which was 8 days ago now. But as far as the Crows, their biggest hurdles are, as I said, Sydney away, Fremantle away. They've got a couple of easy kills in there. Richmond, Essendon. They'll have to beat the Pies and the Giants at home, as in at their home in Adelaide. So there's 4 wins available for them, which will get them avoiding the wildcard spot and as I say, be anywhere between home final 5 or 6 or in the top 4 potentially. So that's what's at stake, I suppose, these next 5 or 6 weeks. But it's easy to see the similarity between the Crows in some ways last year and this year as well.
Yeah, I think that's there, and for me it's a little bit refreshing, to be honest, to be sitting in the box here in Sydney talking about the Crows, because when we're in Adelaide, the intense pressure that both teams in South Australia experience, and the expectation is not top 6 for the Crows this year living in Adelaide. The expectation is top 4. And you look at the last 5 games, they've only lost to Port in the showdown, but that's been disaster case if you're in Adelaide. And it's really, from my perspective, it's really not that bad. And the ups and downs that they've been through as a team on and off field. And let's bank last year. I think last year, if you're a supporter of Adelaide, it hurts, right? And if you're an Adelaide player, last year would have hurt significantly because you've done all the hard work to finish at the top of the ladder and basically butcher it in the finals. But for me, you've got to do your time. And so part of last year is them doing their time. And part of this year is like the roller coaster they've had on and off field. I think that serves them well if they don't react to all of the pressure that's piled on them in South Australia.
So what is the feeling there? Is there a feeling amongst the Crows faithful that they can actually achieve something this year? Because I do think they've flown under the radar.
No doubt.
It's Freo, Sydney, Brisbane to get discussed. Adelaide barely mentioned.
Outside of South Australia.
Yeah, you're right, outside of South Australia. So I'm keen for that insight because there's still Dawson, there's still Rankin, superstars,
Rochelle.
and they have the experience, as you said.
Yeah.
Injury list, really?
Being their last year.
Yeah, and even obviously Rory Laird, I think will be really interesting tonight. It's been a long time since he missed a game of footy, and so Miller has come back into the team. He's at all-Australian standard throughout the year. And I think the best Crows team is Miller and Hugo Hall-Kahan in the same side off half-back. So tonight, Hall-Kahan comes back in, Laird out. I find that little piece very interesting to see Laird out and that one less ball user off half-back. But they've certainly got a strong side. Do I think they're a premiership team this year? Probably not. But is there an expectation that they get top 4, top 5? 100%. And I think if they win this game tonight, and I believe there's every chance, and maybe I'm drinking the bathwater in South Australia, but I do think they're every chance to win this game. Last year was a whole different year of footy, and Tay, I know you played in that game, but 90-point win to the Crows just over a year ago, that speaks volumes and will allow for a fair bit of belief in this Crows team.
They banged through 12 second-half goals against the Suns last week to win by 79 points, and they were, as I said, in the top 4 momentarily. And, yes, we'll come back to round 12 last year, in which Wayne Miller on this very radio station described the Swans as looking like a rabble, and those comments did rabble-rouse a few eyebrows around the country as well. Your text welcome 0437 774 774. And by the way, there are no late changes here. The Swans and the Crows. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Let's head boundary side and say a very good evening to the 5th member of our team, which is Declan Byrne. Hey, Deck.
G'day, team. Yeah, I'm down here on the boundary. I've got Swans assistant coach with me, Jeremy Laidler. Before we get to this week, let's chat about last week, that second half against Fremantle. What was the review like, and what was the big lesson for the Swans out of that momentous comeback from the ladder leaders?
Yeah, it was. We looked at it pretty in depth. It was probably more on us. We went away from what we do well. So we sort of dug deep into our roles, into our formation, into the way we want to move the ball, and especially our defence. And then we just sort of, broke that down and sort of moved on pretty quickly into Adelaide.
Where did the needle lie there in terms of positives to take out of it or negatives? What did you come back feeling on that plane ride?
Yeah, well, 10 minutes into the last quarter, it was a pretty even game. So there was a lot of positives out of it, but I suppose the big momentum shift really cost us. And we just looked into ways that we can sort of nullify that and sort of grow as sort of a team to, it's going to happen again. And it's just more how quickly can we stop it? Because there was all different factors in the game. In the third quarter, we got done at stoppage and they were getting territory off that. And then in the last quarter, we sort of turned the ball over in critical areas and they were able to slingshot off that and score. So you can't dissect it all and try and fix everything all at once. So we had a pretty narrow focus going into this week.
So let's take those lessons into this week. What's the big danger factor, you think, for a Crows team who have won 5 out of their last 6? They're in red-hot form. What are you thinking is going to be the key decider tonight?
Yeah, well, it's going to be around the contest, really. We know they're a really hot, contested team with a lot of pressure. So we've done a lot of work on our stoppage. Obviously, the conditions are quite wet, so it's going to be a pretty territorial game. Who can get the ball forward and lock it in their half as best they can. So, we're going to have to be up for the contest because we know they're in good form and we'll have to respond from last week.
Yeah, it's been raining a fair bit today. It's wet on the surface here. You haven't played much in the rain this year. I imagine you have plan A and B. Do you have a plan specifically for rain?
A little bit. You want to try and play your way as best you can. But, yeah, it goes into a more of a contest if the rain does come back. But, the groundsmen have done a pretty good job. I've been out there for a bit and slowly drying up. They've had the super soakers out there. So, the game won't change too much.
All right, I'll throw it upstairs. Jeremy Laidler is here on ABC Sport. We've got Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
Hey, Jeremy, it's Lauren Arnell. Great to speak to you and thanks for your time pre-game. I'm interested in what you mentioned about the Freo game in that second half, and you mentioned, obviously, offence. How much reflection was on the way the forwards shaped ahead of the ball when Freo was piling on their forward half pressure? So really tough for you to get out of your back half, in that, particularly late in the game.
Yeah, it wasn't so much, I don't think, our forward formation. It was probably, we probably didn't defend as well as we could have ahead of the ball. So they were probably getting open space through the corridor, and we weren't sort of the old saying, we weren't emptying out of our forward line as best we could. So we're letting them score way too easily and putting our defenders under the pump too easily. So, we'll try and nullify that tonight.
And you mentioned contest and stoppage being important, particularly in the wet. How much would you expect extra numbers to be around stoppage on both sides of the footy tonight?
Yeah, I think there will be. And I suppose we've looked pretty deeply into their game, and I reckon they're sort of quite similar to Brisbane. And I know Murray Davis has gone from Brisbane to Adelaide, but they're moving the ball very similar. They're setting up stoppage very similar, and they're setting up their attack very similar. So we've dug pretty deep on that, and a lot of tonight will be based on us, and if we're willing to, be up for the contest, and then if we can score more than them.
Jez, Tay Adams here, mate. A few inclusions this week. Malk Rose is back in the team. Logan McDonald, obviously Tom Papley coming in for his second game. Talk to us about Braden Campbell, his inclusion. He's missed a lot of footy, hasn't played a game this year, played his first game back last week. What does he bring?
Yeah, good to hear from you, Tay. Only saw you about an hour ago, but nah, BJ's he's going to be unbelievable. I watched the VFL last week and it didn't look like he'd been out for the whole year. He was just running on top of the ground, putting on pressure. We know that he's got electric speed and he's really crafty with the ball. So, I haven't seen him play at all this year, and I'm really excited. Obviously, VFL last week, but I'm really excited. He'll fit straight back in. He's unrestricted, so he'll be ready to go, and can't wait to see him shine out there.
Jeremy, does it feel like Charlie finally fits? I know it might be a funny thing to say. He's had a great year, kicked 50 goals, lead to the Coleman. He's had some big bags for you guys. But as far as how he functions in that forward line, it probably took a little while to get going. Does it feel like he finally fits in that forward line for you guys?
He's always fit. I think there's some pretty unfair judgment on him early on. It's like starting a new job. You sort of find your feet early, and you're moving out of home. You got to make sure you're comfortable, your partner's comfortable. Then you're fitting into a whole new team. You got to get to know your teammates, know a whole new game plan. And he was sort of getting it done early without stacking on the goals. He was doing exactly what we're after. And I suppose as the year's gone on, he's just shone, and the goals are stacking up. But he hasn't gone away from what works for him, and that's contest and follow up. So he's been huge.
He's flying. Jeremy, Dan Garb here. Jordan Dawson, he looms large tonight, of course, the former Swan. He's also in incredible form. Is it the straight Jordan on Jordan tag, or the way that Jordan Dawson plays, is that not possible considering the way in which he likes to venture forward? What's the strategy to try and quell his influence tonight?
Yeah, Dawson's an unbelievable player. He's in some ripping form, and he's had such a challenging year, but he's just got on with his game and done his family proud. But yeah, we've got some plans in place, whether it's around stoppage or it is hard because he plays, midfield, but then does go forward and he's quite damaging. So we'll have some real good plans in place for that. I don't think it'll be a straight, JJ tag. There'll be different things in place. We've got Millsy, we've got Jai Sarong, who could be an unbelievable matchup for him too. So we'll see how that pans out throughout the night.
Appreciate your time, Jeremy. Best of luck tonight.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Jeremy Laidler in the Swans camp, their forwards coach. And they're up against the second best defence in the competition tonight, Garby, as well. So big task for the Swans in attack.
Interesting comment from him on Charlie Curnow. I thought he might say something like that the criticism early in the season was a bit silly, considering the impact Charlie Curnow was having on the rest of the forward line. Joel Amartey, Logan McDonald started to produce some of their best footy. The team was winning every single week. What did you make of it, Taylor? Because it seemed to be a bit odd. It was clearly working on the whole, and now he's coming to his own. That's fine. But it seemed like it was, perhaps a bit skewed, some of that criticism early in the season.
Yeah, I thought it was unwarranted. I thought the way that the Swans were playing early in the season, particularly ball in hand, the way their forward line was structured up, Joel Amartey's impact, Logan McDonald, these guys starting to have more of an impact than they had in previous years. I found it a little bit interesting and entertaining, to be honest, because over the pre-season, I obviously saw it firsthand just how good he was, and it was a matter of time before he broke through, and all of a sudden I look at the Coleman leaders and he's on top. So I think Jez summed it up pretty well. It's a tough gig moving a family up to a new city, playing for a new footy club. The unfortunate thing for Charlie is his name's going to sell newspaper headlines and articles, and he's a big name player of the AFL.
And it's as well like the point he makes about changing jobs or changing teams. Like, you've done that twice, I've done it once or twice, and there's a big part of it for mine where you actually you can watch new teammates from other teams and you can watch the way they move and you get a sense of how they like to play, but until you actually have time training and playing alongside them under high pressure, that's when you learn their movements. And as a forward, I think that would be the hardest part of changing teams, is getting your teammates to understand where your movement patterns are going to be and where you like the footy.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a big part of it. Chatting to Charlie, it takes time to learn what your teammates are doing and their preferences. So, it's good to see him get some form and start hitting the scoreboard.
I did see him, actually, the first week he moved to Sydney, strolling down Hall Street, Bondi, shirt off. He wasn't struggling then. He enjoyed the first couple of weeks, of course, and you start pre-season and all the rest of it. But you're with us here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Round 19 began last night at Kardinia Park. Geelong going some way to arresting their mid-season slump. They beat St Kilda by 27 points. And after losing 5 of their past 6 before last night, they've now improved their position with 10 wins. They sit 7th as it currently stands, and it also makes life a bit tough for the Saints, who are a sitting duck in 10th with the likes of GWS, Carlton, and in fact they're lower now, I think, the Saints. The Giants, Carlton, North Melbourne breathing down their necks for those wildcard spots. The headline there was the Max Holmes injury. Here's what Chris Scott had to say last night.
I covered my ears, to be honest. I'll just wait to see what it is and deal with it when we know. But yeah, I mean, but it is obviously it's frustrating. But it is the game. Well, if you asked me a couple of weeks ago, who do you really not want to lose? Yeah, Cameron and Holmes would be up there.
In back-to-back games, so it gets worse for Chris Scott. Confirmation today it is syndesmosis and surgery, so he will be hard up against it to get back into the side before the end of the year.
Yeah, I find this an interesting one because the Butters one looked nasty, and obviously Max Holmes, we saw how much pain he was in. And then at the same time, coaching AFLW, I've had players who have been wonderful and had to go through surgery and been available within a month. Now, AFLW is a different space because it's a really, really short fixture, but I wouldn't be writing either of those players off if certainly Port you wouldn't expect to make finals, but I'm still thinking Butters is going to put his hand up at the back end of this year. And I would be thinking if Geelong can hold on and actually manage the final spot, I wouldn't write Max Holmes off.
How important is he? You lose Jeremy Cameron last week and Max Holmes in back-to-back weeks, as Chris Scott mentioned there. It's obviously they claw one back with the win last night, but it comes at a real cost. And Sean Manor as well with a hamstring.
Yeah, I'd say those 3 players are just about 1, 2 and 3 at the Cats. Obviously Jez last week and now Max Holmes for an extended period. Those sort of players that break the lines, can play inside and outside. He can play half-back, through the midfield, obviously an on-field leader. I just don't think they're replaceable. So although someone will take his spot next week, it won't be Max Holmes, and he probably doesn't have the same attributes as Max Holmes possesses.
Where do you put the Cats, Loz, as far as I said, their mid-season slump and now a win last night, but missing some key personnel? Yeah,
and to Tay's point, like they're missing not just key personnel, but a couple of their very best players. So I think that's important, and for Chris Scott to go into those areas in his press conference speaks volumes. But also, even prior to those injuries, to me, the Cats have been as unreliable as I've ever seen them. Like, they've always been a team where if they look like they're having a slight dip, they bounce back immediately and have been one of the most consistent and reliable teams over such a long period of time. But it feels like this year that's shifted. And understandably, this is not meant to be a criticism because I think they've been at such a high level for such a long period of time. But this year seems to be the shift where they've lost that piece of reliability that they've always had.
Meanwhile, the Saints, they do sit 10th, so they're exactly, I want to say halfway. They're just below halfway, of course. It's going to take some getting around this top 10, top 8, as it used to be.
It's no good, is it?
Well, it's not. I wouldn't say it's no good, but it's just you've got to sort of recalibrate the way you describe things as being, top 4 or top 8, top 10. They're 10th, but more importantly, they haven't beaten. They're 0-9 against the teams above them. So that's a big task for Ross Lyons' men to overcome. Looking ahead to Sunday's teams. So these came through a short time ago. Richmond Hawthorn, Nick Watson headlines 3 big ins for the Hawks, including Josh Battle and Josh Weddle. Carl Amon and Will Day are injured. Matt Hill has been dropped. Meanwhile, Sam Lawler is back for the Tigers among their 3 changes. On the Gold Coast, the Suns bring back Ben Long from suspension for their game against the Bulldogs. Caleb Lewis will become that club's 5th debutant, their 22-year-old mid-season rookie pick from last year. He's a key position swingman, while Tim English headlines 4 changes for Luke Beveridge's men. And at Docklands, Essendon confirmed yesterday that Jackson Artemis would make his debut against the Giants on Sunday. The number 1 pick from this season's mid-season rookie draft, the lad from WA via the Tasmanian VFL team. But they've dropped Darcy Parish and Archie Perkins among the 4 omissions made by Dean Solomon for that clash on Sunday, Essendon and the Giants.
Well, he said in his post-match press conference last week after they were smashed by Brisbane, we'll be dropping players who aren't up for the fight. So I was really interested to see the Essendon omissions this week. And Darcy Parish, of course, he's got his critics, but he's been there for a long time and he's done a fair bit at that club. And Archie Perkins and Harry Jones are top 10 picks from that infamous 2020 draft that hasn't quite panned out, and those are the players that have made way. So bit of a statement there from Dean Solomon, who's under pressure himself, of course, as an interim coach, which is a weird thing to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unusual thing to say in a post-match presser when you're the interim coach, and I think if you're in the playing group, Tay again like that, it's probably not what you want to be hearing.
As unusual as Damien Hardwick saying last week that the season's gone. How do the Gold Coast players respond to that this week, I suppose, is the question when they face the Bulldogs on Sunday. So we'll ponder all of that across the next 4 hours or so here. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. You can text us as well, 0437 774 774. No late changes. The Swans and the Crows on a wet Sydney cricket ground. Right now, though, it's time for the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Good evening, Nicholas Hines with ABC News. Victorian Liberal Party executives have voted to disendorse controversial MP Moira Deeming, but she may be facing a new battle, this time to avoid bankruptcy. Ethan Seidemann reports.
Moira Deeming's political career as a Liberal is over, with party executives voting unanimously to take her off the ballot. Ultimately, it was Mrs Deeming's refusal to apologise for a dismissed assault allegation against colleague Matthew Guy that was the last straw for the party. Mrs Deeming now faces possible bankruptcy proceedings from businessman Hilton Grudgeon, who funded her successful defamation action against John Pesutto. He's seeking to access the payout from that action, but the funds have been held in a trust amid an internal Liberal battle. Mr Grudgeon says his actions should not be interpreted as hostility towards Mrs Deeming.
Victoria's Teachers Union will decide whether or not to go ahead with a statewide strike next week, with members set to vote on the government's latest pay offer. Sasha Payne reports.
The new offer would bring the pay rise for support staff in line with that offered to teachers and principals, an increase of 28 to 32% over 4 years, along with improved conditions. The union met on Friday afternoon to discuss the revised offer, resolving to put it to a vote of members. The ballot will close on Tuesday. Should the offer be accepted, a 24-hour stop work planned for next Thursday will not go ahead. However, the offer will still need to be put to a vote of all public school staff.
Police investigating the movements of fugitive Desi Freeman prior to his death have arrested a woman in regional Victoria. Detectives have been investigating people who may have helped Freeman during his 7 months on the run after he fatally shot 2 police officers last year. A 58-year-old woman from New South Wales was arrested in the Gippsland town of Bairnsdale this morning and is now being interviewed by detectives. Police have arrested and released several people as part of the investigation, but are yet to lay any charges. Telstra has blamed last week's network outage on failures in its maintenance procedures. The telco's executives have been grilled by a Senate inquiry today over the widespread outage. Telstra says a fix to an earlier fault was not properly documented and a crucial software update not performed. CEO Vicky Brady has conceded the telco is at fault.
This is clearly unacceptable. If maintenance work can trigger this kind of outage, it suggests our controls were not good enough.
Chinese authorities have rejected an accusation from US President Donald Trump that Beijing interfered with the 2020 presidential election. Mr. Trump gave a public address earlier today in which he cited newly declassified documents he says reveal shocking vulnerabilities in the election that he lost. He failed to say if or how any votes were altered or manipulated, and a US intelligence assessment has found no evidence they were. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Lin Jian says there's no basis to the accusation that China has interfered.
We urge the US to reflect on its own actions, stop unwanted vilification against China, stop making China an issue in its own elections, and add more ways that are conducive to China-US relations.
Hundreds of search and rescue crews have been sent to the scene of a large landslide in China's southwest. Correspondent Alison Horn has more from Beijing.
The landslide happened in the Pangshui County in Chongqing about 8:30 this morning local time. Witnesses have told the ABC they saw giant rock boulders and mud coming down on rows of homes, cars and burying people on the street. State media says at least 8 people have been rescued alive so far, but it's not known if there have been any fatalities. The area has experienced heavy rain in recent days. Alison Horn, ABC News, Beijing.
Rideshare company Uber has reversed a decision to charge extra fees for Uber Assist. The company introduced a $5 fee for Uber Assist in May, prompting criticism from disability advocates and passengers. The service provides curb-to-curb support, including assistance getting in and out of cars and storing mobility aids. Uber Australia's Managing Director Emma Foley says the fee is being scrapped after criticism from disability groups.
What we didn't properly account for was the additional financial burden that it placed on riders with disabilities. And so now it's our responsibility to figure out how to address those reliability challenges through a fairer mechanism.
It's fine weather conditions for the Victoria across the weekend. Mostly sunny in the east of the state tomorrow, becoming partly cloudy in the west. In Melbourne, mostly sunny tomorrow with a top of 15. Mostly sunny on Sunday as well with a top of 17. And those conditions continuing into next week. Right now in Melbourne, it's 12 degrees. ABC News.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits in hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot. 12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
A well-trodden path. Lockett, Hall, Franklin, and now Curnow. The grass is greener at the SCG.
Back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
On his left, he couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can!
Hits from 45 on the run. And they've made it 6 in a row. What a goal.
Nick Dacos takes the advantage, fires the goals and kicks it. DNA doesn't lie.
Want it down.
Socket off the ground by Will Ashcroft.
He's a freak.
That is just that. Freakish.
Welcome to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
A Friday night battle of top 4 quality here at the Sydney Cricket Ground as round 19 of this AFL season rolls on. Welcome if you've just joined us from right across Australia or beyond. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and you've joined me, Brett Sprigg, alongside Daniel Garb, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams, our experts on ABC Sport. You can text us throughout the night and across the weekend as usual, 0437 774 774. Get to some of those texts very shortly. The Crows have won 5 of their past 6 and 8 of their past 10, looking to atone for last year's disappointment as we draw closer to September action. The Swans had the top of the table clash against Fremantle 8 days ago and were good for 2.5 quarters. And we'll see if they can rediscover some complete consistency across 4 quarters tonight here on their home deck at the SCG. Declan Byrne is our man who'll be boundary side for us this evening. We'll head into the visitors camp very, very shortly. 0437 774 774. Hi team, great pre-match comments. Looking forward to the call. Will wet weather suit the Swans or the Crows more tonight, asks Brett in Canberra.
Yeah, good question, Brett. I love it. I was thinking if it's dry, it absolutely suits the Crows. I think we'll talk throughout the night, but their tall forward line and the lack of tall defenders for the Swans would make a significant impact. And to be fair, there hasn't been too much rain around in the last little bit. So if it dries up a little bit, I think that's in the Crows' favour. So the flip side of that, Taylor, if it's wet, I think it does suit the Swans and their ability to win inside footy.
Yeah, both pretty good contested ball and pressure teams. I think the only thing with the wet weather with the Swans is their handball game becomes a little bit redundant. So it'll be interesting to see how they do adjust to that.
Great analysis of the game and good to hear expert views from Lauren and Taylor and the commentary. Can you clarify something for me? I thought Australian football had backline, centreline, rucks and forwards. Don't we use those terms anymore, says Teddy in Hobart. Well, I guess there's an emphasis on, I suppose, defence and attack as far as holistic things. Do we still use those? Well, certainly rucks and forwards we do. Those aren't redundant terms, I don't think.
They're probably not used as much as they used to be, but yeah, particularly inside the 4 walls. But they're still, forwards, defence. Appreciate the observation, Teddy. 0437 774 774. Fran, who's a Pies fan, giving Taylor a big shout out. Bit sad when he had to leave the Pies. Sharad, Taylor there at the ABC, always picking the best Magpies. Thanks for the call. Looking forward to it. On your Fran, nice to hear from you. 0437 774 774. Just before news, we were going through the Sunday teams and a few things across the footy news cycle. One item which I wanted to get to as well, Loz, pertains to the August 1 AFLW fixture, the Australia versus Ireland match, a very unique sort of event to have an international fixture of Australian rules football, which is slated for North Sydney Oval on August the 1st. The AFL issued a press release today, which is sort of bizarre, outlining all the places you can see the game. Of course, it's sold out. North Sydney caps out at about 16,000, which even then I think is being generous. Essentially saying, here's our list of approved live sites and pubs, go and be involved and watch it there with a group. Essentially, it's their way of confirming that they would not be relocating the game to the SCG, for example, which is sitting free that day. There are no AFL men's games in Sydney across the entire weekend, so all footy venues are free, including this one we're looking at right now. What did you make of that push, I guess the confirmation that the AFL won't move that North Sydney game?
I think there's a few bits and pieces in here, Brett, and I'm keen to talk through it with you. The first piece of what you mentioned is, like, by announcing a range of pubs that you can go to watch a game of football, which is supposed to be the first time that we've played an international game of women's football under the banner of AFL. There's been, way back in the day, an international rules trip to Ireland from an old cohort of women's footballers. But to be celebrating what is now some of the most incredible athletes in our country playing against each other and an Irish representation against an All-Australian crew, like, why you would then publish that as, well, let's go to the pub and we'll limit it at North Sydney Oval, as opposed to a venue like this at the SCG, when, like, in simple terms, when we talk footy, this ground and the bearings and the size of the ground, for me, is perfect for women's footy. It's shorter venue, it's smaller, the boundaries are in a little bit. It should allow for high scoring, and 16 aside can limit that on big ovals. But to limit what is already a sold-out crowd 2 weeks out, when we're not even in season for AFLW yet, and know that momentum is building, there's that footy side of it, but then to advertise a list of pubs to go to watch it instead baffles me.
So why is that?
Why does it baffle me that you'd be encouraged to go to the pub to watch?
Because how is the AFLW, I suppose, different to I guess other sporting events as far as the community around it, is what I'm trying to ask?
Well, for me, it's always been, as a player, as a coach, as a commentator, it's always been the product for families. And I'm not saying you can't have a feed at the pub with your family, but if we're trying to integrate community and a good time at the footy and create a carnival atmosphere, bring your kids, it's more connected to the athletes, why would you then encourage people to go to the pub?
They've missed a trick there. My other one here is as far as exposure to the game in Sydney, which, okay, it's not Western Sydney, which is where there's more dire support needed, but the fact is you're locking fans out. Ireland have a sports fan culture which rivals or surpasses our own. There are probably 5,000 Irish people in Coogee that could just come to the game. If it was at the SCG, they might go to North Sydney, but they're locked out now. So that I can't understand either.
So, Lauren, why do you think they've done this? Is it purely from the outside? I'm thinking maybe they've just thought North Sydney Oval completely packed will look better than any empty seats at a bigger stadium like the SCG. Is that the motivation, do you think?
It has to be. And look, no doubt it's going to look amazing on TV, right? It's going to look incredible. The whole place will be packed. We know it's already sold out. But the limiting factor, which has always been a frustration in AFLW, is that I played in that first ever game, and I know from enough sources that the number that was published of how many people came to that game and how many people got locked out, there was actually more there than what has been published legally. And you see people sitting in the stands, in the stairwell of the high bits of the stands at Princes Park because they couldn't get a seat. And to be starting there and to now be in this conversation after 10 seasons, entering the 11th season of AFLW, it blows my mind, and I can't rationalise it beyond the fact that we know it's going to look really good on TV.
Yeah, that was my comparison. So that first night, 2017, you let out Carlton that night, and it became this event of legend that you had fans that it was beyond capacity. Princes Park is what you mentioned, and the fact that yes, there's this balance to have an exclusive event, and so you create the demand and you want to have a sellout crowd. However,
why not have it? Why not pay respect to the event and have it at the biggest or the best football venue in New South Wales, which is the SCG? Why, if it was in Melbourne, I mean, there's probably a conversation there, just have it at Docklands. But this is in Sydney. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You've got Irish fans who might come to their first game of footy and then stay on and be Sydney or Giants fans. And that's the thing I think they've missed out with there as well.
I think the ongoing frustration is like this is the safe option, and coming through all of the ranks of AFLW, what has been always a limiting factor in the growth is that there's no money. And so what we know about sport is there's money in broadcast, so we'll look good, right? There's money in ticket sales. We're limiting how many tickets we can sell, and there's money in people just showing up, being on foot and wanting to be at the game, and we're limiting that as well. And so, and just the pure popularity of the event, you're already telling people 2 weeks out you can't come, go and watch TV. So the broadcast will be happy, no doubt, but the rest of it, I just feel like you're limiting the game.
Pete in Ballarat says, great to hear Loz as ever. Oh, her great debt from her days at Brisbane. The reason the league is refusing to move the Island game to the SCG is the same reason they book out Docklands for international twiddlywinks on grand final weekend. They don't want W footy to succeed like it can. They know it can. It's a bloody disgrace. And Pete has a very strong, forthright message there. Is that how it feels to you at times, Loz? They're trying to keep a lid on the AFLW for whatever reason?
I wouldn't use that language, and I can absolutely appreciate where he's coming from. I just can't understand why you'd limit it when you're going to be bringing in the best athletes in the game. And I'm imagining they're in camp for a week. I saw it was advertised, they're doing a meet and greet in 2 different locations for fans here in Sydney. Why don't you just go all in?
Yeah. It's nothing against North Sydney, but you want the fans, you want the players who have this unique experience of representing their country, having the national anthem played here at the SCG, and it's a bit of a shame. So that was, I guess, all but confirmed today that the AFL would not relocate the game from North Sydney, which is, as I say, capped at 16,000, and it's a great shame.
Great to get Lauren Arnell's views on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taylor, I wanted to ask you, Taylor Adams with us on debut in the commentary box tonight, Friday night footy, Sydney and the Crows. What are your plans from here? I did see you, I did the VFL game, Sydney against St Kilda a few weeks ago. And you're up with the coaches, yourself, Tom Papley, a couple others were up there of note.
Paddy McCartan.
Paddy McCartan, a star-studded assistant coaches area. Is that your desire now to get into coaching?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm gonna complete the season with the VFL team, coaching the midfield at the moment. Obviously spent a fair bit of time with those guys throughout my injuries over the last couple of years, and played a bit of VFL footy myself. So I've loved it. Absolutely loved being amongst a younger group. We've got some great young players coming through at the Swans, and really enjoying that. I'm not too sure what the future holds. What's it been? 2.5, 3 weeks since I retired, so I'm going to put the feet up for a little bit, and then we'll relocate back to Melbourne, my wife and I, and get our baby back around family, and then work out what's next for me.
Former Magpie, Giant and Swan, Taylor Adams with us on ABC Sport Debut here at the SCG on Friday Night Footy, the Swans and the Crows. Speaking of coaches, let's head inside the Adelaide Crows camp, and their assistant coach, Mick Godden, is with Declan Burr.
I'm down here with assistant coach for the Crows, Mick Godden. Mick, you've won 5 out of your last 6. What's clicking at the moment for the Crows?
Look, we've got some good players back on the park, and they're playing at their level, and it's I guess cohesion's really important in footy, isn't it? And early in the year it wasn't quite there for us, and the last month or so it's been really solid, and we've had some good wins. So it's a long season, and just got to keep backing up.
The loss was the showdown. What was the big lesson for you guys out of that one?
Yeah, look, they were fantastic that night. They played really well, didn't allow us to play, but disappointingly we didn't fire a shot. We weren't strong in the contest, all the things that we pride ourselves on. So that one really stung us. So we obviously had a bit of a regroup after that one to go over to Perth, and since then I think it's actually helped us, get back together and understand what's really important in footy. So, tonight's going to be no more important, a wet SCG, and it's going to be a tough one.
You mentioned the wet SCG. Before we get to those conditions, just give us an idea of where you think you can exploit something that maybe there's a weakness in the Swans and a strength for the Crows.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of weaknesses in the Swans. Obviously, they've been a fantastic team all year, and look, we came up here last year. We had a really good battle. It's always contest. It's always middle, in the middle of the ground. If you get it in there, we know we can score. We've got some real weapons, and so do they. But it's win and loss through the midfield, and if we can get that done, we'll give ourselves a chance.
how does the wet affect it? Do you think that brings things closer? Does it help or hinder you guys?
I don't think it helps either team, really. It's just who adapts the quickest, and it'll be a high-pressure match. There's no doubt two top teams going at it, so you don't want to muck around with it too much tonight, and if you try to create too much, it could turn over easily. So it'll be a bit more of a straight-line game, but I think you'll see a bit more long kicking, get in there and give both ends a chance.
No Taylor Walker tonight, who kicked 5 last week. He gets managed. Do you reckon he plays the rest of the season after tonight's rest?
Haven't really made that decision at this stage. It's a week-by-week proposition. We know, he's so important to us, and we know that his best is in our best, but we need to manage that because he's of a certain age, and he's, without being rude, it's tough to get up every week. So he'll be managed at times, but we'll just try to get him to the end of the year and make sure he can make a big impact for us.
A quick one on Lockie McAndrew, who played here at the Swans. He got a couple of games, but mostly in the VFL. This year he has just had an outstanding season for you guys. What have you seen up close and personal that's taken him from, here in Sydney, a VFL player? He didn't play a game last year for you guys, but he's played every game for the Crows this year.
Yeah, obviously had him last year in the SANFL all year, and he played most minutes, and he rucked every game. He was durable. He was super competitive when the ball hits the ground. Obviously he's tall, so he gets he does well in the ruck, but when the ball hits the ground, he's as tough as anyone. And I've been really impressed with him last year, and then to take the spot this year off of Holly O'Brien was no mean feat, and then to continually back up week in, week out, he's been outstanding. A real revelation for us, to be honest. And yeah, I think ruckmen take a little longer than other players, and he obviously was up here, he learned his craft, and we're just reaping the rewards of that.
Talk to us about Jordan Dawson, your skipper, who is another one who has strong Sydney connections. Maybe he'll get emotional tonight with a lot of old mates out there, but give me an idea of the courage and the leadership he's shown this year among a really difficult year for him.
Yeah, unbelievable human being. Obviously been through as tough a time as anyone. No one should ever have to go through that, and it's a really tough time for him, but he's never wavered from what he needs to do from his job perspective. Clearly he supports his family, and we all support that as much as we can, but he understands his job and he does it exceptionally well. He leads this group. I think this year has grown again in his leadership on and off the field, and he's been a great acquisition for our footy club, and he's got a lot of great footy ahead of him.
Last one on the Swans tonight. Give us a player who you are really worried about. There's a lot of strengths out there, but who's the one that the Crows are really going to focus on?
Well, I'm a small forward, so I'm going to go with Papley. Look, they've got so many. How do you pick them out? They're wonderful through the midfield. Their run-off half-back through Blake is unbelievable, and then they can really score hard on you with Curnow and Papley and players like that. So, yeah, I can't really single out one. I think they will be pretty good.
And last one on Josh Worrell, who's had his own tough week. How's he gone this week with those distractions, but coming here and playing footy?
Yeah, look, this is like most players. When they get on the footy field, that's where they're most comfortable. So it has been a tough time for him, but he's got to deal with what that is away from here. But yeah, from a footy perspective, he's trained well, he's prepared well, and expect him to play well.
Mick Godden from the Crows, appreciate your time.
No worries at all.
Voice of Godden, Mick Godden there from the Adelaide Crows coaching panel with us here on ABC Sport, with the opening ball up here less than 20 minutes away. The Josh Worrell scenario, which Declan mentioned there, Loz, you mentioned just previously about the Adelaide fishbowl. Gee, I'm sure it intensifies when things like this are involved.
It seems like really, really serious, to be honest, having lived in Adelaide and still do. And to be really honest, the accident was right around the corner from my house.
Wow.
And, yeah, you hear mixed views, and I think now that it's in the court process, you need to be really careful.
Of course.
But being in that level of car accident and having, is it police, what's the language?
Charges.
2 charges.
Yeah. So we won't say too much more about it, but the way the media has sort of surrounded this story, as you'd expect in a place like Adelaide. Josh Worrell played last week. He's playing this week, and all this is ongoing. It's a unique kind of scenario.
Well, I think certainly calling the Crows game last week and the accident happening prior to captain's run that morning, the morning before, I think there was a fair bit of interest in the fact that Josh Worrell even played last week off the back of that. And so, yeah, obviously leave it in the hands of the court system, but yeah, it seems incredibly serious, and it would be also really challenging to play AFL without that in your life, and to have that now for him to work through, it would be significant.
The other one here is Taylor Walker. So he is obviously being rested today in the middle of back-to-back 6-day breaks. He's on 699 career goals, so there's a chance to can bring up that milestone of 700 against Collingwood at home next week. It makes sense, doesn't it, Taylor Adams, that he's rested and doesn't make the trip to Sydney, given, I guess, the back-to-back 6-day breaks and a 36-year-old body.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He did play well last week, though, so they could have used him up here. But, given the fact that he's tipped to hit that milestone next week in front of the home crowd and the back-to-back 6-day breaks at his age, I think, you look a little bit further into the future and think, finals is more important for Tex, and probably a smart move there.
Keen to watch Jordan Dawson tonight. As Jeremy Laidler said before, it won't be a straight Jordan-on-Jordan tag, that being James Jordan, because of his tendency to venture forward. But they're just looking at his record again and the history of Jordan Dawson coming into the game tonight. Two things stand out for me. Firstly, the trade was an absolute steal. He went for a future first-round pick from Sydney to Adelaide, which ended up being pick 17. Jordan Dawson goes for 2 picks inside 10 now, minimum. So they stole one there. I'm not going to cry for the Swans. They get plenty of academy concessions and so on, so they go okay, but the Crows stole one on them there. The other one is he went pick 56 in the draft 2015. It doesn't get spoken about enough in terms of one of the great draft steals of all time. Jordan Dawson at pick 56, now a 2-time All-Australian, 3-time club champion.
Yeah, and he's a top 5 player in the competition in my eyes.
Yes, I've been saying this for a few weeks.
Well, he's effectively the Isaac Heaney, isn't he? He can go forward, take a mark, kick a goal. He's a bull around the ball. He's strong. He's composed with ball in hand. I really don't see too many weaknesses to his game, and what he's dealt with this year has been nothing but remarkable to come out and play the way he has. So, as an opposition player, you look at guys like that and think, they're the ones you need to nullify. And for the Swans tonight, I'm a little bit surprised they're not going with James Jordan at the hard-on tag. Surely. I wonder if he's going to go maybe to Rankin.
Well, also, I'm expecting, if I see any part of Jordan Dawson that I've seen throughout this year, surely James Jordan goes to him at some point. But the other weapon that he does have, and I've seen at an incredible strike rate of success, is he also falls into that half-back role, and it's a freedom to just go. And without Rory Laird there tonight, I think if there is a lot of congestion around stoppage, which if I read between the lines listening to Jeremy Laidler, I reckon there's going to be a lot of numbers around stoppage tonight. If nothing's working for the Crows, they can sit Dawson behind that at half-back and let him roam free and use the ball there. And his ability to work off a tag with his running power is as good as anyone I've watched live. It's unbelievable what he can do when he can spread from stoppage and get to the other side of the ground and get forward of the ball. Good luck, Swans.
Jordan Dawson leads out the Crows as we speak from the away race. James Peatling alongside him, of course, another a guy with a connection to this city. James Peatling, Western Sydney, born and raised. And Josh Worrell's out there as well alongside his skipper. There goes Peatling and Sam Berry and so Toby Murray, who's of course had an impact. Of course, one of this year's debutantes for the Adelaide Crows as they crash through their banner here at the SCG. The opening ball up is under 15 minutes away. I had a look actually at Jordan Dawson's. So he's been captain at the Crows now for 4 years. He had 5 years here at the Swans. His debut, 2017, against Collingwood. That day, T. Adams, 31 disposals, 11 tackles, if you don't mind, in what was the Jordan Dawson debut way back when. But, of course, as you say, an accomplished player in the competition now. Hypothetical from Johnny off the text in Maroubra. Tay, Pies fan here. Congrats on a great career. If you're involved in a new club, let's call them Tasmania, that's sort of my... and can only choose either Isaac Heaney or Nick Dacos. Who would you pick?
You've still got the soft spot and the bias for the Swans, of course. I mean, I do. I think, given their ages, I think you'd have to go Dacos. But I just think that a player like Isaac Heaney is really hard to replicate and then stop. His ability to go forward, and he can play as a forward and kick 50 to 60 goals a year. And he kicked close to 30 goals this year as a midfielder, genuine midfielder. So, nothing against Nick. I think Nick's going to be probably the best player that I ever play with, given what he's doing already at his age. But I just like the fact that Haynes can go forward, can play multiple positions, big, strong body. They're both pretty marketable, so you can't go too wrong, can you?
Taylor Adams here on ABC Sport on his commentary debut alongside Premiership player inaugural Carlton captain and former Port Adelaide coach Lauren Arnell. We speak about the contest being pivotal here for both these sides as the Swans make their way out very shortly. But the Crows are a good front half turnover team, so you expect the pressure of this game to be immense for both sides, surely.
Yeah, and I do think that was the recipe for success for Fremantle late in the game last week in Perth as well. So, yeah, no doubt the Crows have done their homework on that. And there's enough players who can apply that forward pressure for them. And I think Rochelle's improved in that area in the second half of the season enormously. And I think that's creating scoring opportunities for him as well.
How good's the ruck battle going to be? I mean, Lockie McAndrew has been one of the stories of the season, really.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic to watch. He's a former Swan. He spent 4 years on the Sydney list for only 2 games. Brodie Grundy, we know, is so dominant that there'll be a bit of McAndrew that will want to remind the Swans faithful of what they had. That's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job. To be honest, I never thought that he'd play many AFL games playing with him last year. But his progression and maybe the ruck rules helped him a little bit. It's a big call, I know, but...
What do you see now that's shifted in him this year?
I mean, I think the ruck rule in the centre bounces probably helps him. He's a more of a jumper and athletic type, but his ability to follow up has been what surprised me the most. He's actually, for a guy of his size, he's actually quite mobile, and he moves around the ground. He's quite clean. He's obviously improved his disposal, but yeah, I'm tipping Brodie to get the chocolates tonight. They've obviously trained a lot against each other over the last couple of years, so it's going to be a really intriguing battle.
Taylor Adams alongside Lauren Arnell, our experts here on ABC Sport. You can keep your texts coming as well. 0437 774 774. The Swans are out there and the Crows are as well. We are just 10 minutes away from the opening ball up here. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. That's all coming your way next.
What's loaded with fun for the whole family? ABC iView. Bring it! From the investigators and caper crew to Andy Lee's Do Not Watch This Show.
You can keep watching.
Find it all on ABC iView. AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio,
Sport Digital
and ABC Listen.
Round 19 feels like the Friday of season 2026. The finals are on a not too distant horizon, and tonight's contest promises to be one that could shape the top 4, or at least that finals picture on the run home. It's the Sydney Swans and the Adelaide Crows coming your way very, very shortly from a wet Sydney cricket ground. It's not raining currently, but it was this afternoon as the teams are out there, and the opening ball up is only precious moments away. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Brett Sprigg is my name. Daniel Garb calls the action alongside me and Garby. This time last year, or round 12 last year, the Crows came here, won by 90 points. Wayne Miller on this very radio station said the Swans looked like a rabble, and those comments got some traction. And, well, you wouldn't accuse the Swans of being a rabble this year, sitting second, but there are plenty of people that believe that they perhaps don't deserve the mantle as the team below Fremantle in second spot.
Well, that game will be in the minds of both sides. Positive reasons for the Crows and probably a source of motivation for the Swans who, it's a silly thing to say perhaps, sitting second on the table with a bit of space, but they could use a big win. They've lost 2 of their last 3, and those losses came against Brisbane and Freo, so fellow contenders. Adelaide might be just below in terms of that conversation, but they could use a confidence build right now. If they drop this, all of a sudden they're looking over their shoulder in a big way in terms of keeping hold of that top 2 spot. And as for the Crows, we've spoken about it. They've flown under the radar for mine. A top 2 team last year, and they're just starting to gain. Won 5 of their last 6. The gun players are starting to find their best form. They win tonight, they enter the conversation in regards to the premiership in a massive way. So it's a huge stakes affair. Friday Night Footy at the SCG. We love it.
It's always showtime here in the Harbour City. 4 changes for the Swans. There are no late changes for either side. For Dean Cox's man, back in comes Braden Campbell, Logan McDonald, Mel Roses and Riley Bice. All omitted are Harry Kyle, Joel Hamling, Tom Hanley and Caden Cleary. 2 changes for Matt Nix and the Adelaide Crows. Hugo Hawker-Hahn comes back in alongside Isaac Cumming, who's back from a hamstring, while Rory Laird, of course, suffered the ankle injury last week. Not expected to miss more than a couple of weeks. I think 2 to 4 was the earlier prognosis on the Adelaide veteran. And speaking of veterans, Taylor Walker being managed ahead of potentially goal 700 against the Pies next week in round 20. With this game not too far away, our experts tonight are former Carlton captain, Premiership player with the Brisbane Lions, former Port Adelaide coach Lauren Arnell, alongside former Magpie Giant and Swan Taylor Adams. Talk to me firstly, Tay, about Braden Campbell. And in some ways he headlines the inclusions, and they get a nice ball user, the Sydney Swans, who perhaps they've missed. He's playing his first game of footy for the year.
Yeah, he's a big inclusion. I was lucky enough to see him up close last week out at Blacktown in the VFL.
So what, did he play 3 quarters? He played 20-odd disposals?
Yeah, and looked a class above. His speed, his polish, he's a beautiful user. He brings something that most teams don't really have. He's like a third small that, Melk Rose, alongside Melk Roses, Tom Patley, and now Braden Campbell. If you're a backman for Adelaide tonight, you're feeling the pressure of speed and pressure. So, big inclusion. A guy that's not going to get you 30 disposals, but he's going to get you 15 really quality ones and probably hit the scoreboard.
Break it down for us, Loz, your sort of key matchups and I guess, questions ahead of this big game.
Well, I think the midfield, both coaches we spoke to prior to the game have mentioned contest and stoppage, and I think that's going to be really important. And we've spoken a reasonable amount about Jordan Dawson. I think the flag on Rankin being majority mid now. He's no longer that forward that has mid minutes. He's playing a lot more mid than forward now. But then the question becomes Errol Goulden and Isaac Heaney. The Crows really they've got Peatling there, they've got Sam Berry, but those two guys you wouldn't think can look after both Goulden and Heaney. So it really becomes who can throw the more punches offensively out of that midfield. And I think Grundy becomes a very important player in that. And we've seen McAndrew go really well against big name rucks throughout the competition this year. But to Tay's point earlier, Grundy becomes crucial, and his ability to try and blow up McAndrew and push forward ahead of the ball, Tay, will become important tonight.
Yeah, it's something he's done a fair bit of work on over the duration of this season, and he's been able to hit the scoreboard on numerous occasions this year. But yeah, that midfield battle becomes super important. I'd love to see a Heaney and Jordan Dawson match up at some point. That's a mouth-watering match up there. But Isaac Rankin's the one for me that last week really got off the leash, and I just wonder if the Swans are going to put a little bit more time into him, given that he's such a damaging player forward of the ball.
Yeah, and I think the next layer of the game tonight for me is, and we mentioned this just a little while ago, is the lack of tall defenders available for the Swans, Tay, and the depth. And there's been a lot of debate in Adelaide around how tall the Crows are, and probably to an extent some frustration that tonight they're playing Toby Murray as well. I think that's a positive, and to be honest, resting Taylor Walker, you can see the argument of why they would do that, even though he kicked 5 goals 4 a week ago and barely was touched. I think it is important for them to have the extra tall, and that will help them against an undersized Swans defensive group tonight.
Yeah, they're relying heavily on a young guy, Will Edwards, who's played some really great footy this season. Obviously, Joel Hamlin went out of the team this week. But they look pretty strong down there. I mean, Dane Rampy's played a lot of footy. Callum Mills can play taller than he actually is. So I think the Swans don't mind their smaller lineup in their back line.
Do the Swans have the midfield grunt, Loz, to match them as far as getting the ball in hard, in close? Obviously, they have good midfielders, but in the contest, is that going to be... I mean, you mentioned it before. It is, but it's just... Do the Swans have that same sort of grunt to match the Crows in that centre clearance?
If I was coaching either team tonight, I'd want the Swans midfield. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah.
Really, even given their last month or so around stoppage and...
I just look at Goulden and Heaney,
yep,
and I can't move past it. I think they're both such incredible stars and incredible players in this competition.
Yep.
And I think Peatling, he's more of that defensive mid inside for Adelaide, and he hasn't been very good over the last couple of weeks. So I think that bodes well for the Swans.
Speak about grunts. I mean, obviously Sam Berry is the leading tackler in the competition by a long way, 21 more than anyone else in the AFL. But Errol Goulden's actually third in the AFL for tackles per game, 6.8. It's not something you associate with Errol. It's all about the silk. And he gets in hard, doesn't he, Taylor? A lot more than people give him credit for.
No, he certainly does. Over the last couple of years, he's put on a lot of size, and his ability to play inside the contest has improved dramatically. Obviously, he's a fantastic outside runner and ball user, but he's added that to his game, and it means that he can play inside, he can play wing, he can play high half forward. They might even try him on a halfback flank to generate some runs. So adding string to his bow makes it harder for a team to tag him and stop him.
The Crows are out there warming up. The Swans at the Randwick end. The opening ball up only a few moments away here. You mentioned down back as well. You can't discount Tom McCartan. And it's leadership that the Swans, I guess, in some ways need down there. Yes, of course, they have their captain Mills. They have Rampy, who has experience. But Rampy's not winning the same sort of contests he was previously. And Tom McCartan, of course, remains a key linchpin for the Swans down back.
Absolutely, he does. He's missed a little bit of footy this year. some head knocks and a couple of injuries, but before that he was probably in All-Australian contention, and he may even well still be. His start to the season was really, really strong. He's a guy that he just know every week what you're going to get out of him. He competes to the absolute death. He's improved out of sight over the last couple of years, and he's having another great season.
Errol's got the blonde tips in his hair.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed in him.
That's an interesting fashion choice.
Yeah,
look at that.
Lives in Paddington now, so he thinks he has to.
That is a whole, yeah.
He's got the old foils done during the week.
That is a whole new look for Errol Gould. Meanwhile, the Swans won the toss. Callum Mills points to the Randwick end, which is the southern end of the SCG, or right of your radio or ABC Listen app. The Swans and the Crows. Friday night footy on ABC Sport coming your way in just a matter of seconds. Let's head boundary side to Declan Byrne. I mentioned, Declan, it wasn't raining when we last looked. How are the atmospheric conditions down there?
We're still good down here. I was driving here and the windscreen wipers were going and I was wondering what tonight was going to be. But zero wind, zero rain for the last couple of hours. It is still very slippery out there. Watching both teams warm up. They were practicing those ground ball gets, those sort of taps down. So, Mick Godden mentioned Tom Papley. He was looking dangerous in the warm-up. Interested to see what the crowd is tonight as well. It's kids come free, so we'll see if that gives the Friday rainy night a bit of a boost. But they had the covers on in the middle, so hopefully we get some dryish footy to start. But I think it's going to be a wet one favouring those smalls tonight. We are good to go down here.
Where is Errol? I can't even see him.
Right in the middle.
He's going to get his first hand pass. I'm going to stuff it up so I don't recognise him. As, of course, Brodie Grundy meets Lachie McAndrew, a former Swan out there to do battle in the opening ball-up of Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Let the feathers fly at the Sydney Cricket Ground as we get you underway. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and you are with Daniel Garb.
In fact, Errol's at half forward, and James Jordan straight to Jordan Dawson. So Jordan on Jordan to start at the first ball up. And it's a former Swan in McAndrew, jumping with Brodie Grundy. Grundy down nicely to Heaney. Gets it off to Jordan of the James variety. High ball to half forward. Marked nicely by Wayne Miller. What a season he's having. But well opposed to Jake Lloyd at left half back. Goes short and finds Neil Bullen just behind the centre of the SCG. Up to left half forward. Fogarty flies. Punched away from him. And then Braden Cook got the hands free. Handball back to Fogarty. His kick was smothered. Grundy to McCartan. Rampy's under a bit of pressure, but he found Blakey, who's got the clearing kick out wide.
Clears on the bounce to find Sarong. Picks up at left, half back. Dummies a hand pass and now sweeps it wide. Showing some dash on the outer side. There is Campbell. Floats it back inboard now for Papley. Has room to bounce. Now looks inside forward 50. Wants to find McLean or Curnow. Knocked down by Keane. Ground ball won by the Swans. Heaney's snap kick inside 50. Picked off by the Crows defence. And Miller can rebound the on defence here for the Crows. And now tracked by Fogarty. Slips the tackle out there of Edwards. Umpire lets them play. It'll come away here now for the Swans. Edwards pivots away from Worrell and now back to Rampy. McCartan under some pressure. He kicks looking down the corridor. Blakey on the outer side. He's dispossessed. Berry out after it now for the Crows. Picked off though by James Jordan and the Swans. But here goes Neil Bullen for the Crows on the overlap. Inside forward 50. Good spoil down there from Rampy as Rochelle was lurking. And it's out of bounds for a throw in at left full forward for Adelaide. No score inside the first couple of minutes.
Well, that is a fast start. The ball is absolutely zinging around the SCG at the moment.
And it is. And the Crows, unsurprisingly, with plenty of pressure early. And it's a throw in. Inside 50 for them. McAndrew resting with Grundy. Slap down. Here's Roberts getting close to the boundary line. A South Australian, of course, Matt Roberts. And he sees it over the line. We'll have a throw in from the exact same spot as the last one. Still no score. 2 minutes gone. Friday night footy on ABC Sport here at the SCG.
Stoppage inside 50 here for the visitors. Grundy gets to the front. Wants to follow up at ground level. It's a hand pass away. Heaney is pinned down there by Braden Cook. Out of bounds for a throw-in at left half forward with the Crows. Crowd still coming in on this Friday night. There's a showtime quality to the Swans home games. They played at home on the Friday only a fortnight ago against the Bulldogs. That game they won. Still waiting for a score here. was a little too shallow for both rucks. The throw in Grundy was held. Free kick Sydney at half-back.
Was Lockie McAndrew giving up front position to Grundy there. Easy free kick.
Grundy up to the wing, finds Roberts. Ball Ace has the job on Curnow to number 35. So that'll be an engrossing battle tonight. Curnow has front position as the ball heads towards that duel. Punched away, though, nicely by Ball Ace. Picked up by Saligo. That wide to Nankervis at left half back. Dangerous kick into the defensive 50. Ball Ace has taken the mark as Chad Warner was ready to gain on him. Short to Miller. Now barely the 15 to Jordan Dawson, the former Swan, who's marked at centre half back. Every Sydney player behind the ball, so Dawson goes up to the wing on a long lead. Is Braden Cook, who has taken the mark, stretched overhead in front of James Jordan.
Turns 24 tomorrow, Braden Cook. Of course, he was the hero of the showdown.
Sorry, Port fans. 4 minutes played first term, or former Port coaches as well. Inside the centre square, they carved Miller up. And his kick is tapped down by Warner, bursting through Campbell. Busy early. Hand pass off to the blonde-tipped Errol Goulden. Sweeps the hand pass wide. Warner, on edge of the square. Regathers 52 from goal. Unguarded square. Goes all the way.
And the Chad puts the Swans on the board first. Sydney a 1 straight 6. The Crows yet to score. 4.5 gone in the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
And that's where he is at his most dangerous, Chad Warner in front of the ball. It looks like he's actually coming up the stoppage, starting the centre bounce. He started in the forward line, come up the stoppage there in the D50 and then snuck forward and was unopposed through the middle of the ground there, causing a turnover and getting on the end of a goal loss.
Yeah, a bit of cat and mouse happening around stoppage. Dan Curtin, playing on a wing for the Crows, has had to sink back and play as a defender to free up Worrell. And it meant that in that occasion, the Crows weren't able to put enough pressure on the ball, and he's a smart player when he's playing offensively, isn't he, Warner? Spat out the front with not a lot of pressure on him at all.
The voice of Taylor Adams, All-Australian club champion at Collingwood. Lauren Arnell, former Port Adelaide coach, premiership player in the AFLW, with you. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Swans strike first through Chad Warner. 1 straight 6. Crows yet to score. Here's Grundy. Been busy with the clearance. Picking it up, though, is Cook at left half back for the Crows. Feigns the handball, darts around and kicks to half forward. Fogarty on a nice lead, but it was punched away from him by Tom McCartan. Really good spoil. Marked by Heaney on the wing. Quick handball to Jordan. The Swans go inside 50 again. Long ball from James Jordan, and it's marked by Braden Campbell. He had best position opposed to Josh Worrell. A little nudge in the back, deemed legal, and Braden Campbell in for his first game of the season. Will kick from 20 out, slight angle to the left.
Swans look super sharp tonight. They've been really, really clean. They look organised when they win the footy, and even the drop of the ball in that Fogarty contest for the Crows going forward. They look absolutely on, the Swannies.
So hands in the back, but not a lot of force used. Braden Campbell's 95th game, but the first of this season. Welcome back to AFL footy. The former pick 5 from the 2020 draft slams it through. And no surprise, his teammates get right around him, Taylor Adams, after his injury struggles this season. Swans, 2 straight 12, Crows yet to score.
Yeah, it's a great moment for a guy that's put in a lot of work over the last 12 months. Young, high draft pick 5, to miss so much football this season. You can just see there the way his teammates reacted, how much they love him and how valued he is at this football club. And great to see him hit the scoreboard early.
Having a breather here as well after the goal, Braden Campbell. On comes James Rowbottom, but yeah, the 2-time grand final sub with some impact early on here for the home side. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Taylor Adams might be able to help us. I don't know if because Errol's got the blonde tips, I'm seeing it everywhere, but has Riley Bice and Braden Campbell also got the hair lightened?
Yes, Declan, they all three of them had the foils in this week.
Yeah. Restart back in the middle. Grundy wins it down. First hand still Warner. Shrugs the tackle of McAndrew. It's a hand pass away. Back to his ruckman, Grundy. Standing start. Sweeps it wide now for Mills. The skipper puts the Swans back inside 50. Big 3-on-3. McLean, but he's out muscled there by Mark Keane. Intercepts here for the Crows at full back. And they'll go again from that last line. Miller marks in the pocket.
Not sure what that does for the reputation of the Swans being all glitz and glamour, Taylor. The blonde tips for 3 of their players this week as Adelaide go up to the wing. Marked by Saligo. Quick hands to Dawson. And now Murray. His kick to half forward. Good mark, McAndrew. That'll give him some confidence. Grundy's had a lot of it early, but that's a strong grab. Handball over the top to Ben Keys. 50 out on the left. He's just missed near side. It was a good effort. It's the Crows' first score of the game. In fact, is it a goal? It's not a goal. Well, it is. None of the Crows fans have celebrated.
Not a player on the ground thinks.
No, they've had the best view of that, and I reckon that is dead set missed.
That's not a goal.
Now, this has to be reviewed because Ben Keys did not for a second celebrate as if that was a goal. Crows fans did because they saw the goal umpire give it. That was a little roar you heard.
He looks guilty, Ben Keys. He's looking around going, hang on.
Well, he was copping some feedback from Riley Thilthorpe because he missed it, and Thilthorpe was leading up clean at the footy.
That ball went behind the post. We can see it from here.
Yeah, we had the perfect angle. Now, this will be reviewed and will be given a behind. I'm sorry, goal umpire, but that is a shocker.
Declan, down to you.
How's the irony? Ben Keys was the one that thought he'd kicked that goal to take the lead against the Swans at Adelaide Oval a few years ago.
Yeah, good pick
They're
up.
giving him one back.
No, not
it's
this
too
time.
late.
Yeah, so it will be a behind. That was bizarre.
I mean, I couldn't understand what was going on. Why were they celebrating a behind? Was it a milestone of some sort for Ben Keys? But anyway, we all make mistakes. Adelaide 1 behind, Sydney 2 straight 12. And we've gone 5 minutes in the first term of the SCG.
So Blakey will kick out on his preferred left, drives it beyond defensive 50, up in front McLean. This time he almost outpointed Keane, but wins it to ground. McAndrew mops up there for the Crows and now put back inside 50 by Isaac Cumming. It tumbles towards the behind post and goes out of bounds for a throw-in. 4:50 stoppage now for the visitors at the Paddington end of the SCG. 2 straight 12 plays, 1 behind inside the first 9.5 minutes here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Moments like that, you're grateful we have the arc. That's what it's there for. Correcting the howler, which that was. Boundary throw in, inside attack for the Crows, cleared by Heaney. He doesn't exit defensive 50, gathered by Alex Neil-Bullen. Now the Crows have a goal. Excellent snap from Neil-Bullen from 45 out. He needed to get serious purchase on that and did. It cleared Tom McCartan's efforts to touch it on the line. Adelaide 1-1-7, Sydney 2 straight 12.
Well, we've seen a high number of 450 stoppages for the Crows, and the Swans set themselves up really, really well up until that point. And Alex Neil-Bullen, very experienced player, put himself in a nice spot for the grubber kick that came out from Sydney. And we heard Mick Godden talk pre-game. He said they were going to play direct football and not muck around with it too much. And that was the finish we saw from Neil-Bullen. Really smart. One, just to try and swing back this momentum a little bit for the Crows. The Swans have started red hot, and that's the nice balancer they needed, Adelaide.
A goal for the former Demon, Alex Neil-Bullen. Now in his second year at the Crows and the vice-captain as well. Swans lead it here by 5 points at the SCG. Up goes Grundy against McAndrew. Again, tap down clean to Warner. Heaney gets involved. Blakey held. Umpire lets them go. Picked up here in midfield by Peatling. Tumbles it towards half forward for Adelaide. Mills is there, brought down the tackle by Saligo. The umpire says, give it to me. The ball up at centre half forward for Adelaide. Swans lead by 5. Grundy over his shoulder here. Bias keeps it moving. Mopped up here by the Crows and Zach Taylor. They go back inside forward 50 through Peatling. A little too deep was the kick for Phil Thorpe. Heaney mops up in defence, and now McCartan. Some pressure here coming on Riley Bice, who sees it out of bounds for a throw-in. 40 around from that right behind post. At the Crows attacking end, 2 straight plays 1-1, 12 gone in the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Crows leading the inside 50s early, 5-4. Grundy gets front position opposed to McAndrew. Couldn't take clean possession though through the ruck. Quick hands from Rankin to Taylor. And he was looking for McAndrew, but the handball evades the big ruckman. So we'll have another throw in front of the Crows faithful. A really nice gathering of Adelaide supporters in that pocket. Paddington end of the ground. 1-1-7 the Crows. Sydney 2 straight 12. McAndrew wins front position. Couldn't get clean hands on the football. Grundy did. And now Blakey with a piercing ball can clear the area, but it's marked nicely by Worrell at right half forward for Adelaide.
Worrell drives them back inside 50 here, Adelaide. Phil Thorpe gets set in front. Can't bring down the mark. Cleared in defence by Rowbottom for the Swans. And his kick is picked off by the mark. To Hugo Hall-Kahan, who was on the Swans list for a year and a half, mid-season pickup.
A really nice leg on him.
He does go deep from 60 out.
to the square, 3-on-2. Coming across to the side, McCartan with the spoil, out of bounds for another Adelaide forward 50 throw-in.
We mentioned the Crows want to go direct, and there's been a bit made of Riley Thilthorpe's quiet game last week, but they've gone inside with a direct target on Thilthorpe at least 3 times in this first quarter. It looks like they're trying to get him involved early.
Sydney by 5 points, 13 minutes into the first term. McAndrew does nicely to work Grundy under the football, and then Rankin snap is through. Once again, Tom McCartan beaten trying to get a touch on the goal line, and Isaac Rankin is on the board. A couple of quick snaps from the Crows for 2 in a row, and they have the lead. 2-1-13, Sydney 2 straight 12. Neil Bullen and Rankin, the goal kickers.
Yeah, I think Sydney will be disappointed with the last 5 or 10 minutes around the ball here. They started really well with Heaney and Grundy leading the way in there, but since then they've allowed Adelaide to get on top of the clearances and kick goals. And unfortunately for them, this has been a story of the last 4 to 6 weeks, and they concede too many scores from stoppage, and you're just not going to do that well in the finals if you get there allowing teams to score from stoppage. So it's something they need to tighten up.
We keep saying, well, we know that the Adelaide Crows can better their performance in September last year. He's a key part of that. Isaac Rankin, of course, he wasn't there last year during the finals, and he's shown across this year the things he can do, Loz. Adelaide by a point from the restart. Grundy palmed it down, left behind by Murray. Peatling hacks it towards half forward. It's been claimed by Neil Bullen, so a free kick or a mark for Adelaide from centre half forward. His kick was chopped off though, bounced inside 50 anyway. Saligo's hand pass wide. Tries to get free here of the Campbell tackle. He's brought down Saligo, he was legged. So it will be a free kick Adelaide. And he'll go back and take his kick here, Jake Saligo. 55 out.
Yeah, I think to your question around Rankin, I think it benefits not just Rankin but the whole Crows team if he's playing majority mid, and there's enough small forwards on the Crows list where I don't think Rankin needs to be down there, especially when Rochelle is in form. So, yeah, it suits them all if he's playing pure mid.
Played his 100th game last week, Jake Saligo. Had a stint in the SANFL earlier this year as well. He trots to 50 for 3 on the burst for the Crows. He sends it out to the right-hand side, won a score. Adelaide at 2-2-14. The Swans are 2 straight 12. Midway stage of the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
The Crows have had the best by a big way of the last 5 or so minutes of this first term. The Swans captain Callum Mills brings it back in. Was close enough to the corridor with the exiting kick. McLean couldn't mark. Adelaide gathers it once again. That's a high tackle from Sheldrick on Peatling. So it's repeat entries for Adelaide. Peatling goes short to Dan Curtin. He went very close to winning the Rising Star last year. His prodigious talent from WA. Back to Peatling, and now the inside 50 kick will come. It's deep. Thilthorpe's the target, punched away from him, but Fogarty's waiting down. He does the roving and kicks a 3rd in a row for Adelaide. The Crows have come to play in Sydney in a very big way. 3-2-20. The Swans 2 straight 12, and Darcy Fogarty's on the board.
Well, guys, I feel like the minute I said the Swans were red hot, the Crows have just actually woken up and really switched on. And the difference for me, Taylor, I'm interested in your thoughts, but the contest at ground level, Swans were dominant in the first sort of 4 or 5 minutes. And now whenever the ball's going long to contest, the Crows are front and centre first and being really clean off hands.
Yeah, you're right. And the key to playing the SCG well is having field position and their ability to win the ball back in their front half of the ground time and time again. Put the ball back inside their forward 50. It makes it really hard to have repeat entries against you at the SCG. You get deep entries. It's hard to defend, and all of a sudden the floodgates open for goals.
He's now kicked 15 goals in 6 games. Of course, there's still most of this one to go. Voice of Taylor Adams on ABC Sport. From the restart, Murray wins it down here, bursting through Peatling, hand pass to the loose man Berry. He's too quick for Rowbottom. Goes on the entry here for the Crows to deep full forward, reaching for it. Fogarty won't get there, and it skids out of bounds for a throw-in. Another stoppage inside 50 for the Crows, who lead by 8 points. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
He's on the field now, but it took 15 minutes for Logan McDonald to get on. So he's coming back from that quad strain. He missed a couple of weeks. We'll see if he's on managed minutes tonight.
Crows by 8 points, 17 minutes to the first term. Murray now doing the right work with McLean. Sydney under serious pressure once again. Here's Rochelle on the snap. They've got another Adelaide. 4 in a row. And they are killing the Swans once the ball hits the deck. You cannot give Josh Rochelle that much space 31 goals for him for the season now. The Crows' leading goal kicker, and he is deadly from that sort of range. Adelaide 4-2-26, Sydney 2 straight 12, 18 gone in the first term.
You're right, Garby, and that's a red hot start now for Adelaide. On the road, the whole first quarter is about silencing the crowd, getting your players into a position where they feel comfortable out there, and Loz, they've done that now.
It's interesting to note that Grundy's now come back on the ground, but beaten so heavily at D50 stoppage. I think, what's it been now, guys? 3 goals for the Crows from forward 50 stoppage. That's unacceptable. Typically in a game review, you don't want to be talking about 3 goals from D50 stoppage for a whole game, but for a quarter, not good enough.
4 goals in a row for the Crows. On the restart, Heaney off to Gordon. Lloyd's kick was smothered by Berry. Might work out okay here as Cunningham. Courage there across the boot of Rochelle to smother, and the Swans get it back inside forward 50. Deep 2-on-2. Keane at the back. Over around the ball. Kerner provides some pressure. So too McDonald. Picked up down there in defence by the Crows, and Hawker Hahn did well, but in the end it will come back here. And in fact, it will be a free kick going the way of Josh Worrell, his teammate. So Worrell sends it across the defensive goal mouth for Millera. I'll go again here, the Crows. From the left-back pocket, Miller beyond defensive 50, and the mark is taken by Nankervis at left half-back. The Crows by 14 points, 19 gone first term.
Superstar Adelaide. Nankervis goes short to Isaac Cumming, the former Giant who knows Sydney well. They are possessing the ball really nicely. Cumming to McElhenney. Nankervis, beautiful agility to get around Sheldrick. Kick inside 50. Philthorpe's taken a nice mark in the left forward pocket. Plays on quickly. Has a shot. Maybe it was a pass. I think he was caught in between two minds there, Riley Philthorpe. Maybe that was a wasted opportunity. Tried to spot up a target in attack of that of Braden Cook. Just overcooked it a little bit. Went through for a behind.
Swans waste no time. Lloyd on the kick out. Short to find Roberts. The recent groin injury. He's from SA. He was a Crows fan growing up, Matt Roberts. Drives it beyond defensive 50. Members wing of the SCG. Up in front coming. Comes to ground level here. Berry lays the tackle. The umpire says it will be, in fact, holding the ball. So Berry, the tackler, awarded on that occasion. And he'll swing it across middle of the SCG for Millera. Crows can go again. Millera will switch all the way across to that far side of the ground. It's out there with Braden Cook. Goes on the entry now for the Crows. Who's the marking target? Philthorpe leads up and marks. A right full forward, no more than 35 out.
He's not past this one, is he?
I wouldn't have thought so. He's been honoured by his teammates, and he's showing up really well, presenting exceptionally well up at the footy, Philthorpe. So if he can slot this one, there's no doubt he's earned it.
Well, the Crows, they're controlling the ball. 23 marks to 4 in Adelaide's favour.
And a 15-point scoreline buffer as well. Needs to extend it for Riley Philthorpe. He'll cross the boundary line in that right forward pocket with a drop punt, which looks okay, but not good enough. He misses near side. Crows are 4-4-28. The Swans are 2 straight 12. Time on the opening term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
We mentioned the Wayne Miller interview last year where he called them a rabble. The larger quote was that he was saying they were getting angry with each other. They are getting testy already at the moment, just shouting at each other, a few frustrations.
Crows by 16 points. Nice leap by Kerno on the wing, trying to have some influence on the game. Couldn't take it down. They sock it off the ground nicely through Heaney towards half forward. A rare entry inside 50 for the Swans coming up. Gathered nicely, though, by Keane. Has Millera in support, who's been excellent early. What a season he's having. And then Philthorpe out in a long lead. His third contested mark taken in a row, Riley Philthorpe. Gathers it just behind half-back. Plays on quickly to McElhenney. Up to half forward now. Keys the target. Made a nice contest. Dawson's down there. That's caught holding the ball. He tried to give the don't argue on Callum Mills. The two skippers going at it. And the Swan skipper prevailed. Held the tackle nicely. We'll have the free kick from left half-back.
Captain on captain. As he goes wide to Riley Bice, who's among the Swans' 4 inclusions tonight. The Crows lead the game by 16 points. They control things. Bice, the left footer, goes down the outer side of the ground. Gone all up in the pack. Off hands. Getting there as well. McAndrew left it behind. Swans have numbers around the ball. And the umpire says, let's ball it up at left half forward for Sydney, who trail by 16. He wastes no time. Grundy palms it down. First hands to it, Rankin. Cook the hand pass off here again to Hall Kahan. Just clears the area here for Adelaide. Out of the 2-on-1, spoil from Edwards out of bounds. It will be, in fact, going the Crows' way with no intent there from the Sydney Swans. So it'll be in the keeping of Darcy Fogarty at right half back.
Fogarty happy to go lateral. Switch it across defensive 50. Keane to Millerer. Possession number 9 coming up for Wayne Millerer in this first term. Here's Worrell from left half back up to the wing. The target there is coming. He had some separation on Mills and took a nice grab overhead.
So right now there's alarm bells going off in the Sydney box. There's 29 marks in a quarter of football is world record pace.
To 5, and Pilthorpe's taken another one and then sent the Crows inside 50 again. No mark taken. Lloyd. And then Warner with the huge grab. Chad Warner with a specky and a half at the SCG on a Friday night. That is a mark of the year contender.
Adelaide Knight, the home crowd, sends it towards half forward, chopped off by Mark Keane. Goes back with a sprawling ball in the corridor, missed Edwards inside 50. Rochelle turns 40 out from goal and sends it close to home, onto the chest, where it is marked by McAndrew, and he's 25 out, slight angle right of centre.
I'll take the hit for you, Takes. I know you're still involved at the Swans, but that mark was exceptional. You cannot come off the back of a mark of the year contender like that. It's awesome. You can't just kick the ball to nobody off the back of that when there's been no time in possession. And Lockie McAndrew's going to benefit from that.
It's an Ashley Sampi-like springboard from Chad Moore.
Is that the best we've seen this year? I think it might be.
It was awesome.
Doesn't it?
Awesome.
Here's Lockie McAndrew on the set shot for the Crows. That's the most important thing here. He'll kick from 30 out and drives it home for Adelaide's 5th. The Sydney lad, he loves that. And his teammates do too. And the Crows well in control under the Friday night lights here at the SCG. 5-4 plays 2 straight. 25 gone in the opening term on ABC Sport. Your experts, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
Hey, I have to ask you, we've talked a little bit about the kick mark game. Well, we've talked enough about the kick mark game from the Crows. They're dominating possession. How much do you think the message is being sent from the Swans? Does it become, let's be better with the ball and own possession and take it off them for a period of time? Or is the more important message, we've actually got to apply far more pressure on the footy to force the turnover?
Yeah, teams have historically done this against the Swans. They want the ball in control rather than live because the Swans' pressure is so good. So no doubt the message is take out the uncontested marks and make them kick long to a contest.
Crows by 22 points. Remarkable grab by Chad Warner. Just as the Sydney fans had finished celebrating, the ball was down the other end. McAndrew had marked. Kicked another one for the Crows. So problems here for the home side at the SCG. Here's Dawson scrapping away, got hands to the football. Numbled it backwards. Rowbottom's there, wins a hard ball for the Swans. They need something to happen. Tom Papley loves igniting them, and Tom Papley kicks an important goal. If ever there was a man you needed to kick one for Sydney, it would be Tom Papley. And he did that on the run, snapping from 40 out on his right. Sydney have their 3rd of the first term. They trailed by 16 points, 3 straight 18. Adelaide 5-4, 34.
Yeah, he's the energiser of this group. A guy that doesn't need much of the ball to have a huge impact, and he loves kicking a goal. More than most, I think, but so important to the team.
It's fun to watch in terms of small forwards that you've seen. Like just watching that live on Papley, he's so clean, and his ability to just get out into space to finish that type of snap is unbelievable. Has there been anyone better that you've played with?
No, he's definitely up there. His football IQ is as good as I've seen, good as I've come across, and he's certainly the best celebrator I've played with.
Turned 30 during the week, Tom Papley, at his birthday. So I don't know if there's a big 30th bash coming down Tom Papley's way. That'll be a rough party, I reckon. Running down to Warner, off the Sheldrick. Quick clearance here for the Swans. And parked under it, it was touched, so no mark paid to Jordan. Papley again wins the ground ball. Hand pass off to half forward. Chopped off by Millerer. And the Crows can rebound. Rochelle was beaten through the air by Rampy. It falls to Roberts. He puts the home side back inside 50. McDonald's in the contest down there. Hacks it out of the air. McDonald, it goes across the face. And this will be, the Crows defenders want deliberate, but it will be a forward 50 stoppage. A throw in for the Swans at the Randwick end. It's the Crows who lead by 16. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Papley gave a high five in that celebration to Nick Blakey that had so much force. Blakey's shoulder looked like it nearly dislocated. He was like in pain. Papley was that up and about.
Crows by 16 points. Big goal from Papley to get the SCG going, though. Here's Sam Berry, runs away from that contest, but his kick is off the side of the boot, misguided, out of bounds on the full. So the Swans just getting a bit of momentum back late in this first term. After the Crows kicked 5 in a row in response to the Swans opening 2 goals. There was an incredible grab, mark of the year contender, perhaps winner, from Chad Warner. But it is Adelaide who lead by 16 points. McCartan's kick inside 50 is marked by Logan McDonald. Didn't have to break stride, arms fully extended, and McDonald will kick from 40, just about directly in front.
Well, the Crows players are getting around Josh Worrell, and there's been a spare for the Crows. Miller and Worrell largely benefiting in this quarter, but to allow a tall forward in Logan McDonald an absolute free run up at that footy is a little bit criminal from a defender.
Back in the side this week, Logan McDonald. He's battled his injuries in recent times, but it did feel as if the Swans needed him inside 50. Pick 4 in the draft from a few years ago. Logan McDonald hits the post. Not a bad effort, just drifted a little bit too far left. So Sydney 3-1-19, Adelaide 5-4-34. Crows by 15 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Brett Sprigg.
Miller up. Michael Annie goes beyond defensive 50. It's marked on the other side. The Crows try and get some dash going here. They lead by 15 points. It's with Braden Cook. Cook just sends his kick down the line and it goes out of bounds. So last disposal, Adelaide. Free kick, Sydney. In front of the O'Reilly stand. Eastern side of the SCG. Can the Warner mark and the Tom Papley special ignite this home crowd? Blakey drives them back towards the arc here. McLean in the contest with Keane. Good tackle laid down there by Heaney. The ball comes loose from Michael, and it will be a free kick going the way of the Swans Dynamo. Heaney at left half forward. Goes long to the hot spot. Has marking targets from the back. Sarong falls here. McLean tries to go off the ground and now trickles toward the behind line and over it for a rushed behind. And the Swans are 3-2-20. Adelaide 5-4-34. Approaching the half-hour mark of this opening quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Second against fifth at the SCG under lights on a Friday night, and it is delivering in a big way. Fantastic first term. Crows up by 14 as Curtin takes a nice mark opposed to Sarong. Worked him under the footy. Marked at left half back. Up to the wing he goes. Murray has front position opposed to McCartan. McCartan with the spoil. Grundy gets it to Blakey. The Swans go back inside 50. McLean's the target. He was leading towards the footy though, then had to double back, so lost his position. The mark was taken by Keane. And now the Crows can move it around right half back where Jordan Dawson has marked.
And the Crows come back inboard. Hawker Hahn. One of the two inclusions with Laird and Walker out of the side. Almost stepped off his line. Umpire eventually calls play on. Out to a 2-on-2. Strong grab by Jordan Dawson, just forward of halfway. Visitors lead by 14 points here. Their skipper goes inside forward 50, cutting across Bice as Keys was lurking. So too Shelley, who runs it out of bounds for a throw-in in the right forward pocket. Adelaide are 5-4. The Swans are 3-2. We've played 31 minutes in this opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So the marks in this first quarter, 38-7 in favour of Adelaide. Incredible gap there. The Swans have been able to regain some of the ascendancy in this first term as Errol Goulden clears defensive 50 up to the wing, punched away from McLean and now spiked forward by Cumming into attack. Strong tackle on Mills, ball spills free, Rankin taps it forward, Zach Taylor's there, couldn't gather it. McCartan under pressure, handballs it away, but back into trouble. Now it's with Dawson, loves the situation. His kick though is just pulled to the right and through for a behind. Adelaide 5-5-35, Sydney 3-2-20. It is a hot ball here at the SCG, Taylor Adams.
They are up for the fight, the Adelaide Crows, that's for sure. They've come here with a purpose and their pressure is through the roof.
Blakey goes short in the kick out to find McCartan. The Swans still just slowing things down. So trail by 15 points. McCartan goes for a dash, kicks beyond defensive 50. It's marked by Cumming.
Intercepted by the Crows, so Cumming will send them back inside forward 50. Easy as you like, as Murray leads up and has paid the mark. And he's 25 out on a very, very slight angle left of centre.
Well, Isaac Cumming had a period of time out of the game with his injury, but his start in this first quarter, he's been really strong in the air and super by foot.
The back six of Adelaide just looks so settled behind the ball. Their ability to come off and intercept at the right time and then keep the ball in their front half of the ground has been really impressive.
So here's Toby Murray. He would have played with his older brother Sam in the Pies.
I did, yes. Played with Sam.
He's at Wayne Rovers, winning all the premierships these days as captain coach.
Captain coach, yeah.
Last I checked, Sam Murray. Here's Toby. Set shot from 40 out, and he steers it through for the Crows' sixth. And they extend that margin back out to 21 points. 6-5-41 plays the Swans 3-2-20. This first term's gone 33 minutes at the SCG. And this is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, Murray's had a bit of an up and down year at times, but I think he just continues to add to the argument that the Crows name a tall side as they head towards finals. And seeing McAndrew out there currently and Murray being able to push forward, if he's good for a goal a game and he's that fifth player off the bench to chop out McAndrew in the ruck, I think he holds his spot.
The voice of Lauren Arnell, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Taylor Adams with you for this call, alongside myself, Daniel Garb and Brett Sprigg. It's been a fantastic first term, and the Crows put in this set up their run to the final superbly. They can make the most of this start, leading by 21 points. 34 minutes gone in the first term, and they go forward again through Peatling. Another entry inside 50. This kick, though, this is the mark, and Tom McCutcheon is able to take the grab on his chest. It was intended for Murray, who kicked a goal just 30 seconds ago. Up to the wing. Miller has taken another strong mark. Doesn't that sum up Wayne Miller's first term? 11 disposals for him and 7 marks. And it's the Crows who have silenced the SCG early. 6-5-41 to the Swans 3-2-20. They're up by 21 points.
On the board for them is Alex Neil-Bullen, Darcy Fogarty, Isaac Rankin, Josh Rochelle, Lockie McAndrew and Toby Murray. Their 6 goal kickers so far. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, Chad Warner kicked the first goal of the game. Tom Patley and Braden Campbell also on the board for the home side, who trail by 21 points at the first change. On ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Listen. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Get ready for a year of Test cricket like you've never heard before.
Hits him hard and high, straight back down the ground for 6.
That's an amazing shot.
12 months, 20 Test matches. New Zealand at home over summer. The 3 most iconic overseas tours. The 150th anniversary Test under lights at the MCG. And it all begins August 13 with Australia versus Bangladesh on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Nursing through Campbell, dizzy early. Hand pass off to the blonde-tipped Errol Goulden. Sweeps the hand pass wide. Warner, on edge of the square. Regathers 52 from goal. Unguarded square. Goes all the way. And the Chad puts the Swans on the board first.
Quick handball to Jordan. The Swans go inside 50 again. Long ball from James Jordan. And it's marked by Braden Campbell. Kick from 20 out, slide angle to the left. Braden Campbell's 95th game, but the first of this season. Welcome back to AFL footy. The former pick 5 from the 2020 draft slams it through. Boundary throw in, inside attack for the Crows, cleared by Heaney, but it doesn't exit defensive 50. Gathered by Alex Neil-Bullen. Now the Crows have a goal. Excellent snap from Neil-Bullen from 45 out. McAndrew does nicely to work Grundy under the football, and then Rankin snap is through. Once again, Tom McCartan beaten trying to get a touch on the goal line, and Isaac Rankin is on the board. A couple of quick snaps from the Crows. Bill Thorpe's the target, punched away from him, but Fogarty's waiting down. He does the roving and kicks a third in a row for Adelaide. Murray now doing the ruck work with McLean. Sydney under serious pressure once again. Here's Rochelle on the snap. They've got another Adelaide. 4 in a row. No mark taken, Lloyd. And then Warner with the huge grab. Chad Warner with a specky and a half at the SCG on a Friday night.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Yeah, despite the potential new clubhouse leader for Mark of the Year, the Swans trail the Crows by 21 points here at the Sydney Cricket Ground after a quarter of footy, Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. To our experts very shortly, your text welcome 0437 747 We'll get to your text, Phil, at half-time regarding what the coaches do in front of all those computers. Stu and Figgy say, Khan, the Swannies tuned in from Letterkenny Island. Great to hear from you, Stu and Figgy. Pete, thank you for your text. Someone else asks, why are Adelaide wearing their normal shorts rather than white? I would say that it's the clash. So if they wear any white, then there's obviously white on the Swans jumper. So to eliminate any more possibility of an even very slight colour clash, the Crows are wearing their home jumper and navy blue home shorts. John from West Footscray says, hi, Corbin. If Sydney wins, what's happened? Hello, John. Brett will do. Yes, I'd mentioned this pre-game. So as far as the run home for both of these two sides, Sydney is still 2 games clear of third. So ideally for them, they would win tonight, beat the Giants in the derby next week, and they are set. They really can't finish outside of second, especially considering that the Hawks and Brisbane play each other. So there's one less threat coming under them if they can take their business across 2 more games. They've got their work cut out for them here, though, trailing by 21 points. Meanwhile, for the Crows, they've got some tricky home games against the Pies and the Giants. They should get Essendon and Richmond, but they do have 2 big away tasks here at the SCG against the Swans tonight and against Fremantle away as well. The task for them is they can finish as high as top 4, the Adelaide Crows, despite the fact that it's no short thing, certainly from their point of view. 6-5 plays 3-2 here at quarter time. Your experts on ABC Sport, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
Yeah, obviously a dominant quarter from the Crows, and I think what you'd be expecting from the huddle is from Matthew Nicks right now is more of the same, please, but also expect a significant response from Sydney. So the Crows had 48% time in possession in that quarter. They had 10 more tackles and at the same time 16 more disposals. And what you pointed out quite rightly, Taylor, throughout that quarter is the mark differential is unbelievable. 40 marks for the Crows in a quarter to 8 for Sydney. The Crows just dominated the footy.
Yeah, and that's what teams want to do to the Swans. They want to take the ball from live to control, take away from their ability to put pressure on the game. And you can see the Swans really struggled with that. Their ability to defend their uncontested marks was off. It happened a little bit last week against Fremantle in that second half, and unfortunately for the Swans, it leads to scores against.
Do you think it's system, or do they just need to wake up now at quarter time? It looks like they've copped a bit of a rev from Dean Cox. You can appreciate he wouldn't be happy at this point in time.
Yeah, it's not system. It's a concentration ability to go out and execute. These guys know their roles and the game plan. It's unfortunately for them, they've started really slowly tonight.
And I think as a positive and balance for Sydney, teams can score heavily really quickly here at the SCG. It's obviously a small ground. So to be fair, on balance, the Crows probably could be further up than just the 21 points here at quarter time.
Yeah, they definitely could be.
11 scoring shots to 5. So, yeah, 6-5 versus 3-2 as it stands on the scoreboard right now in Adelaide's favour. Declan Byrne, down to you quickly.
Dean Cox held them in for a little bit longer. He wasn't over the top. He wasn't shouting. He was pointing at the board. So the messages were still measured, but he wanted that extra time. So he held them way longer.
Into the second term we go. Grundy versus McAndrew. Down there it falls now for Goulden, who was held by Rankin. Warner just tumbles it off his left boot towards half forward. It does bounce inside forward 50. Donald hand pass off to Campbell. Runs straight to Keane. He's dispossessed. And again, they pile in from all angles. It does come loose off the deck and Curvis. And now they'll clear beyond defensive 50 here, the Crows. Now to a 2-on-2 on the wing. Warner is loose man. Onto it now first on that logo western side. He makes a couple of jinking steps and goes inside 50. Held with McDonald, and it will be free kick Sydney.
If Chad was not the best mover inside a 5-metre box, then I don't know who is. He sidestepped his shadow then.
It's beautiful to watch. Mark King gives away the free kick on McDonald, so it will be an opportunity here for the Swans. Inside 50 at the earliest possible stage. And this one in the first term, Logan McDonald, as Declan said, back from the quad strain, and on their 4 inclusions. The West Australian key forward. The Swans would love this to start the second quarter. And he steers it through. with a fist pump as well to lift the crowd. And the Swans close the gap to 15 points. 4-2-26. They trail the Crows to a 6-5-41 on ABC Sport. Your experts, Taylor Adams and Lauren Arnell.
I think if you're an experienced player for the Swans right now, you're standing out there watching that goal go through the big sticks, you're probably thinking we're doing all right here. Like, we've been cleaned out in this first quarter. I probably couldn't have played any worse defensively, and offence wasn't great, Tay, but to be only 15 points down and kick the first in the second quarter, not in too bad a shape.
Yeah, there's no doubt there's a strong belief within this group that they can play 4 quarters of good quality football and match with anyone, and they know there's a lot of footy left in this game.
The Crows lead cut back to 15 points. Big goal, Logan McDonald. He seems to be strutting around with a bit more confidence this season. Taylor Adams, Logan McDonald, just a bit more presence and belief about him, perhaps?
Well, he didn't play at all last year, so it's great to see him back out there playing well.
Grundy, the Sockers at forward. Gathered by James Jordan at centre-half forward. Got the hands free. And handballed it straight to Jordan Dawson. He was able to send it forward for the Crows. Here's Berry. Got it to Keys. Ball still in the middle of the SCG. Gathered by Rankin now. Out wide to Curtin. It's a spearing pass, but Rampy at front position opposed to Saligo. And he just hammered it towards the boundary line, and over it goes. Just forward of the wing. Boundary throw in favour of Adelaide's attacking 50.
Good read from Rampy, just getting on the front foot and seeing the ball go low from Curtin first. Nice little spoil they didn't see in that first quarter.
On the outer side, toss back in. Grundy out in the path of James Jordan. Jordan Dawson gets there first. That's a tongue twister in some ways. Out of bounds for a throw-in once more.
And as Jordan Dawson ran over that boundary line then, James Jordan right behind him. That tag hasn't been dropped yet. There's a bit of merry-go-round happening on the field. James.
It's a lot of first names.
Yeah, it's a lot of first names. Jordan Dawson looks like he's sort of gone a half back a little bit here.
Toss back in. Grundy and McAndrew wrestle. Dawson does get free of Jordan. Now the hand pass off to Rankin. His kick tumbled down the line. Dropped by Saligo. Picked up by Rochelle. Goes closer to home here. Fogarty, 55 from goal. Turns and goes whack towards full forward. They're streaking forward there. Thilthorpe didn't quite hang on to it. Locked up in defence here by the Swans, and they're away here through Campbell. And he neatly finds McDonald at left half back now for Sydney.
Lovely kick from Campbell. That's why he's back in the team. That laser-like left foot. There's Blakey running off half-back. They love this here at the SCG. Gets it back the Lizard and then spots a man up at centre-half forward with typical precision. That's Sheldrick. 55 out on his left. Long ball into attack. Heaney's the target. Well done by Dawson. Getting back to do the defensive work and spoiling it away from Isaac Heaney. And we'll have a boundary throw in next to the behind post inside 50 for the Swans, who trail by 15 points.
Well, that's the first time we've seen the flowing mullet of Nick Blakey streaming off half-back, and gee, it's a good side at the SCG.
Adelaide by 15. Back in it comes. Grundy and McAndrew. And now Jordan had the arm pinned there by Jordan Dawson. Curtin, meanwhile, just thumps it beyond defensive 50 and will bounce toward the outer side and over for will be a Swans free kick.
It was actually Gould when he kicked the Swans inside 50, but the blonde tips
he's got
out a couple of times.
He's got you. He hasn't got the sort of the lighter shades of Sheldrick naturally. It's with Jai Sarong, by the way, on the outer side. Every player in the Swans attacking half. Water inside 50. No mark this time. It goes to Mike Lanny, who intercepts. Little 1-2 hand pass off to Borlase. So now the Crows again bring it beyond defensive 50. There was a player being held, McCartan. And Fogarty does give away. In fact, no, he gets the free kick going his way. So McCartan held him. Adelaide 3 at left half back. The Crows lead by 15 points.
Here's Saligo on the wing. Guides one forward. Nice mark, Rochelle. Out in front of Cunningham. He was under pressure. Needed to take a strong grab and did, and plays on quickly with his speed. Gets away from Cunningham and then finds Thilthorpe in the pocket. 2 or 3 bites at it. But he's so big that no one can get a hand on the football. And Riley Thilthorpe with another contested mark. He's had a really good game so far. He's without a goal yet to show for it. And this is a really tough kick. He'll strike it from just inside 50, tight angle to the left. But his contested marking is on point early.
And they're looking for him too. I'd love to see the numbers of how many times the Crows have gone inside 50 with a target on Thilthorpe.
So only 19 goals this season, Riley Thilthorpe, after 60 last year. But he's starting to find his form. And that is a beautiful strike. From the tightest of angles for a right footer. sent it over the goal umpire's hat and just stood and enjoyed the silence, I think, of the Sydney fans around him.
Who says the drop punt's dead?
One of the fun things of being a commentator and watching footy is when players have a set shot from the boundary, and it can be hard when we're on a wing to see where the ball's landing in the goal. So I often just watch the player's reaction, and it had barely left his foot. Taylor, he was turning around to the Bay of Crows supporters right next to him.
Yeah, he was either getting some encouragement or some not so nice encouragement from the Sydney fans behind the fence, because he had a few words to say after he put that one through.
He's taken 5 marks and 4 of them have been under serious pressure. So this is a problem for the Swans now.
Yeah, he looks ominous tonight. And there's been a lot spoken of his form, but he is the man of the match so far.
Yeah, goalless last week against the Suns, which is the second time this year. He's got 20 majors on the year. Riley Thilthorpe out of the ruck. McAndrew dispossessed by Rowbottom and now slapped away by Sheldrick. Crows have numbers though. Berry works it wide to Cook from the wing. Goes inside forward 50 and Taylor watches it skid over his head and over for a throw-in. Stoppage inside 50 for the Crows at the Randwick end of the SCG. They lead by 21 points, Adelaide. 7-5 plays 4-2, the 8-minute mark of the second term.
McAndrew and Grundy going at it again. Berry's there. He's been really busy. He is a tackling machine for the Crows. 133 tackles for the season. 21 more than anyone in the AFL. And against this formidable Swans midfield, they need him at his best tonight. He started well. Another boundary throw in. Crows by 21 points. Bounces in front of Grundy and McAndrew. Sarong tried to emerge from defensive footy with a football. And that's a good tackle on Cook by Campbell. We got the hands free though, so the Crows still with it. Worrell will pump it inside 50. It's skewed off the side of the boot though. Wasn't a great kick. It allows Rowbottom to try and clear the area. Nankervis gathered it. He heads towards goal. Off hands, loose ball, deep in attack for Adelaide. Gathered by Goulden, out wide to Sarong. Dangerous handball to Cunningham, under pressure. He's got to turn it over here. And it's marked by Zach Taylor. I'm not sure that was the smartest handball by Sarong. In fact, it's Ben Keys who's taken the mark, uncontested.
Interesting to see what he does here. He's a left footer, so whether he pops it up to the square. There he is.
He just tries to guide it for Fogarty in the pocket. Punched away from him. Saligo's there, off hands. Back to Keys. And now we'll have a boundary throw in left forward pocket. It was a handball from Sarong that put the Swans back under pressure, and that's led to the football staying inside 50 for Adelaide, who lead by 21 points.
Yeah, their pressure's good again this quarter. The Adelaide Crows, renowned for their tackling pressure, and they've certainly haven't let the Swans down tonight.
Locked in there forward 50 again, Adelaide. Grundy wins it down here. Going to burst away as Jordan is beyond defensive 50. It'll bounce out to the other side of the SCG. Race on foot means Campbell gets there first. Shares the hand pass off to Blakey. No options. Calls Campbell to go. And in the meantime sends it off his preferred left. Down towards half forward. Crashing in was Warren McDonald. Mopped up here by Patley. A bounce now goes inside 50. Centering ball. Wide of Curnow. Mopped up there by Rankin. Now Miller combines with Curtin. And the Crows are away to rebound beyond defensive 50. It's marked by McAndrew. Just second, third bite in the contest with Grundy as the Crows surge forward again. They lead to 21 points.
He's working his way into that battle, Lockie McAndrew nicely, opposed to Brodie Grundy. Goes short to Dawson, barely the 15. Under the Bill O'Reilly stand in the lights on a Friday night at the SCG. Jordan Dawson's former home, of course. His kick to half forward. It's marked by Jai Sarong. He goes backwards to McCartan. And they switch it around. Defensive 50. Here's Will Edwards. Finds Blakey. He'll have to send it up the wing. Campbell's the target. It's a really good kick. It is inch perfect. Campbell had to wait for it, but held his ground. He kicks to half forward now. Another precise effort. And Papley's marked with his chest. Nice movement this by the Swans. He drives one inside 50. But well done, Sam Berry. Got in the way of Charlie Curnow, who was coming out full steam and took an important defensive mark.
Switch it across to Peatling. Who retreats defensively back to fullback. Miller. And now he's captain in Jordan Dawson. Crows lead by 21 points here. 7-5 plays 4-2 at the SCG. 11 minutes go on second term. Little 1-2 punch
And Neil Bourne and Dawson, and the skipper goes beyond defensive 50. Awkward kick. Kept alive down there. And by Keys, gets a hand pass away. Back to Dawson, who just tumbles it onto the chest of Tom McCartan. And Swans will turn defence into attack.
McCartan goes short. Finds Cunningham. Adelaide up by 21 points. Here's Goulden. That long left boot. McDonald out to meet it. Did well to control it down to James Jordan. Quick snap on goal. Misses everything. Really good contest by McDonald to bring that to ground, but perhaps James Jordan rushed the kick. Free kick Crows, left back pocket. They lead by 21 points.
So you're starting to see Errol Goulden get involved in the play at half-back here. He starts as a midfielder and then works back really, really hard to generate some run off the half-back line for the Swans.
Worrell just pump it long beyond defensive 50. Out to a 2-on-2. Through Edwards' hands. Rampy wrapped up by Curtin. And we will throw it back in on the outer side of the ground. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Just looking at the stats, so many of the Swans are really cold. Bice is coming off 35 and 31 in the VFL. He's had 2 touches. There's 8 Swans who've had 2 or less, including Sheldrick as well. It feels like tonight is made for Sheldrick.
Crows lead by 21 points here in this second quarter. McLean does the right work up against Murray. Had a path cleared for him, Jordan. But the ball comes nowhere. Let's them play here. Berry reaching for it now for the Crows. Peatling escapes the tackle of Sheldrick. Had a second go at it. Now he's manhandled by McLean up against the boundary line. And it will be free kick Adelaide. The Crows go up the eastern side of the ground. Curtin palms it down here into the path of Bice. Hand pass was dicey. Under some pressure for Sheldrick. And now Serong lays the tackle down there on Murray for a ball up. Adelaide 7-5-47. Sydney a 4-2-26. 13 go on second term. ABC Sport.
Bit more of an arm wrestle in this quarter. Crows standing their ground. Really good showing from Matthew Nix's side early as they scrap away for it on the wing. Now it's gathered by Adelaide and Neil Bullen. Back to Saligo. Chips one inside 50 and Keys has taken the mark. He thinks about passing it off. Runs back quickly. Now he decides to spot up a target. That's Thilthorpe. Punched away from him by Edwards. Gathered by Berry. No free kick as Berry hit the ground. Cleared by Sheldrick, and that's out of bounds on the full. So the Swans under pressure. Rushing proceedings. And we'll have another re-entry inside 50 for Adelaide.
So, does come to find Millerer. 60 from goal. They're all sitting up inside the attack there for the Crows. To the hot spot he goes, looking for Thilthorpe. It ricochets down here for Cumming, who just strolls in and pops it through. Easy as you like for the Crows. And Isaac Cumming joins the list of goal kickers for the visitors. 8-5-53. It's a new game-high lead. The Swans are 4-2-26. The Crows by 27. 14 go on second term on ABC Sport. Your experts, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
Just enjoying the patience from the Crows. They haven't lost their cool while Swans are trying to regain a bit of ascendancy in this game. And Thilthorpe, the target that he is, we've spoken about it a number of times. He drew 3 or 4 Swans to that aerial contest, and it meant that Cumming was smart enough to stay down. His opponent got sucked in just watching the footy with Thilthorpe competing against far too many players in the air, and doesn't get a hell of a lot easier than that when you're sitting at the back of a contest, hey?
No, that's a layup.
That's easy.
You're right. Thilthorpe's, he's had 5 disposals and kicked 1 goal, but it just feels like he's in everything. He's the amount of contests he's had in the air, and he just hasn't been beaten tonight, so providing a real focal point for the Adelaide forwards.
They seem to be distracted by something there, Tom McCartan. Should have taken that defensive mark. Sloppy by someone who's had a really good season, and Isaac Cumming with the easiest of goals. As the Crows try to go forward again. Quick hands from Rankin. It's a nice tackle, though, by Malcolm Roses on Hawker Hahn. Papley, though, met with equal pressure the same way. Adelaide try to win it back, but they've turned it over. Here's Bice. Handball forward, finds Papley. Over the top for Warner. Can he gather it? He does. Finds some space. Chad Warner loves this situation. Never in doubt. Snaps on the run for his second of the night from 30 out. A bit of noise reverberates around the SCG once more. Adelaide's lead cut back to 21 points.
And they needed that one, the Swans. It's a good bounce back after the goal at the other end. But with players like Chad Warner and Isaac Heaney and Errol Goulden and Tom Papley in your team, you never feel out of the game. And Chad's having one of those nights. He's taken mark of the year just about. He's kicked 2 goals now. and he's doing his best to electrify the SCG.
You mentioned earlier, Tay, Tom Papley being the best celebrator you've played alongside. Is Warner number 2?
Yeah, he's certainly up there. Yeah, absolutely. That's just a good goal, isn't it?
Oh, it's a ripping goal, but I think the energy he brings in the celebration is important on a night like tonight when the Crows have controlled the footy by so much. It's the springboard they need.
Yeah, 23 times last week against Freo. It was his lowest tally since round 10. Chad Warner from the restart. And bursting through Sheldrick. Hand pass off to Chad Warner. Goes on a bit of a dash here towards half forward. Triples the kick inside 50. Curnow will snap from 45 out. It'll bounce into the square. Comes back here for Peatling. Off to Millerer. Pressure comes from Papley. Umpire saw a free kick here for a hold that will come the way of James Peatling. Western Sydney product.
Had a fair bit of it too. 13 disposals already tonight.
A former Giant. He's now played 41 games at the Crows, so almost as much as his 45-game tally at GWS. James Peatling comes beyond offensive 50. Picked up here by the Swans and Roberts. Mopped up now by Hawker Hahn for the Crows. They'll clear the area here through Nankervis. Kick was too deep for Fogarty. Sarong runs off him, tracks it towards half-back, and now McCartan sends it back to Roberts for a safe option on the wing.
Roberts goes short, but advances the football to Sheldrick. On his left boot, kicks the left half forward. McLean tries to make a contest, punched away from him. Rose has got hands to it. His handball, though, was intended for Bice and didn't quite hit the target. The Crows, with that pressure again, are able to lock it up. And it's a ball up at left half forward for the Swans. Charlie Curnow just the 2 kicks. Without a score yet, the Coleman medal leader on 50 goals. Ball Ace doing an excellent job, along with the entire Crows defence so far, as Heaney gathers it on the wing. Kicks to half forward. Millerer underneath it. That's surely a free kick against Curnow. Got Millerer high. Umpire did not blow the whistle. The Crows are able to gather it regardless at half-back through Rankin.
Rankin finds Nankervis short by foot, and Millerer puts himself everywhere and takes the mark at right half-back. His kick dicey, though. Peatling gathers on the half volley. Intercept the hand pass to Sheldrick off to Roberts. His hand pass knocked down as well by Millerer. They're away here, the Crows. Cook and now Rankin. Uncontested mark taken by Neil Bullen on the members' side of the SCG. Peatling's still running. Shares it back to Rankin. Looping hand pass fall down to Taylor. Has options upfield. Kick was spotted by Cunningham. Falls there now for Heaney of the Swans. Hand pass off to Roberts. Some run here from Blakey. A bounce on the wing. A second bounce now for Blakey. Goes inside forward 50. Who's there? Curnow. Was he held by Ball Ace? Umpire says yes. Free kick for the Swans spearhead. Declan, is it raining? I can see it's heavy.
Confirmation the rain has hit, so it is only getting slipperier. Nick Blakey doesn't mind. He'll still bounce the ball.
Going back to your comments pre-game, Loz, this seems like it suits the Swans when the rain comes down.
I wonder if they're behind by too much, though. So every kick is important from here. It's 21 points down as it currently stands. As we're about to hit time on in the second term, Charlie Curnow, the Coleman medal leader, will kick from just inside 50. He sprayed it left, didn't come back quite enough. Minor score for Big Charlie. Swans trail by 20 points here at the SCG in a now rainy Friday night fixture against the Adelaide Crows.
Blakey also up to the 13 disposals, and his metres gained in this quarter will be significant for the Swans.
Keane's kick up to the wing, punched away from Philthorpe by McCartan. Rankin's there, though, getting plenty of it at half-back. Gave it to Neil Bullen. That's a dangerous kick. Coming out to wait for it. Punched away from him by Lloyd. Handball over the top for Campbell. Papley sharks it instead. Has a snap-on goal. It's through. Tom Papley with another ripping snap on the run. And he's still going with the celebration. Arms outstretched. He ran about 30 metres around the wing and then back towards centre half forward. But it's a really big goal for Sydney. It pegs the Adelaide lead back to 14 points. And he's one of the best in the comp at getting a crowd going.
He certainly is. I'd love to see his GPS numbers from the moment he kicks a goal to when he
post-goal meters.
Time off.
He's sitting on his haunches here. He's a great celebrator, but in conditions like this, it generally comes down to the team that adjusts best to the rainy conditions. And that kick, I'm not sure who it was from the Adelaide player that went
Neil
back
Bullen.
inside Neil Bullen. It's too risky. It's a 50-50 ball in the wet. As I said before, you give some of these guys in the Swans outfit a chance, they will hurt you.
The voice of former Magpie, Giant and Swan, Taylor Adams on ABC Sport. Great to have him with us. From the restart, Grundy v McAndrew. Warner first hands to it, shares it with Heaney, and they go forward again here, Sydney. High kick inside forward 50. Clean under it now. Second bite can't get there. Overrun by Sheldrick. Now mops it up. And attacking 50. Brought down by Worrell. And with that, the tackler is rewarded. Still some pressure out there coming from the Crows. And Worrell bring it across here. And to Saligo, who marks up right half back in front of the old members stand.
Saligo up the wing to Fogarty. Looks like the rain has just subsided a bit now. Fogarty marked in front of Edwards. Drives it to half forward. Phil Thorpe the target. And punched away from that contest by Tom McCartan. The Crows by 14 points, 8-5-53. Sydney 6-3-39. The Swans started to really settle in this term. Hapley and Warner with the last 2 goals of the game. Both on the run. Grundy palms it down. It's worked up to the wing for Sydney, but back there is Nankervis to mop up, twists one way, then the other, and gives it to Borlace, who sends the Crows forward.
Thumps it inside forward 50, looking in the Fogarty direction. Score from Will Edwards, out of bounds for a throw on the junction of 50. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
We always love some sign interpretation. The Adelaide Crows sign up at the moment is a capital T and the strong arm emoji. Loz, have you seen that?
Yeah, I was just about to get ahead of you, Declan. I see it a lot at Adelaide Oval. It basically means kick strong side, long down the line, and keep the numbers in contest. Play fast off that. Which I'll let you guys call what just happened.
Well, it's wrapped up here for a ball up anyway at right half forward.
So what they're trying to do is obviously what they've been playing a lot of uncontested short kick games. So stop doing that. Go take more metres, go long down the line, and try and get out the back.
So off the deck here it comes to Heaney. He was dispossessed in the Rankin tackle. Now Berry back to Cook. Sends Adelaide back inside forward 50. Phil Thorpe's down there. Blakey with a spoil missed it. The bounce there for Cunningham. He had his head ripped off by Fogarty. Only free kick Sydney in the left back pocket.
It's a pretty aggressive tackle. The Swans player's still down, but if you're Fogarty...
Harry Cunningham still down, so not in trouble here. Crows lead by 14 points.
It's a heavy hit.
Yeah. Hopefully Harry's okay.
Oof.
Comes down. Fogarty gets him.
That is careless.
Yeah, and
every sense of the word.
Oh, absolutely. So on this angle now we can see contact from the forearm of Fogarty made to the head of Harry Cunningham. This could spell trouble, not just for Harry Cunningham, but for the Adelaide forward, Darcy Fogarty. Oh, there's a bit of demonstration as well. Tom McCartan just giving him a whack. Declan Byrne, down to you.
You might remember right in front of me here in the benches, Peter Wright a couple of years ago going into Harry Cunningham, knocked him out cold. It was a brutal collision. So he had that concussion a couple of years ago. I don't think any since, but he's coming off now.
He's coming your way, Declan. Yeah, I mentioned players with experience. He's actually the oldest or earliest debut of all the Swans out there. So guys like Rampy and Lloyd are older. Harry Cunningham debuted in the first ever derby, I think you'll find, Taste. The Giants v Swans at Homebush way back when. Here's Blakey, the left back pocket. It's down that members side of the SCG. Reaching up there, Michael Lanny out of bounds for a throw-in near the Adelaide bench. The Crows lead by 14 points as we approach half-time.
Well, Cunningham ran off the ground. That's a good sign. But that shouldn't impact the way in which that's looked at by the match review officer. Careless, rough conduct from Darcy Fogarty. And it wasn't pretty. Thankfully, Cunningham is back on his feet. We hope that he can recover and play a further part in this game as it's soccered forward by Adelaide. Just next to the Swans bench. We'll have a boundary throw in. They lead by 14 points. Late stages of the second term. 25 minutes gone. Mills goes short to Bice. He'll get it back from Bice, the Swans captain, and drive his team up to half forward. Curnow tries to make a contest, brought it to ground. James Jordan just sent it inside 50. McLean comes out to meet it, gathered it cleanly. Ball looking for Heaney. He's well tackled by Nankervis and Berry. We'll have a ball up. Left half forward, just inside 50 for the Swans, who trail by 14 points.
Doesn't have the same sort of spark or intensity as the first term. At a skill level either this second quarter, as free kick for a hold going the way of Crows big Lockie McAndrew. The Swans have kept themselves in the contest despite trailing by 27 points in this second term. They come beyond offensive 50. Fogarty spoiled down there by McCartan, out of bounds for a throw-in. Declan, down to you.
The doctor's gone into the rooms. It looks like Harry Cunningham will be getting a check for JA.
No surprises there. Crows by 14 points. 26 gone to the second term. Back in it comes. Grundy in front of McAndrew. Curtin there first. Dispossessed. The tackle of Rowbottom. And the umpire says it's balled up.
Just feels like the Swans have been able to stop the Crows' kick mark game throughout this quarter as they wrestle for the football again, just behind the wing in favour of Sydney. High ball, not far away from that area, punched away from the contest, and then that's a strong tackle by Goulden on Rankin, and he's forced Rankin to kick it out of bounds to the full.
Well, there's no doubt the Swans' pressure has increased in this quarter, and we were told Jordan wouldn't tag Jordan Dawson. I'd argue that fact.
Hasn't left your side.
Rowbottom's kick towards attacking 50 was punched away from the contest by Curtin. So boundary throw in just behind the paint. Swans attacking 50. 27 minutes gone in the second term. Chance for Sydney to set this up for a couple of their runners to work off Brodie Grundy. There goes Papley looking for it. Falls the other side of him though. Cummings' kick is smothered. Rochelle tries to soccer it off the ground, using all of his world game experience, of course. Rampy tries to move it forward. Gathered nicely by Campbell. Clean hands, but it is turned over and the Crows can run away from half back.
Fogarty back to Berry. He was still running. Takes on Mills coming the other way. Ricochets off the Swans skipper. In fact, it came off Michaelani. So I'll argue last touch, and it will be adjudicated to be a Swans free kick with the skipper, Callum Mills. Crows lead by 14. Mills pumps Sydney inside 50. Up in front down there, Heaney in that pack, and it's off hands for a throw-in.
Yes, the Swans have been able to slow down Adelaide's uncontested marks. In the first quarter, they had 41 total marks, and for this quarter, they've had 18.
The voice of All-Australian and Collingwood Copeland Trophy winner Taylor Adams on ABC Sport here at the SCG. Crows by 14. Down it comes here as Matheny bursts through a pack. Shares it back to Borlase. So now Rankin hurried kick beyond defensive 50. Picked up by Roberts. The Swans will go from left half forward.
Sydney enjoying repeat entries inside 50. They've got the Crows pegged back late in the second term. Roberts will go long with that left boot. McLean will leap. Off hands. Well done, McAndrew. Not paid the mark, though. They're still under pressure here. Papley will run and get a shot. Is that paid? It is. A goal to the Swans and Tom Papley. Well, the Adelaide defence stood still. They just allowed Papley to take advantage of that situation for his third. McAndrew thought he'd taken the mark. Umpire said it was touched. It fell to ground and Papley did the rest from 5 metres out. Adelaide's lead back to 8 points.
I'm trying to watch this replay again because it looked like for all money that McAndrew had marked that, and the umpires called play on, and I think it was Isaac Heaney that laid the tackle on him, and obviously Papley, the beneficiary there, mopping up the ball and kicking a goal from the top of the goal square.
McAndrew's shaking his head, talking with the umpire.
Oh, it's a mark.
There was a touch from Curnow, but he was in the contest, McAndrew. You've got to pay that.
You've seen them paid.
Papley was all over it. Kicked 2 goals on his return last week, and now 3 goals and counting tonight in a half of footy. And that margin back to 8 points. It was 27 midway through this second term. We had some rain earlier in this quarter as well, but that seems to have subsided as we approach the half-hour mark of quarter number 2. McAndrew uncontested out of the ruck. The spirals a kick towards 50. Play has stopped. We'll come back here for an Adelaide free kick.
Might be the square up from the unpaid mark. Deep in defensive 50 for McAndrew.
They might have preferred the entry. It's going to come all the way back here to the centre circles.
Strange we slow the game down for things like this. Let the game play there. Now Sydney set up behind the ball, and you've got to enter with twice as many numbers.
McAndrew does drive it long down the corridor, and Saligo leads into space. Can't get his hands all the way to it. Rosa's wrapped up by Berry. And the ball up now at left half forward for Adelaide. 8 points their lead. 31 minutes gone in the second term.
And that was a really rough call against them. And Lockie McAndrew, it led to the Swans' last goal. Adelaide fans will be seething at that, no doubt. They've done so well. Strong tackle by Saligo inside 50 on Bice. So just a couple of minutes remaining in the second term. Grundy on his knees, tries to slap it forward. Saligo can gather the football. Worked forward by Zach Taylor. Over the head of McCartan. Which way will it bounce? It just evades the behind post. We'll have a throw in. Deep in attack for Adelaide to lead by 8 points. They've been excellent so far in this first half, Matthew Nix's side. The Swans have just managed to wear them down and whittle back this margin.
Toss back in. Deep in attack for the Crows. Grundy palms it down. Rankin's always dangerous. Roberts lays the tackle and brought up again. Fogarty was in there as well for Adelaide. Now Grundy beats McAndrew, outbodies him. Long tap to the outside for Warner, who just toes it away now for Isaac Heaney. He pumps it beyond defensive 50. Curnow in the contest with Worrell. Wins it. He's at right half back. Just behind the wing here, Curnow. He waits for those red and white jumpers to surge forward. And this kick skids out in front of Rosas. He turns, coming inside out. Rosas goes towards 50. Second bite for Patley. He's paid the grab. He's a long way from home, though. He's still 60 out, Patley. This will test his distance. Already with 3 goals tonight. Sends it deep to the pocket. Worrell in the contest. Curnow with a one-hander couldn't quite finish it off. Kept alive by Worrell. That just provides more pressure, though, on Sligo. He's reaching for his hammy. Rosas was doing the pressure work in there. Picked up by Cook. Sligo now does receive it uncontested and thumps it back beyond defensive 50. Off hands for a throw-in at right half forward for the Sydney Swans. Crows lead by 8.
Well, fair bit of crowd feedback there for the umpires. I thought Jordan Dawson, captain's little play there. It wasn't a professional free kick, but it was good as to slow Tom Papley's entry down inside 50.
Still enough time for either side to kick one more before half-time. Grundy down to Papley. He's looking really dangerous. 3 goals already, but he did too much there. And Hawkerhan was able to run him down and catch him holding the ball. Well done, youngster. Back in the Crow side in place of Rory Laird this week. It's a strong tackle. Papley tried to break away. He'll kick up to the wing. They need a strong grab here. Fogarty's the target. Punched away from him by McCartan, who's growing into this game nicely, Tom McCartan. Here's Berry. Now to Fogarty. Good tackle at him by Heaney. Got the hands free. Back to Berry. Works it up the wing. It evaded Rampy the football. Gathered by Rochelle. Now Keys to Murray. High ball into attack, but there are no Crows there. In fact, that'll float out of bounds on the full. And that might do us for the first half. Adelaide 8-5-53. Sydney 7-3-45. The free kick will be taken at right half back by the Swans veteran in Dane Rampy.
He's game number 283 for Dane Rampy, former captain. Played the 8th most games of any Sydney Swan on the all-time list. Comes down to Rosas. Still time here. Curnow lays off to the live wire. Rosas goes inside 50. Jordan on the quarter-time or half-time siren. Now Heaney snaps. The umpire signal for... There it is. So there is the half-time siren. That was bizarre. I thought the umpire did signal a few seconds earlier, but as it turns out, there is no Sydney score, despite the fact they were in their attacking 50. So they did cut back a 27-point lead to now just 8 points in Adelaide's advantage. 8-5-53 to the Swans at 7-3-45. That's thanks largely to Tom Papley's 3 goals so far in the half of footy. 2 for Chad Warner and a Mark of the Year contender as well. Singles to McDonald, Campbell also on the board there for the... Curnow missed his, didn't he? So those are the goal kickers for the Sydney Swans. Meanwhile, all individuals for the Crows: Phil Thorpe, Neil Bullen, Fogarty, Cumming, Rankin, Rochelle, McAndrew and Toby Murray. There will be match review scrutiny on the action from Darcy Fogarty in that second term. A swinging arm into the chops of Harry Cunningham, who's off being assessed. So more on that shortly as well, but that will be not looked upon kindly by the MRO, one would think. Adelaide by 8 points at the halftime break here. Your experts, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, are Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
Well, a 9-point game, Taylor, you'd be really happy with that if you're the Swans. Or is it 8? It's 8 points. Forgive my maths. Significant fight back in that second quarter, and it feels like now the game's being played on the Swans' terms. While the rain absolutely helped them, I think the Crows just looked like they were second-guessing themselves with the footy, which probably came from the Swans' ability to apply far more pressure on the ball and just be direct. Papley was able to get more involved. We saw Nick Blakey get far more involved with his run-off half-back early in the quarter, and it felt like that just shifted the game and allowed them to play more time in front half.
Yeah, it was off the back of their defensive pressure by the Swans, their ability to take away their uncontested marks and force them to go along them the line. It feeds into the way that the Swans want to play. They like the ball being live. They like putting pressure on the opposition. And they like giving their small forwards an opportunity to have one-on-ones in front of the ball. And as you can see, when you give Tom Papley and Malcolm Roses and Chad Warner time and space in front of the ball, they generally do something dangerous with it. So I think Dean Cox's message at quarter time would have been to take away those uncontested marks, and they're able to do that quarter.
Some of the leading possession getters on the ground. Rankin with 18 for the Crows. Miller has 16. Peatling 16. Heaney has 18 for the Swans. Blakey 14. Some of his customary dash off half-back. Goulden with 12. Tom Papley with 3 goals. He just reminds everyone, despite the layoffs, doesn't he, of just how dangerous he is. Sometimes he gets left out of those conversations of the best small forwards in the competition, and then he has a half like that and everyone goes, hang on, Tom Papley's still pretty much the standard in that regard, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And he's missed a lot of footy with that hamstring injury, but prior to that, his form was excellent. He had to be in conversation of the All-Australian squad for sure. One of the better small forwards in the game when he's up and going, and tonight he's been fantastic. He's his second game back from injury, and he looks $1 million out there.
When you say he looks $1 million, my thought watching him tonight, obviously he's been really clean and his finishing's been strong, but he looks leaner. He looks like he's potentially put a bit more time into his ability to cover ground, and maybe that's part of his hamstring injury. Are you able to add a little bit more to that?
I know that his rehab was about 8 weeks, which includes a lot of running and early stage running. So, yeah, he does. He's looked after himself in that period. He looks quick. He looks like he's got his real explosiveness back, which he hasn't had for a couple of years because of back-to-back injuries. So he's the sort of guy that, back end of a season with a bit of a freshen up throughout the year is going to be really dangerous for the Swans.
Well, this time last year, Toby Green called him fat, didn't he, at the derby last year when he made his return, of course, against the Swans?
You don't want to hit those areas, certainly not on a broadcast. And I think, you've got to be careful around what you do say. But for me, he looks like he's really looked after himself, and he looks like his ability to cover ground is significant tonight.
Yeah, he's looking really good.
Crows by 8 points. Lockie McAndrew against Brodie Grundy. What do you make of that battle so far?
Yeah, he's had some good moments, hasn't he? Latch, he's been pretty good in the contest. I think Brodie probably takes the chocolates at the moment. The hit-outs here, we've got 25 to Brodie Grundy and 7 to McAndrew. But, yeah, I think around the ground, he's been able to hit the scoreboard and kick a goal, McAndrew. So, yeah, it's a pretty even contest there.
That's the thing for sides, right? We discussed this pre-game, Loz, that you know full well, McAndrew versus Grundy, you won't win that hit-out battle per se. But how you set up around the stoppage, of course, to influence the fact you may get the game on your terms in other ways.
And your impact post-stoppage as well. And we've seen early in this season Grundy's impact to follow up and get ahead of the ball as well has been incredible. But McAndrew's been able to do it also. So, yeah, I think it's been a strong battle, and I'm also interested in the James Jordan Dawson, because throughout that quarter I got caught almost distracted trying to figure out what Jordan Dawson was trying to do, because we know he can play any role, and we spoke about that pre-game, but part of me thinks he might have moved around a little bit too much in that second quarter. We saw him drift to half-back, we saw him even pop forward when there was a D50 stoppage. He sat in the forwards group and tried to get out in that sense, but it just didn't really seem to work for him.
Yeah, but I'd be surprised if he doesn't go back into the middle of the ground and just play that sole centreman role for the second half.
Dawson with 14 touches in that first half. Only the 2 score involvements, though. Perhaps not as damaging as he usually is. So James Jordan doing a reasonable job. Charlie Curnow. So he's kicked 50 goals for the season, leading the Coleman. 27 goals since round 12. 8 more than any other player in the AFL. He's kicked 0-1 so far. Is that more the job of James Borlase on him or the Adelaide defence on the whole, Lauren Arnell?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think it's a bit of both. I think certainly the conditions so far and the way that the Swans have played hasn't suited Curnow's game. I do think James Borlase is an exceptional matchup for Curnow in terms of the type of athletes they are. They even look the same. They both wear number 35, but in terms of the broad shoulder and ability to cover ground, it's a really nice matchup for the Crows, but I think the Swans have allowed the spare defender to do as they please, and that doesn't help Charlie Curnow as the deepest most of the night. And I think having Worrell and Miller how many touches has Miller had now? He's
16 and 9 marks.
Having a field day, and a lot of those, he's taken some contested marks, but a lot of them is just picking them off and playing as that spare, which I thought at the back end of the first quarter the Swans had equalised that spare defender from the Crows, but I didn't see it in that second quarter. So I think if they want to help Curnow get into the game, keep playing faster off half-back, and you can catch out that spare defender and get him before he can move into position. But I also wouldn't underestimate Curnow's ability to get into the game in this second half.
Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Grant from Waterloo says, top call as always, go Swans. On the Listen app, me as a Swans member and member of the Lauren Arnell fan club have given up being at the SCG whilst my second favourite AFLW player is commentating. Who's the first? Chloe? Well, current or former, I guess.
I'll take that.
Assuming it's you, that's the second he's talking about. Yeah. In Cairns for my mum's 86th birthday on Saturday. Good on you.
Happy birthday.
Grant. There's we're all members of Lauren Arnell fan club, which is fantastic. Phil says, Swans doing well, but if they lose tonight, I liken them to the Saints for some reason, unable to finish. Broadcaster showed the coaching box. What do they do in front of those computers? Well, you've coached at AFL
so
level.
The question is, what are they doing looking at computers in the coach's box?
What's on the computers?
I guess it depends which coach it is, but often it's stoppage. Often it's what's happening inside stoppage, and then they also look at what are the numbers and how's the shape shifting there. Occasionally it can be an emotional reaction and a quick look at a replay if you're going to give some feedback to a player. But from my experience sitting in the Port Adelaide men's box a number of times, a lot of the vision that they'll go to within a game, that'll be around stoppage and being able to give feedback down to the bench. And certainly from Port Adelaide perspective, there was always a laptop on the bench where the coach could use the mouse that then fed live, and that what the coach was looking at in the box, the players can then look at the same screen on the bench and get that feedback, so that it actually makes far more sense visually than just a verbal message. You would have had that as a player as well, Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's a million computers in those boxes, and generally there's just vision and stats on there. So
you've been coaching VFL, climbing cherry pickers across the road here. That's a bit more primitive, I suppose, but you still got computers.
Yeah, and it is hard for a coach because you see the game from up here, and it's a lot easier. So as a coach, sometimes it can be really hard to influence what the players are feeling and doing out on the field. So that's when you see the emotional reactions that you get from coaches.
I've called quite a few games at Carrara on the Gold Coast, where 2 doors down is the Gold Coast Suns coaches box, and they have these big screens with the different sort of categories and different KPIs. And if they flash, it's like a nuclear reactor. They start flashing red if they're like behind in certain things. It's very sophisticated.
And each team will set them up based on all the work they did in the pre-season, and then a little bit of what the Oppo plan was during the week. And the reds and the greens typically will tell the coaches how far the game might be swinging their way in terms of the numbers, but sometimes the numbers lie too, and that's why the computer on the bench for the players to be able to watch the vision, especially around stoppage where it can be such chaos can be valuable.
I hope it answers your question, Phil. 0437 774 774. The Crows by 8 here over the Swans. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Someone asked here, they said, I wish ABC Radio would sync up with the TV. I've got good news for you. ABC Rapid. So on ABC Listen, our trusty app, you can find the button which has ABC AFL on Rapid, and that should sync up with the TV broadcast. So let us know how you go there on ABC Listen, and find us on Rapid as part of the available buttons there for you. The Crows 8-5-53 lead the Swans at 7-3-45. Back with more from Taylor Adams and Lauren Arnell alongside Daniel Garb, Declan Byrne and me, Brett Sprigg, very soon. But right now, it's time for ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. The Senate inquiry into 000 outages has wrapped up a hearing today in Canberra where Telstra executives were grilled for hours. Business reporter Adelaide Miller was listening in.
Telstra's Chief Executive Vicky Brady has confirmed human error was involved in the nationwide outage last week.
We now believe this occurred because of an intentional design change that had previously been made to the equipment to fix an earlier fault.
Telstra confirmed it was provided several warnings over a number of years by its manufacturer to update its software, but decided against it because the telco wasn't using that part of the server. An investigation is underway by both Telstra and the telco regulator.
The Anti-Semitism Royal Commission has today heard universities were warned about so-called violent behaviour by outsiders who had infiltrated pro-Palestine university protests. Georgia Lenton-Williams has the details.
Mary Russell from the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency told the Commission there were concerns about increasing violence as a result of people who weren't part of the university community attending protests on campuses in 2024. The inquiry has heard Vice-Chancellors were concerned about anti-Semitic behaviour at protest encampments, but were unsure how to resolve the matter peacefully. Dr Russell said her agency wrote to universities suggesting measures to block outsiders, like checking identification cards and calling the police.
Moira Deeming's political career with the Victorian Liberals is over after the party's state executive voted to revoke the MP's candidacy for the November election. The party disendorsed Mrs Deeming this evening. She had alleged her party room colleague Matthew Guy had assaulted her at a community event in May. Police reviewed CCTV and said no offence was detected. Mrs Deeming refused to apologise, saying she had made the allegation in good faith. One of the survivors of a mass methanol poisoning incident in Laos says the charges expected to be laid on those responsible are completely inadequate. Local authorities are expected to announce they'll seek charges that only attract a cumulative jail term of up to 1 year and a $1,600 fine over the deaths of 6 tourists, including 2 Australians. Bethany Clark lost her best friend, Simone White, and says while she can't control the investigation, she can help prevent future deaths through her charity.
Hopefully we're going to be registered as a charity in the UK and have chapters in various parts of the world too. But ultimately we're working with other survivors and trying to get this awareness out there. And our long-term goal is to really fund testing strips.
Newly elected British MP Andy Burnham is expected to be named leader of the country's Labor Party in coming hours and the UK's Prime Minister on Monday. The Makerfield MP is due to be confirmed as Keir Starmer's successor at a special party conference in London. Mr Burnham returned to Parliament last month and is now set to become Britain's 7th Prime Minister in a decade. Back home, Victoria's Teachers Union will decide whether or not to go ahead with a statewide strike next week, with members set to vote on the government's latest pay offer. Sasha Payne reports.
The new offer would bring the pay rise for support staff in line with that offered to teachers and principals, an increase of 28 to 32% over 4 years, along with improved conditions. The union met on Friday afternoon to discuss the revised offer, resolving to put it to a vote of members. The ballot will close on Tuesday. Should the offer be accepted, a 24-hour stop work planned for next Thursday will not go ahead. However, the offer will still need to be put to a vote of all public school staff.
Disability advocates say Uber passengers shouldn't have to pay more for needing assistance. Uber has reversed a decision to charge a $5 fee for its Uber Assist service. The fee was introduced in May, sparking outcry from passengers and disability advocates. Blind passenger Scott Grimley says he's been refused 19 Uber trips in recent years while travelling with his guide dog.
Why would I want to use a service if they're just going to charge us extra for nothing? It was discriminatory and it's going to be more of a burden on people with a disability to pay out even more money to go the same distance as everybody else.
And a new report has crowned Melbourne the world's most expensive city for cigarettes and beer, with Sydney following in second place. The Mapping the World's Prices report, published by Deutsche Bank, compares cost of living data in 69 cities across 6 continents, with Sydney and Melbourne the 2 Australian cities on the list. Zurich and Geneva tied for the most expensive cities in the world overall, followed by Tel Aviv, New York and San Francisco. And you're up to date with all the latest from ABC News.
Do you know the next Australian of the Year? Are they raising funds for those in need? Or building a brighter future? Conducting research? Or inspiring future astronauts? See them, hear them, nominate them at australianoftheyear.org.au.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
With 2-on-2 on the wing. Warner is loose man. Onto it now first on that logo western side. It's a couple of jinking steps and goes inside 50. Oliver McDonald, and it will be free kick Sydney. Swans would love this to start the second quarter. And he steers it through. With a fist pump as well to lift the crowd. And the Swans close the gap to 15 points.
Out in front of Cunningham. He was under pressure. Needed to take a strong grab and did, and plays on quickly with his speed. Gets away from Cunningham and then finds Thilthorpe in the pocket. 2 or 3 bites at it. But he's so big that no one can get a hand on the football. But he's starting to find his form. And that is a beautiful strike. From the tightest of angles for a right footer. sent it over the goal umpire's hat.
Does come to find Millerer. 60 from goal. To the hot spot he goes, looking for Thilthorpe. It ricochets down here for Cumming, who just strolls in and pops it through. Easy as you like for the Crows.
Adelaide try to win it back, but they've turned it over. Here's Bice. Handball forward, finds Papley. Over the top for Warner. Can he gather it? He does. Finds some space. Chad Warner loves this situation. Never in doubt. Snaps on the run for his second of the night from 30 out. Rankin's there, though, getting plenty of it at halfback. Gave it to Neil Bullen. That's a dangerous kick. Coming out to wait for it. Punched away from him by Lloyd. Handball over the top for Campbell. Papley sharks it instead. Has a snap on goal. It's through. Tom Papley with another ripping snap on the run.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The highlights of the second term here at the Sydney Cricket Ground as Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport continues. Adelaide leads Sydney by 8 points. You're with Brett Sprigg alongside Dan Garb, Declan Byrne, Taylor Adams and Lauren Arnell, your commentary team here. By the way, in the other sports happening, the NRL earlier, Cronulla 20 beat the Newcastle Knights 18. It's half-time next door at the Sydney Football Stadium. The Roosters 8 leads the Melbourne Storm 0. And what about this at Royal Birkdale, second round of the Open Championship, British Open. Aussie Lucas Herbert went 6 under on the front nine and into the lead. He tied the lowest front nine in Open Championship history. He then had birdie at the 11th. And he's 2 shots clear at minus. In fact, he's
just gone to 8 under.
Minus 8 on Jackson Suba.
He's just made another birdie a moment ago. So an Aussie leads the Open by 2 shots. Lucas Herbert 8 under through 12 holes. That's a big story developing in Australian sport.
You can see what's happening across the wild and wonderful world of sport on abc.net.au/sport. 0437774774. Frank in Winthrop in WA says AFL Rapid is almost up with the TV play. Still a very slight delay. Massive improvement on the previous delays. Thank you, Frank, who's used ABC AFL Rapid. Brett in Canberra, thank you for your text. Shane in Elwood says Lauren is without doubt one of the most intelligent voices on football. We need more of her, lads. She makes you better. No arguments there, Shane. And Grant's favourite AFLW player, if you're second, he's given me the clue, inaugural Giants captain, which I had trouble with this because it was before Alicia Eva. She was at the Pies, Amanda Farrugia.
The fridge.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Declan Byrne, down to you on the boundary.
Yeah, big news down here is that the Swans will be a man down. So Harry Cunningham assessed for concussion. He is out of the game, which again means more probably for Darcy Fogarty, who has clipped him high. And now, they go to result a bit these days. Even though they say they don't, they look at it, and Harry Cunningham out of the game.
We'll look at all that post-game as well and assess where Darcy Fogarty went wrong. But the second half is about to begin here as the Swans kick the last 3 goals of the game before the half-time break. Can the home side continue to lift them here on their own deck? On ABC Sport, you're back with Daniel Garb.
You get the feeling we're set for a special finish on a Friday night at the SCG. Crows by 8 points. Can they make a massive statement as we get closer to the finals? Chad Warner's had a big first half, though, and he runs away from the middle of the ground, pumps the Swans inside 50, off hands, Keane gathers it, back to Nankervis, wider to Michelini, and he clears defensive 50. Mills spoils the contest. Rowbottom gathers. Got the hands free. Rankin with a quick snap away from that area up to the wing. McCartan moved Fogarty off the football. Couldn't take the mark, but regathered. Rampy to Edwards. Now Mills again with typical composure. Quick hands from Grundy. Got it to Heaney. He chipped it to centre-half forward, and Papley took an important mark.
Really getting a hand pass off Papley, but he's going to be reset here on the mark.
He's been lucky.
A bit lucky there, Papley. I think he cut across him to knock the ball down, but it will be coming back here for the Papley ball. 65 from goal, up inside 50. Heaney reaching for it, second bite, no. Keys gets there first for the Crows. Just sent his hand pass away in the direction of Curtin. Roberts gets one arm. He's brought down. Keys knocks up the footy, and now Nankervis turns Goulden inside out, but his kick's a turnover straight to Blakey, who goes forward halfway. He was run down in turn by Jordan Dawson. Umpire watching. Lets it go here for the Swans. Robert him towards half forward. Crashing in Braden Cook. And now Heaney mops up as Millerer brings him down. Hackford now by Lloyd. Might drop there for McDonald.
He's outnumbered though. Mopped up now by Worrell, off to Curtin. Roberts gave good pressure on him. Loose ball pounced on by Campbell. Swan still inside, attacking 50. Comes back to Rowbottom. No, it's gathered by Neil Bullen. He's brought down by Campbell. Didn't have it. That should be free kick Adelaide, and will be at right half back. Crows still by 8 points.
I think you'd be a little bit frustrated if you're the Swans, but you take that free kick. It's in your front half. Your pressure's been excellent to start this third quarter.
He's made an impact, Braden Campbell, in his first game for the season. Neil Bullen's free kick goes up to the wing. Even though he gave away the free kick there, it was excellent pressure. Roberts is caught. Is it high or holding the ball? It was caught high by Thilthorpe, so Roberts will take the free kick on the wing. He decides to switch it to McCartan in space in the centre circles here at the SCG. He chips it just inside 50. Campbell is the target. It was a bit high for him. Mills, though, is able to meet the football on the ground. Crows win it back. Nankervis, Peatling, Cook. In fact, McElhenney needs to get rid of it quickly and does, under pressure. Edwards is back, though, for the Swans. Couldn't take the mark on his chest. Well done by Rochelle to apply pressure. Now Goulden. That's a dangerous kick in the middle of the ground, but it found its way to Blakey. Over the top now to Mills. He just spears one onto the chest of Curnow. Never reliable. The ball in his hands, Callum Mills. Curnow out charging in a lead. He'll have a shot for his first of the game from 50, almost straight in front.
It's a great start by the Swans. Obviously high pressure, but they've got their spearhead involved here. Charlie Curnow, a great opportunity here, 40 metres out to kick his first goal of the game.
He's kicked 27 goals since round 12, the two-time Coleman medalist. But is yet to manage a major tonight. To get the Swans back within a goal, Charlie Curnow pulls it to the left. Just two behinds for the Coleman medal leader this evening. The Swans are 7-4-46, Adelaide 8-5-53. 3.5 gone. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Brett Sprigg.
It's with Miller, who's had, what's that now, 17 disposals to go beyond defensive 50. The Canberra in the contest with Grundy. Loose man. That's an awkward little ball there. Hand pass from Saligo goes out of bounds. No one was waiting for it, so it's picked up by Jake Lloyd. Free kick Sydney at right half forward. Deep to full forward now. McDonald reaches from behind down there, and it's off hands over for a throw-in. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Rain has returned as well. Lovely.
That's the precipitation situation for Declan Byrne down on the boundary. The Crows lead here by 7 points. Stoppage inside 50 here for the Swans at the round end of the ground. Again, Grundy lays it down into the path of Papley. Pressure comes from Miller, and Curvis gathers now for the Crows. Hurried kick beyond defensive 50. Slapped away here by Thilthorpe. He goes to gather. Almost beaten there by Sarong. Campbell does come in hard. Takes on Saligo. Loose ball pounced on by Rochelle. And now Cook. He's too quick for Jake Lloyd. Braden Cook kicks deep down towards half forward. Up goes Mills. Should have marked, went the spoil instead. Saligo off the deck here for Neil Bullen. Crows inside 50 now with Keys. This just slides off the inset. Now it goes to Heaney. Picked up now, he goes to Goulden, and he thumps it back through the corridor.
But he tried to put it out in front of Papley, who had space, and it sits up beautifully for Papley. Does well to centre it. Look for Curnow. Excellent work by Ball-Ace, though, which spoiled it. He's done a brilliant job on Curnow tonight, James Ball-Ace. Read that superbly. And the Crows through Miller can now exit defensive 50. Bouncing ball out to the wing. That'll be a Lasso free kick. Last disposal will go the way of Sydney as the rain teams down here at the SCG. It was a clever kick from Goulden to find Papley. Make the most of it, though, the Swans.
So Goulden kicks for distance down the outer side. Reaching with a double-fisted spoil down near McAndrew for a throw-in. We saw how much the game changed in the second term when the rain came back on the Swans' terms. Crows hanging on to a 7-point lead here.
And Poncho's emerging across the ground. Declan, I hope you're covered, mate. I hope you're right down there.
You got one for me? You throw one down?
Oh.
6 minutes played, third term. Back it comes. Inside 50 for the Swans. Papley is goal side bursting through. Lost his footing. Shares it with Lloyd. Sweeps it wide here back to Campbell. Breaks one tackle. Eyes the sticks from 40 out. Campbell tugs it a little too far. And misses. It's 6 points, the Adelaide lead here. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
What's the footy etiquette on umbrellas? three people next to me with umbrellas out. They're holding them low, but I thought that was a no-no.
Every stadium's different, and I thought it was a no-no here as well.
I don't mean stadium rules. I mean just like good human awards.
It's like those cabanas on the beach. Careful with how you set them up and all that. Block the view. Anyway, Crows by 6 points. They work it out to the wing in front of Neil Bullen. Well done by Rampy. Came out and met that strongly, won the contest, sends the Swans back into attack. Michael Ennie does well to just juggle that to his advantage, gather it in defensive 50. And they switch it out now to Curtin at right half back. Michael Ennie runs off him and then finds McAndrew on the lead, takes the mark on the wing on his chest.
Strong work rate from Michael Ennie there. Won the footy in defensive 50 and worked his butt off to get out to the wing and find a mark.
McAndrew to half forward. Still thought the target. Tough for the key forwards now to mark it in the wet. Here's Heaney. And he's wrapped up, level ball up. The skills come out when the ball gets like this, don't they, Taylor Adams?
They certainly do. The clean players stand out in weather like this.
Tap down here, announced that are going nowhere. Locked in for a ball up at right half forward for the Crows. I reckon the umbrellas are a big no-no at WA venues. Growing up, it was always like you couldn't take an umbrella to the game at all, much less put it up. So those on the other side. It's different here in Sydney. I've been here for a while, I should know. Locked in for a ball up on the eastern wing of the SCG. 8-5 the Crows, 7-5 the Swans. Let's see if we can get this ball moving. Curtin couldn't quite gather. Worrell does. Hurried ball inside 50 towards the 2-on-2. Edwards reaching from behind on Thilthorpe, gives away the free kick.
Edwards pretty unlucky there. The thing that worked against him was that Thilthorpe had exceptional front position from that stoppage, and Edwards gave it to him, and the size of Thilthorpe, both are big key position players, but not sure that's a free kick, but Thilthorpe having front position meant the umpire's second guessing, and he's got another shot at goal.
Yeah, it's the arm around him that gives it away for the umpire, but it seemed to me that they were both holding each other.
And now an unbelievable set shot with a drop punt earlier in the game. Here he is, Thilthorpe, for his second. He lines it up, misses on the far side. Adelaide 8-6-54, Sydney 7-5-47. 9 minutes played, third quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Blakey goes right down the corridor. It's a dangerous kick if it's turned over. Mark was paid to Pitling, so the Crows can't play on from that, which they tried to do. Really good grab by Pitling, diving to his left in wet conditions to take that in the middle of the ground. So the dangerous corridor kick from Blakey does not come off. The former Giant in Pitling will send it back inside attacking 50 for the Crows. It's a really poor effort though. Grubber kick that Sydney can gather, and now clear through a Callum Mills torpedo into the middle of the ground. Well done by McDonald, made a contest. Papley won it at ground level, got it to Goulden. He'll have a shot from 60 out. Errol Goulden bounces just wide. It wasn't far away, just took a little turn on the bounce and went through for a behind. So the margin back to 6 points in favour of Adelaide as Errol Goulden let fly from 65 out.
And the Swans key movers starting to put their imprint on the game. Tom Papley looks very lively as he did in the first half. Errol Goulden, Isaac Heaney, Brodie Grundy starting to have a strong say in this game.
The voice of the former Magpie, Giant and Swan, Taylor Adams with us on ABC Sport. A kick in it. Crows lead by 6. Toss back in at right half forward. Sydney's attacking area. Grundy taps it down again. Another throw in not far away from Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Lloyd was oncoming there, so both with 44 on their back, both running. Do you reckon that has ever happened in the AFL?
What, the 244s?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. 130 years of footy. You got to think so. That's a big number, though. Down it comes. There is Isaac Cumming, who's got rid of Jake Lloyd, goes down the outer side, or down the side of the ground. It's marked by Jai Sarong. This has not been a great third term for either side, really. Sarong will look to switch back inside defensive 50. McCartan. Can the Swans get out on that far side of the ground?
Strong mark from Sarong and directly matched up to Jordan Dawson, who again went as the deepest forward for Adelaide.
Sheldrick will send it wide and it goes out of bounds for a Adelaide ball. So Dan Curtin gathers that footy on the outer wing. 12 minutes played, third term. Crows by 6.
Curtin sends Adelaide back into attack. Sarong, third man up in the contest, just thumps it over the boundary line. So throw in, just outside attacking 50, right half forward for Adelaide. They lead by 6 points. The rain has subsided now, but the footy is well and truly soaked. Still going to be tough to handle for a little while.
Jordan Dawson taking Sarong down to the goal square. Deepest forward for Adelaide.
That he is. So we thought that would happen at some stage. Here's Curtin, got the hands free, just outside attacking 50. Back to Worrell. High ball into attack for Adelaide. Dawson comes out to meet it. So does Thilthorpe. Makes a good contest. Fogarty couldn't gather it. And then Sheldrick is held up by Keys. A shout for holding the ball, but that was never likely. Quick ball up to come inside 50 for Adelaide.
By waste no time. Norrie and McLean doing the ruck work. Left behind by Jordan Dawson. Berry. It's his left foot snap away, but it's marked by Roberts on the last line here for the Swans. So they'll start the chain from there. Kicks wide to find Lloyd. That right half back here for the Sydney Swans. The veteran, Jake Lloyd. Kicked a couple of goals against Freo last week. He's doing the work down back. Goes to McCartan and now Mills. There's the shotgun runner, but ignores him and goes towards this member's side. Coming, slaps it down here for the Crows. Bias gets first hands to it now for the Swans. Warner marks in some space. Just forward of halfway here for the Swans.
That's exceptional running from Chad Warner. He blew up Sam Berry all the way back from D50 stoppage. He's creating a lot of opportunities for the Swans.
Kicked 2 goals tonight, Chad Warner, and taken a Mark of the Year contender. Goes short to Bice, who now sends the Swans into attack. Punched away from McDonald by Nankervis, standing his ground. Impressive player, Nankervis. Seems to be very composed in defensive 50 for Adelaide.
Yeah, he's done an exceptional job to hold his spot, and it's come through pure work rate and improved composure when he has the footy. But, yeah, you can't find a Crows player who's worked harder in the last month of games that I've seen him play.
He stood out tonight. Adelaide lead by 6 points. It's inside attacking 50, though, for Sydney. Here's Goulden. Quick hands to Sheldrick. Snaps towards goal and just misses again. So that near side, the exact same spot that Goulden missed not long ago. So they're peppering away here, Sydney, but they can't find that goal to draw level. Adelaide lead by 5 points, 7-7-49 the Swans, Adelaide 8-6-54. We've gone 14 minutes in the third term here at the SCG.
Creating opportunities, the home side. The Crows do go beyond offensive 50. Berry, McLean with him solidly from behind, and now Thilthorpe trying to keep it moving. Swans numbers around the ball. Sarong soccers toward the 50 here. Ricochets off now again for Mark Keane, and the umpire says we'll come back here and ball it up. Well, he was initially tackled. Centre half forward for the Swans. McLean rises high against Murray. At ground level though, picked up by Bice. Doesn't go 15, not marked anyway. Just pinballs around here as it comes to Papley. Goal side from 45 out as a flying shot as he was tackled. Misses the lot. Remains Adelaide by 5. 8-6 plays 7-7. No goals in this third term so far. We've played 15 minutes in it. Friday night footy here on ABC Sport.
Important tackle by Hawker Han on Papley as he had the shot on goal. Up to the wing the Crows go. The Swans going to back through Mills. That was scooped off the ground by Sheldrick, or Bice in fact. They're all wearing blonde tips at the moment, the Swans. Hard to distinguish them as Saligo chips it forward. Misses Berry though, or Keys in fact. McCartan mops it up. Kicks towards half forward, off hands. Rankin's there. Sorry, Sheldrick for Sydney. The footy's still wet, so they scrap array for it. Gathered by Heaney. Goes backwards to Edwards. That was dangerous. Gathered it again though, Isaac Heaney. Found Lloyd on the wing. Finally, they can find a way to kick it forward. Big leap by Curnow. Did well to impact the contest. Down to McLean. Now Roses. Hasn't been in the game much. Can he gather this one? Just snaps it through his legs with his back-facing goal. Well done, Campbell. Got the hands free, but Papley couldn't quite gather it. The ball is slippery. And we'll have a boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Swans. That was almost a brilliant passage of play. Couldn't quite execute it. Crows lead by 5 points.
And Curvis, a little poppy getting up as well here for the Crows. He's got the thumbs up from one of the physios. Crows by 5 points. Back in it comes for the Swans in attack. Missed by Rowbottom. Worrell beyond defensive 50. Goes straight down McCartan's throat. McCartan sends it deep to the hot spot here for the Swans. McLean reaching for it. So to McDonald. Brought down in the tackle of Cumming. And now a ball in dispute. Picked up by Worrell.
tackle by Rowbottom. Umpire says it will be Swans ball. Going the way of their tackling machine, James Rowbottom. He's 35 out in a 45-degree angle.
Heaney looks to have gone to the bench in a bit of discomfort. I know Declan's got an update for us.
Declan, down to you.
Lower back on the left side, but wasn't a contact injury. It was just as he went down towards the ground. He'd only just come back on, so for him to come straight off, he's in a bit of pain. He's just trying to sit it out at the moment.
He just copped a little knee from Riley Thilthorpe as he went to ground.
It wasn't much though, was it?
I don't reckon it would take much if it's Riley Thilthorpe.
Meanwhile, here's James Rowbottom here to put the Swans back ahead for the first time since the early stages. And he does just that. So the Swans opportunity up forward doesn't come to nothing. They take back the lead for the first time in over an hour of footy. 8-7-55 the Swans. The Crows are 8-6-54. We've played 17 minutes. That's the first goal of this third term. Friday Night Footy here on ABC Sport. Your experts, Taylor Adams and Lauren Arnell.
It just looks like the Swans are playing the Crows first quarter. So they're using the spare defender behind the ball. They're creating intercept and they're really spreading the ground offensively, and the Crows can't keep up.
Yeah, they're playing the ball in their front half of the ground, and repeat entries ends up in a goal for the Swans. Over the last 45 minutes of gameplay, you'd probably say the Swans have been on top for the majority of that time. So it's been a big shift from quarter time to now. And Isaac Heaney's still nursing that back, and I'll tell you now that man is tough.
That's the 50th goal of James Rowbottom's career. The Swans emerge from it after the ball up. Middle of the ground yet again. Warner finds Campbell. He's made a difference in his first game of the season. Braden Campbell on his left looks for McLean, and Curvis again, his third man up, gets a hand to it over the boundary line. But the Swans well and truly on top now. They've got the lead back. The first two of the game. Then Adelaide kicked 5 in a row. The Swans, for the first time since the first term, have regained the lead by just a point.
Well, toss back in. Grundy down the road of his snaps again on the run from 15 outs. 2 in a hurry for the Swans Dynamo. Couple of quick goals for James Rowbottom, and that ignites the crowd even more. 9-7-61, the Crows 8-6-54. It's a key phase of this game for the Adelaide Crows, Lauren Arnell. They cannot turn their back on the Swans.
Yeah, and the challenge right now is that their biggest leader and their best player is Jordan Dawson. He's had to come to the bench. I think it's just for a rotation and a much-deserved one, but what I was trying to say earlier is obviously the Swans are starting to gain ascendancy all over the ground. Winning that centre ball up stoppage is crucial, but feels like they're trying to move the ball off the line, which in the first half they didn't do enough of that. They weren't able to move the spare defender enough, and so winning the ball out of centre ball up but also taking the ball off the line leaves the Crows defenders scrambling, and they can't get into the tangle of the 1v1. They also can't peel off and go third up because they've got to stay 1v1. Swans smart footy.
5 straight goals for the Swans, and that was a brilliant tap from Brodie Grundy straight down to James Rowbottom. He signalled to his ruckman afterwards and said, that is the silver service we love. Swans now lead by 7 points. 2 in a row from Rowbottom. They've got it at half-back through Matt Roberts. Up to the wing he goes, punched away from Campbell. The Swans can regather it. Campbell again. Here's Sheldrick. His kick was smothered. Managed to win it back. Crows under mounting pressure here at the SCG. Rowbottom again puts his head over it. Well, he's like the nightclub bouncer in the Swans midfield. You have to get past him to get to Errol, Isaac and Chad. James Rowbottom, but he's kicked the last 2 goals of the game. Doing the damage that the others usually do, Taylor Adams. You'd be familiar with that, of course, inside the Swans engine room, and he is heavily appreciated by his teammates.
He absolutely is, and it's nice to see him get some reward and hit the scoreboard there.
Ayling wrapped up in the tackle just inside 50 for the Swans, who have kicked, as Gardy mentioned, the last 3 goals of the second quarter and now the first 2. Both to James Rowbottom. They've kicked 5 on the bounce here, the Swans, to take a 7-point lead here at the SCG. Early stages, third term. In fact, we've just hit time on, so it's not going to be a long quarter, though, because there wasn't many goals kicked. Just those 2 for Rowbottom. It's out of bounds once again. And we'll throw it back in at right half back for the Crows, left half forward for the Swans.
Murray doing the ruck work with Grundy, who's starting to have an influence in this quarter, big Brodie Grundy. He set that last goal up for Rowbottom as Sheldrick is tackled by Berry. 21 minutes gone in this third term. Grundy is front position, just outside attacking 50. Palms it down to Goulden. Couldn't quite soccer it away from the area. Mills ducks under the Keys tackle. Handballs it inside 50. Bouncing ball. Ball ace under pressure. Got it to Worrell. Well done. Clean hands in the wet. Keane's kick, though, is scrappy. They need to get rid of this Adelaide. Here's Rowbottom again. Puts his head over the football. He's held up. Sydney won't mind that, though. Another ball up. Inside attacking 50 for them. 40 out. Straight in front. Swans lead by 7.
Crows defenders are begging for three-quarter time here. They look exhausted.
Heaney's still off having treatment for the Swans. It's Murray wins the hit out in the path of Peatling from right half back for Adelaide. Measures the pass for Philthorpe, but got the score from Edwards out of bounds for a throw-in. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
Yeah, he was getting a number of elbows into that lower back, grimacing at times. He was, and I was, just watching it. But he's sort of jogging now to get it going again. He's had painkillers. I can't imagine it'll keep him out of the game too long.
This game very much on the line for either side. The Swans can just about lock away second spot as early as tonight, or certainly next week. Such is their gap to third, while the Crows certainly have a top 4 spot ahead of them. If they can claim a couple of big scalps on the road. It's last disposal Sydney, and it will be Adelaide's ball from right half back with Peatling.
Up to half 40 goes. Philthorpe was in front of Edwards. Didn't take the mark. So another boundary throw in. It's been that kind of game since the first quarter. The Swans have managed to turn it into a bit more of an arm wrestle after the Crows blitzed them early. Swans fighting back, now lead by 7 points as Grundy just throws Murray off the football. The mark taken in defence, though, by McElhenney of Adelaide.
And you can just see how slow the Swans are making Adelaide go here. Back down the line, there's no uncontested marks, always kicking to a contest.
McElhenney's kick does go to a contest, and Grundy just works it over the boundary line under the Bill O'Reilly stand, just forward of centre for the Crows. They trail by 7 points. 23 and a half gone in this third quarter.
Swans by 7. Back in it comes. Grundy in the contest with Murray. Rankin paddles it away here for Cumming. Hurried kick inside 50. Bounces into the pocket. Will be thrown back in. Declan, down to you quickly.
Lozarnell was pretty good on the last Adelaide sign. This Adelaide sign up now in this last 5 minutes or so is like a metal coin. Has the Adelaide Crows sign on it. Got anything for us there, Loz?
Oh, I can't help you, mate. I could guess, but no. Let me have a little think on it, but hasn't been one I've regularly seen.
24 minutes go in third quarter here at the SCG. Foggy out of the stoppage. Can snap from the pocket. Philthorpe, second bite. Is it going for a goal? No, it's come off the Swans. Rush behind.
It's not a shield, is it, Loz?
It looks like almost like a Captain America shield or something, like a big sort of war shield.
Trying to trust Declan's eyes more than my own, but it's hard to tell.
Hang on. So there's was that the other sign that he's got? There's 2 signs. By the way,
I reckon one of them is the rotations. He's holding up player numbers.
While we debate the important matters here, there is umbrellas are a no-go at the SCG apparently. So that is actually one of the rules here at the SCG. Swans by 6 points.
Important juncture of the game as we get close to three-quarter time. Well done by Hawker Hand just to juggle that ball on the wing. And then sent Adelaide into attack. Philthorpe makes a nice contest. Here's Rochelle, gathered it, but then slipped over as he took his kick, so couldn't get purchase on it. Keys got a quick handball away. Neil Bullen was swamped upon, though, by a crew of Swans. They keep it in here, Adelaide. Eventually, Rochelle, it looked like he took it over. Umpire said no. Cook, back to Berry. He'll have a shot on goal, Sam Berry, and that might go all the way. Well, it looked like it might have been touched on the line. We'll wait for the goal umpire. It was really close, this call. The Swans defenders don't look convinced they've got a touch on this before it crossed the line from Sam Berry. And we'll have a review.
The poor goal umpire is low on confidence as well after the earlier Ben Keys shot.
He had a shocker in the first term where Ben Keys kick clearly missed. He said it was a goal, and that is touched by Matt Roberts. So it's a behind. The Swans lead by 5 points.
Sorry, Garb. Isaac Heaney enters the field. Good news for Swans fans.
They lead by 5 points as we approach three-quarter time here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Cal Mills on the kick out. Will come members side. Kerno's there with Miller floating across Dawson. Recovered by Miller. Sends them back inside 50. Shelley trying to get Boots a ball. Socked away by McCartan. Still alive here is cleared away by Sheldrick. Curnow, it was too deep for him. Out the back is Warner. Lost some of his footing, lost the ball as well in the Peatling tackle. And the ball goes toward the interchange gates. It will be here. Free kick for a throw. So it's King Warner here. It's an Adelaide free kick as it comes to Michael Annie, the members wing of the SCG.
He kicks up to half forward. Neil Bullen is the target. Has to wait for it though. Did well to make a contest. He got it down to Cook. He drives the ball into the left forward pocket for Adelaide. Punched away from Phil Thorpe by Edwards. Fogarty's there. His kick on his left is a high ball towards the goal square. Excellent leap by Cumming. Almost took the mark on the second attempt. Ball still in dispute. Just outside attacking 50 for the Crows. Dawson couldn't mark. Roses is there. Can Sydney rebound off defensive 50? Here's Sarong. Just pumps it long. But clean with a big leap. Taps it over his head shrewdly. Works it forward with a soccer effort. Bouncing towards goal. The Crows lead the chase. Nankervis had no one near him. Took it over for a rush behind. And that is a free kick against. I think that might be a fair call.
I was watching Tom Papley that whole play from 60 out, and he looked super quick, and as soon as it looked like that ball was getting anywhere near the goal square, Papley pulled up. I thought, has he done a hammy? But no, he's the smartest bloke on the ground.
Yes.
And he's let the Adelaide Crows player rush the ball when rightfully would have thought that Papley was on his heels.
Yep.
Papley runs around to take full advantage, hits the post. That would have been his fourth.
That's clever.
The Swans have missed several chances in this third term. They lead by 6.
How quickly they go from D50 to forward 50. Best in the comp.
Yep.
You see Jeremy Laidler in the front row of the coach's box with Dean Cox. They knew straight away what the tactic was there from Tom Papley.
I thought he'd done his hammy. He pulled up so fast.
There was no resulting goal, though, for the Swans, who lead by 6 points. Crows work at the on-defensive 50. At the drop, Rankin. That's his teammate there, Michael Anning. Hand pass back to Peatling. Turns and kicks back down the members' wing. Or Shelley lays it out the path of his teammate McAndrew. Now up against the benches. Shelley tracks it back here and retreats to find Neil Bullen at left half back for the Crows. As we approach three-quarter time here at the SCG, home side leads by 6. They've kicked the last 5 goals in the game. And now a free kick for a high tackle will go the way of the Crows on Fogarty.
Wouldn't be surprised. Oh no, he's played on.
Fogarty does play on. Looks to find the option there in the pocket with Shelley. And it bounces over his head, over for a throw-in.
I just think you need a senior player around Fogarty, and he's played enough footy. At this point of the third quarter, you've had no control of the ball. He's got an enormous kick on him. He's more than within range. He just needed another teammate to tell him to slow down and take the set shot.
He could have roosted that one. Low percentage play to kick that to the left forward pocket. Here's Rankin, though. He's been quieter in this quarter. Fogarty finds some space. Got it to Rochelle. Now Dawson. Good tackle on him by Sarong. So the Swans can win it back deep in defence. Heaney tries to clear the area. Miller should have taken the mark. Dropped it. And Warner can take advantage. Got it to Campbell. Did well to shake a tackle. Brilliant from Braden Campbell to duck underneath that. But the Crows maintain the pressure. They cause a smother at centre half forward. Sydney eventually soccer it forward. Clean gather by Roses. He tucked underneath the Michelini tackle. Then lost his footing. Handballed it backwards. And found Jordan. His kick will trickle inside 50. Coming. Hands and knees. Worked it back to Michelini. He's put Saligo under pressure. Quick hands from him though to find Cook. He chips it forward to Taylor. Well done by the Crows under pressure. Taylor has it at centre half back.
In the dying seconds of this third term, Cook on the other side, and that'll be it. A quarter which did lack in quality in some ways. However, it was, most importantly for the Swans, the one in which they took back the lead with those only 2 goals of that third term to James Rowbottom, their vice-captain. So they've kicked 5 goals in a row in this game, but in fact, really, since that time, they trailed by 27 points. They've kicked, now what's that, 5 goals, 6 to Adelaide's 3 behinds. That's the Swans' 6-point lead here. The goal kickers in the game so far, 3 for Tom Papley. It was almost a 4th. 2 each for Warner and Rowbottom. Singles to Campbell and McDonald. Meanwhile, for the Crows, Phil Thorpe's got 1 goal, 3. The rest to Neil Bullen, Fogarty, Cumming Rankin, Rochelle, McAndrew and Toby Murray also on the board here for the Adelaide Crows. It's the Swans who lead by 6 points here at the SCG on ABC Radio, News Radio and ABC Listen and ABC AFL Rapid. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
What's loaded with fun for the whole family? ABC iView. Ring it! From the investigators and caper crew to Andy Lee's Do Not Watch This Show.
You can keep watching.
Find it all on ABC iView.
How much can we really know about the dead?
In our podcast, we're gossiping each week about the divas, ruffians and con men of Australia's past.
So join me, Alicia Simmons.
And me, Lee Boucher. Search the Dead Can't Sue podcast on ABC Listen.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Now a ball dispute picked up by Worrell, by Rowbottom. Umpire says it will be Swans ball. Going the way, their tackling machine, James Rowbottom, to put the Swans back ahead for the first time since the early stages. And he does just that. Toss back in, Grundy, down the road of his snaps again on the run from 15 outs. Two in a hurry for the Swans Dynamo. Couple of quick goals for James Rowbottom.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Good enough to put the Swans back in front, of course. They're out to protect an unbeaten record at home this year. 9 wins in 9 starts at the Sydney Cricket Ground. While for the Adelaide Crows, a chance to climb back into the top 4. It's game on here at the SCG. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, a premiership winner Lauren Arnell, alongside former Collingwood best and fairest and All-Australian Taylor Adams.
Well, a complete shift in the game in that third quarter. We felt going into half-time, Tay, that the Swans were starting to gain some momentum, but that third quarter, I felt they dominated. And now to have the lead in this game is significant for them. And I think the challenge for the Crows is they just weren't able to get in the game, and their best players, I think Rankin's trying his heart out. Dawson wasn't able to get his hands on the footy in that quarter. He's stuck on the 16 disposals, which is less than what he'd be used to. Miller didn't have a heap of footy in that quarter, but it's probably the role players for me. There's some stars that stepped up for the Swans, but I thought Will Edwards' quarter against Thilthorpe was exceptional. There's really not much more he could have done. His ability to... Thilthorpe looks dejected, and it's been a quarter where he hasn't had things on his terms, and I think Edwards' body position and his ability to outwork him to the outside has been really, really good. And Jai Sarong is another that stood out for me, and McCartan's up to the 21 disposals and 8 marks in the back half.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Will Edwards' last 6 weeks has been fantastic, and his ability there to slow Riley Thilthorpe down was really instrumental to keeping Sydney having the ball in their front half of the ground. And Jai Sarong's role on Jordan Dawson, who was playing mainly as a forward in that quarter. He spent most of his career at Hawthorn, Jai Sarong, playing as a defender. So he's a great matchup. We heard that from Jeremy Laidler before the game, and his quarter there was really impressive to keep Jordan Dawson to only the 2 disposals. So the Swans doing a fantastic job of keeping the ball in their front half of the ground. They probably would have liked 1 or 2 more goals in that quarter to extend their lead, but since quarter time, they've been really strong. The last 2 quarters, they've had a really strong method around the ball. Their ability to defend the ground's been much better. And they look like the team that's going to go forward with this game at this stage.
Yeah, I think their ability to spread the ground offensively has helped them defend as well. Like, sometimes if you spread too far, it can be a liability, but it actually allows the defenders to set up behind it.
Yep.
And shifts. The key bit to breaking down the Crows is putting pressure on their defenders and not allowing them just to have that third man up or the spare. I think the Swans gave that to them in the first half for the majority, so their ability to shift and force the Crows defenders to defend 1v1 has put all of those Crows players on the back foot and taken them out of the game. And what that does is when you're forcing defenders to defend, it takes away their ability to rebound off half-back and attack, and that was the biggest difference I saw in that quarter.
A few numbers, Garby, 3/4 time.
Isaac Heaney, 25 touches, came off in that third term after a knee to the side from Riley Thilthorpe, but looks okay to go on. Tom McCartan, 21, so plenty of switches across half-back for McCartan to get hands on the football. Mills with 20, Blakey, Goulden, and Papley with 17 along with 3 goals. It's his second game back from injury. He's been great to watch. Rankin with 23 for the Crows. Peatling, 23 as well. Miller has been excellent across half-back all night. He has 21. Saligo with 18, and Charlie Curnow without a goal. I guess that's one of the other stories so far of this game. To three-quarter time, the Coleman medal leader. He has been dominant since round 12 in the AFL with 27 majors. But James Borlase and the system of the Adelaide defence doing a very good job of quelling the informed goal kicker in the AFL right now.
We're still working our way into the top 10 and what it all means for wild cards. We think 12 wins is the magic number. So the Crows get number 12 here today. That at least means they're at least a wild card and won't drop any lower than that. So that's what's at stake here for the Crows, of course, with some winnable games on the run home as well as some tough ones. This is a tough quarter of footy coming up here at the SCG. Who wins from here?
Oh, golden opportunity for both teams. I think if the Crows increase their work rate ahead of the ball, they win. But for mine, the game's on Sydney's terms right now.
Swans by 6 points. Into the final term we go. Grundy rises high against McAndrew. Clearance though goes the way of the Crows and Jordan Dawson. Kick just trickles inside 50. Gathered by Bice at halfback, and now Chad Warner gets involved as well. Just toes it out into some space. Curtin there first, pressured by Heaney. Roses goes to get Berry, but Berry gets his kick away towards half forward. Philthorpe shares it back there with his skipper Dawson, who shepherds Edwards. And now Philthorpe just sort of hacks it up in the air. Well, pinball around here, arrive to Roses. Tackle gets a kick away though, down the outer side of the SCG. Low pick up for Kerno was awkward, not so Rowbottom. Spins through one tackle. And now Berry, beaten to it by Roses again. Swans had possession. He swings it back into the corridor. Superbly timed kick there by Blake. He didn't quite get paid the mark. Rankin mops up here for the Crows, and they're away off half back.
They move it out to Cook on the wing. Braden Cook, pick 25 from the 2020 COVID-affected draft. One of the best players to come out of that draft as McCartan comes out full-chested and gathers Alex Neil-Bullen as he punches it over the boundary line. That was a strong attack on the football by the leader of this Swans defence, and Neil-Bullen slow to get to his feet. Puts his hands on his head. He advanced that football 25 metres, Tom McCartan, via the punch.
Read it early too. Had help from Brodie Grundy dropping back.
Swans by 6 points. Boundary throw in just forward of the wing for the Crows. Berry wins the hard ball. Quick kick into attack. Good mark by Bice. Showed some courage and took that on his chest, leaping up into the air just inside defensive 50.
One of the four inclusions after a combined 66 disposals across 2 games in the VFL, Riley Bice. His kick's a shocker though. Falls here for Nankervis. He puts the Crows back towards half forward. And coming in uncontested, Rochelle plays on quickly. Options inside 50. Goes to the pocket to find Fogarty. And Ranthey was in the way, but Fogarty marking in just a bit of space. 40 from goal on a tough angle in the right forward pocket.
Pretty happy with that kick inside 50, Josh Rochelle. It doesn't get a hell of a lot better than that.
He's a guy that can have a big say in the end of this game.
Fogarty, you heard the boos for him after he clobbered Harry Cunningham earlier in the game for an incident which will certainly be assessed by Michael Christian. And the Crows, their first goal since the halfway stage of the second term. Neat looking drop punt from the Fog. And he draws them back level. That's his second. At the SCG, it's 9-8-62 apiece. 3 minutes gone in the final term. Footy with ABC Sport. Hella Adams and Lauren Arnell.
Well, Loz, we spoke about at three-quarter time the leaders of the Adelaide Football Club stepping up, and Jordan Dawson first set of clearance, Rochelle having a say, and then Fogarty going back and slotting a beautiful goal from 40 metres out on a really tight angle.
Oh, it's a big start and a good first game for you, Taya. Sometimes we get some interesting games at different points of the year, but I reckon this is an absolute cracker.
The Friday pre-game and the special guest and the...
Done well.
I won't have any nails left bleeding in this game.
No, it's a really nice match-up, and it's hard to pick who wins from here.
What a statement this would be by Adelaide. They can incur Sydney's first loss at home for the season, and perhaps announce themselves to the AFL as a serious contender for this premiership. Scores level. 4 minutes into this final term. Here's Berry. The Crows go forward again through Nankervis. That's a clever kick. It just bounced off the chest, though, of Keys, who had to slide to meet it. And just couldn't quite wrap his arms around the football as it hit his chest. So we'll have a throw in. Just outside attacking 50 for Adelaide, who have started this final term really well.
Jordan Dawson getting busy. Centre bounces, and now James Jordan right next to him at this throw-in.
Rankin, Rochelle, Dawson all lurking around the ruck contest. Socket forward by Saligo. Heaney's back there for the Swans, and a dangerous handball. Put Blakey under the pump. Ball spills free. Heaney tries to make up for his error. And Saligo tackles him. We'll have a ball up on the paint of attacking 50 for Adelaide.
Big tackle from Ben Keys on Nick Blakey. He's going to be an important player to match up on in this last quarter.
62 apiece here at the SCG. Early stages, final term. Grundy can't get hands to it. Goulden does so to Heaney. Quick left foot snap down the members' side of the ground. Miller out in the contest with Rowbottom. And now on the bouncing ball, Jordan Dawson to get some pressure coming from James Jordan. And now wrapped up his ball ace. For what will be a ball up. Still waiting for a couple of rucks. There they are. Grundy and McAndrew. Grundy to the front. Down to Heaney. Clean pick up. It was pinged straight away, though, by Lockie McAndrew. Ball somehow jars free. On hands and knees, Grundy. Off to Lloyd. Run down by Peatling. Great tackle. And the umpire will say holding the ball.
Crows on top in the start of this last term, that's for sure. Scores level here at the SCG. James Peatling kicks to half forward. Good leap by Thilthorpe. Brought it down. Saligo in space. Gets it to Rochelle. Handball over the top. Darcy Fogarty has his third. From 5 metres out. Slammed it through. Brilliant work inside 50 by the Crows. A slick handballing game. And Fogarty was there to finish it off and send Adelaide out with his third goal to a 6-point lead.
Well, James Peatling, I've mentioned in the pre-game, he probably hasn't had the best couple of weeks leading into this one, but as good as footy as I've seen him play tonight in 2026. But what the Crows will love is not just the teammates getting to him, but Josh Rochelle. He's the superstar of their forward line alongside Thilthorpe, and the unselfish handball. I reckon even just 1 year ago, Rochelle would have tried to finish that under high pressure himself, but had the composure and the experience now to see Fogarty out, ducked out into the goal square by himself, and that's a team goal, and those are the kinds of moments that really matter in the last quarter of footy when it's this tight.
So the villain for the home fans here is very much Adelaide's hero. 3 goals for Darcy Fogarty. On the restart, Grundy and McAndrew. Jordan Dawson held by Warner. Umpire says play on. Extracted by Goulden on his preferred left. Inside forward 50. Looking down there for Papley or McLean. It falls to Miller. A dump by McLean. There's a free kick going back here for a high tackle. And it will go the way of the Crows. So Miller will take it. The visitors lead by 6 points after they lost control of the game for much of that third term. And it comes to the pack on the wing. Shildrick's hand pass worked wide. Kahan dispossessed. Bursting through Rowbottom. Hand pass off into Papley, who can turn for his fourth from 35 out and wobbles it through. How's that for the celebration? He's off, Tom Papley. 4 goals for him. And none more important than that. Scores back level, 10-8-68 at the 8-minute mark of the final term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
And I know Tom Papley kicks the goal there, but hasn't James Rowbottom had a say in this second half of football? I think he had 4 or 5 touches in the first half, and he's come out, kicked 2 goals. Amazing press there, turns the ball over and sets up Tom Papley for his 4th goal of the evening. Just a great half of footy from James Rowbottom.
If you're a Crows supporter, you'd be filthy watching that complete system breakdown defensively in their D50 and letting Tom Papley have that much space. Rankin's sat there and watched. Keane has sat there and watched. Well done, Swannies.
The left shoe too as well from Tommy Papley.
He gave away the free kick a moment ago and he was screaming at himself or the umpire, someone. He had so much energy going through him. No surprise he ran another 50 metres on the celebration after kicking his 4th. Scores level here at the SCG. The players fall on the football just outside the centre circles. Grundy and McAndrew wrestle away again. That's been a fantastic battle. Honour's pretty even. Grundy tries to rip the football away. The Crows win it back. Berry, now Dawson, snaps it over his shoulder. Good mark by Roberts, though, on the paint of defensive 50. The South Australian Matt Roberts. Handballs it off to Goulden. Precise kick through the middle of the ground, gathered by Jordan. Now Sheldrick running off him. Pokes it inside 50, out in front of Papley. Couldn't quite gather the football cleanly this time. Nankervis opposed to him, does really well. Excellent defensive work by Luke Nankervis. Found a teammate while under pressure, and they work it up to the wing now, the Crows. Roberts tracks it back for Sydney. Fogarty's there, he's kicked 3, got hands to Neil Bullen. And then Neil Bullen wraps up Edwards. Ball spills free though, like The bar of soap. Tired bodies falling on it. Sarong, Peatling. They want to wrap it up now, the players, and just have a breather. And eventually they do, just forward of the wing for Adelaide. Scores level here at the SCG. 9.5 gone in the final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Up it goes. Down to the path of Shodrick. Evades the tackle of McAndrew. Sends it long down the line. There's all Crows jumpers down there. And then Curvis gets away from Warner. Hands it back from whence it came. It'll slide out for a Swans ball at right half back. By the way, this is Tom Papley's best return since round 18, 2024. He had 4 goals against North that day. Declan Byrne on the boundary.
The rain's back as well, so in that third quarter, just 2 goals in a rain-affected one, and we've already seen 3 in this quarter, so every goal is so valuable.
Coming, thumps it with the fist, just keeps it moving. Saligo tumbles it inside 50 here for the Crows. Playing goalkeeper is McCartan. He'll gather it for the Swans and go wide to find Rowbottom. Scores level, 10-8, 68 apiece. 11 minutes gone, final term here at the SCG, and still rainy conditions.
Rowbottom with 2 goals in that third term, sends it up to half forward, but Millera, who has been elite across half back for the Crows all game, takes a strong defensive mark just backward of the wing. Possession number 23 for him, and that's his 11th mark, Wayne Millera. It's up to half forward. Dawson squeezes it into attacking 50. It takes a bounce before going over the boundary line. So it'll be a throw-in attack for the Crows. 10-8, 68 apiece. 11 minutes into this final term. A Friday night thriller coming your way on ABC Sport around the nation and around the world for that matter.
Umpire tosses it back in. Grundy up in front as Dawson held, beg your pardon, Jordan held Dawson. That's James on Jordan Dawson. It remains 10-8, 68 apiece. Throw it back in again. As the rain keeps tumbling here. Umpire tumbles the ball back in. Berry reaching for it. Gets away off his boot for the Crows. Toward the goal square. Murray in the contest with McCartan. Keys hits the contest at speed. Gets the hand pass off here. Breaking the tackle, Taylor. Kick goes nowhere. Comes to Blakey in the goal square, who can just thump it back beyond defensive 50. 3-on-3. Getting back there for the Crows. No mark paid to Jordan Dawson. Mopped up by Michael Annie. And now Curtin puts them back inside 50. Kick was too deep for Fogarty. Blakey couldn't control it though either. Sligo Soccer's off the deck. It'll slide out towards Roberts, who'll go from fullback.
Roberts will pump it long to clear the area. Tries to kick to the advantage of Rosas, but he lost his feet. So Adelaide can regather. Worrell well tackled by McDonald. The big man tracked him all the way. And then Heaney sees it over the boundary line. It's scrappy now. Every single clean possession is important. We'll have a boundary throw in just forward of the wing for the Crows. 10-8, 68 apiece. 12.5 gone. Friday night footy on ABC Sport from the SCG.
And still the rain keeps coming. Grundy into the hit out. Down here to Peatling. Tumbling kick inside 50. Missed Murray. McCartan did the defensive work. Bice has some support there with Mills. It's a hot footy though as Murray wraps up McCartan deep in the left forward pocket for the Adelaide Crows. 13 gone, fourth term. 68 apiece here. The Swans and the Crows on ABC Sport. McAndrew from behind on Grundy. Tunnel ball out there for the big man. Now scrapping for it, Roberts. It's locked in for a ball up inside 50 for the Crows.
Crows have played this smart. Their 450 entries haven't exactly been clean, but they've been wide, so they've forced repeat stoppage and time in front half. Gives them time to set up their defensive group.
McAndrew lost his footing and gave away a free kick to Grundy as a result. So that's a little break for the Swans. Deep in defensive 50. Grundy will take the free kick on the right back pocket. Worrell comes out to meet it in front of Rosas. And once again, we'll have a throw-in just forward of the wing for Adelaide. So Sydney, at the moment, Taylor Adams just struggling to clear the defensive area. The Crows have them camped in.
Yeah, it looks very similar to the first quarter where the Crows were able to set up defensively behind their entries. And now the Swans struggling to get the ball out and hold field position.
Could use a big relieving mark from it. Charlie Curnow, perhaps, who is still goalless here at the SCG. And the hottest forward in the competition, the Coleman medal leader. James Borlase has done a wonderful job on him. As Berry gathers it in attack for Adelaide. Sends it long towards the goal square. McCartan will get hands on it. Ensure it goes through for a rush behind. And Adelaide have the lead now, 10-9-69. The Swans 10-8-68 by a point. 14 minutes into the final term.
Rain still falling here. Cal Mills on the kick-out duties. Drives it beyond the defensive arc. McLean wants it, and Curvis up there in front for the Crows. Comes to Curtin. He just thumps it back inside 50. It'll bounce into the goal square. Picked up again by Tom McCartan. And he'll start again from fullback here for Sydney, who trail by a point now. That's the Crows' lead. Out of the contest. Then he got the better of McLean. Couldn't control the mark, though. Peeling hand pass off to Saligo. Fend off Sarong. Kick inside 50. Sliding in Keys. Again, couldn't complete the mark. Slapped away by Fogarty. In the path of Curtin. Campbell's there first, though. Curtin meant Bice front on. Bill Bullen's kick picked up by Blakey. He was run down from behind by Keane. And now it falls here for Dan Curvis, who just thumps it on the boot and through for a goal. Dan Curvis kicks the goal from 40 out. The Crows are up by 7. 11-9-75 to 10-8-68. Momentum with the visitors. 15 minutes played, final term. On ABC Sport, your experts, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
Well, Luke Nankervis, we've called his name a number of times, guys, in terms of his defensive work, but just some smart reads on the ball. Even before that ball went inside 50, he was helping reshape defensively so Keane could go third man up to keep the ball in their front half. And it's just relentless pressure that the Crows have been able to provide. And we saw this in Perth last week again with Fremantle just keeping the Swans defenders guessing at every moment, and some fumbles there from the Swans backs. Nankervis, absolute reward for a really important game for his team, playing a role. He's had to defend Tom Papley throughout this quarter and kick the goal to put them ahead. It's a big one.
He's had 7 touches in this final term, Nankervis, 2 score involvements and now a goal. Inside 50s, 12-3 in favour of Adelaide. Now it's 13-3 because they found Fogarty. The kick came from Cook as they broke away from the middle of the ground. Darcy Fogarty with a strong mark, opposed to Callum Mills, and he will kick for his 4th to send the Crows out to what would be a very important 13-point lead. If he's accurate from here, he'll strike this from 45 out on a 45-degree angle to the right. Darcy Fogarty, big forwards kick big goals. The Crows need this, and the Fog delivers. Arm up straight away in celebration. One of the biggest games of Darcy Fogarty's season. 4 majors. Adelaide lead by 13 points, and they have blitzed the Swans in this final term.
Whatever Matthew Nick said at 3/4 time has worked. Their pressure, their centre bounce work, their ability to own front half positioning with the ball. It's all been excellent.
Just smart footy, even like obviously winning centre ball up is gold in this game now, but just the time before that for most of this quarter, going wide inside 50 when there's no perfect kick, just allows the ball to skid over, repeat forward 50 stoppage. There's too much pressure for most teams to withstand, and the Swans haven't been able to.
18 goals in his last 6 games now for Darcy Fogarty. As the rain keeps tumbling here at the SCG, it's a handy 13-point lead for the Crows. Centre clearance. It goes forward of halfway for Adelaide. Picked up by Taylor. Off the loose man Rankin. Goes down the corridor inside 50. Swatted away by Sarong. Out to get their first. Rochelle up against the boundary line with Rampy out of bounds for a throw-in.
You're right, Loz. Even with an entry like this and a ball up inside your forward 50, Adelaide are able to set up a spare behind the ball, which they're using as their deepest. And now when Sydney exit with a high and wide ball, they generally mark it or intercept it.
Another 40 stoppage here for Adelaide. Players sliding in from all angles. The ball's going nowhere. Saligo wrapped up by Mills. Umpire says, give it to me.
18 and a half minutes gone in the final term. In wet conditions, time is starting to get away from the Swans here. Sarong clears the area from the left back pocket. They're struggling to get the ball across halfway, Sydney. Tracking it back is Keane. He's happy to take this over the boundary line in front of the benches. And he gets a rub on the head for his good work from Wayne Miller. They lead by 13 points. This Crows defence has set up the ground beautifully in this final term. The Swans cannot penetrate it at all.
And that's a good result for the Swans, getting the ball to halfway at a stoppage.
And they work it forward from here. Murray Dumps it forward. Now tries to butter up his ruck work. Berry was there on the scene, though. He's been tough in the clinches yet again, Sam Berry, all night. Warner gets hands to it. Bananas it back into the middle of the ground. Off hands. Sheldrick left it behind. Now the Crows go forward again through Saligo. Didn't get good purchase on the kick. Now it's back to Neil Bullen. He's wrapped up by Campbell. And we'll have the ball up on the logo on the wing. Crows lead by 13.
You see Swans trying something different. They're trying to open up their forward line and leave Curnow one out, which means forwards are inside the stoppage now. It's just creating more congestion. The Crows players are going with them.
McLean brings it down. Keys all by himself on this members wing. Hand pass off to Berry. Kicks for distance toward the 50 here for the Crows. 2-on-1. Outnumbered down there was the man up in front, Phil Thorpe. It's off hands for a throw-in.
Just to elaborate on that point, I like the idea because players like Sheldrick are now in. Hawker Hahn's had to go with him, so he's trying to spit through stoppage and create some forward momentum. But the Crows players are playing it smart and going with them, just creating repeat stoppage.
Umpire tosses it back in. Grundy in the ruck contests. Gets his hand to it, but it's off hands again for a throw-in.
So, Tay, this just knocks time off the clock when the Swans need a score.
Yeah, it does. And the Swans have put Errol Gordon up around the ball now to flush through the stoppage here. It looks like they're trying to open up that stoppage to get him through there on his left foot.
They need one of their superstars, the Swans, to break this game open for them. Goulden, Heaney or Warner. At the moment, the Crows midfielders doing a brilliant job of quelling their influence. Ball in dispute, just inside attacking 50 for Adelaide. It's socket away from the area. Getting hands to it, though, is Campbell. Well done to squeeze it forward, Braden Campbell. And he's won the free kick for his troubles. He's been really energetic in his first game for the season, Braden Campbell. Former pick 5 from the 2020 draft. Looks leaner as well than prior to his injury. He's worked really hard. He allowed a bit to Sydney in this run home. Right now, they're trying to haul in this 13-point Crows lead. Finally, they send the ball across halfway for what feels like the first time in ages in this final term. Crows get hands to it, though, through Cook. Did well to shake the tackle, almost holding the ball. Swans cause a turnover. Campbell towards half forward. Heaney's bumped off it. Back to Campbell. Campbell over the top. Back to Heaney. Strong tackle by Rankin on Heaney. Got the hands free. Hawker Hand clears the area.
It's a hot footy. Up they go. Berry won't get there. Neither will James Jordan for the Swans. Keys gets the hand pass back to Berry, who's wrapped up by Warner. 55 out from the Swans attacking goal. They trail by 13 points. They need goals and need them quick. 22 gone in this final term. Again, Berry is wrapped up this time by Sheldrick, and the ball goes nowhere. Declan, down to you quickly.
Leading possession getter on the ground, James Peatling, is off with a groin complaint.
Okay, keep an eye on that for the Crows. Here's Heaney in the side of the stoppage. His kick was smothered down there by Rankin. Picked up here by Jordan Dawson. Chops the hand pass inboard here. It'll end up now with Neil Bullen. Run down late by Chad Warner. And it bounces toward the boundary line. Last touch Adelaide. Sydney free kick. Defensive side of the wing. As Edwards plays on with a hand pass to Bice and back again.
Edwards sends the Swans into attack. They need a goal quickly, Sydney, trailing by 13 points. Strong mark, Heaney. Just outside attacking 50. Guys that into attack looking for Curnow. Well done, Paul Ace. Took the mark on his chest. Brilliant from the key defender of the Crows. He has played a blinder on Charlie Curnow. And that might be as important a moment as any. If Adelaide can win this game, he goes short and finds Rankin in the pocket.
23 minutes played here at the SCG. Crows still by 13. And Rankin from right half back beyond defensive 50. Blakey with a fist. Out of bounds for a throw-in front of the old grandstands here.
So now the Swans there to score. They'll look at getting Nick Blakey or maybe a Jai Sarong off the back of this stoppage here to fly through.
Taylor Adams on ABC Sport analysing things for you. Grundy down here again now. Lloyd swooped on down there by Hawker Hahn. Ball comes free now for Mills. He snaps towards the paint of 50. Heaney was beaten in the contest by Jordan Dawson, and McAndrew, in fact, Cumming runs out of room there for the Crows, right on the junction of 50. It's a throw-in left half forward for the Sydney Swans, who trail by 13 points here. 24 gone final term.
Charlie Curnow still goalless. James Borlace doing a brilliant job on him. Big mark a moment ago. Here's Papley. Sharks the football, has another shot on goal. Tom Papley Well done by Keane, opposed to McLean. Papley's kick 4, searching for his 5th. The Crows' defence stands firm. The margin back to 12 points. So the draw is in play here. If the Swans can strike quickly, 24 and a half gone in this final quarter at the SCG.
35 years of contests and no draws between them, the Crows and the Swans. As they go beyond defensive, 50, Blakey intercepts and plays on quickly. Hand pass off half foot here now for Warner. Turns 55 out. Kick slides here. It's been picked off by the Crows defence. Work beyond defensive, 50. Edwards will intercept though. Pressure comes from Rochelle. Soccer's forward here in the path of Keys. He's goal side, no one's with him. He's Soccer's forward still, but McCartan does get there in defence now for the Swans at full-back. Hand pass off for his skipper in Mills on his right side. Gets to Bice, who explodes off half-back. His kick for Grundy is now stolen away by McAndrew. The Crows have the footy on the wing, members' side of the SCG, in a 12-point lead, 25 and a half gone final term.
How big was that from Lockie McAndrew, the former Swan who couldn't get a gain here? Just slotting in front of Brodie Grundy to take an important mark on the wing, and now they can chip it around. Bullen to Cook, and now Millerer.
The Swans play need to find a man quickly. Stop these uncontested marks.
Crows by 12 points. Millerer goes to the pocket. Thilthorpe brings it to ground. Good contest. Cook's been busy on the wing. Couldn't gather that one. The Swans soccer it forward, and Berry just taps it out in front of himself. Happy for that to go over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in. It's forward of the wing for Adelaide, though. And with 26 minutes gone, the Swans are in trouble. They need the next goal quickly. Trailing by 12 points.
Any score will finish things for the Crows with that 2-goal buffer. By tosses it back in. Both rucks missed it. Reaching for it, Sheldrick. Dumped the Miller a tackle. Neil Bullen gets a ball, gets a boot to it. Now it's socketed away by Rampy. Last touch, Sydney. Adelaide's ball from forward of halfway.
I want to point out Isaac Rankine's efforts. He's always been exceptional offensively, but watching him navigate all the different moves that the Swans throw at stoppage, he's taken responsibility for the best players that step in there. He's been exceptional defensively in this quarter.
25th touch now for Millerer. His kick to find coming. The Crows slow the game down here. The rain looks to have stopped as well, or at least definitely lightened. 81 plays 69. Crows by 12. Inside 50 they go. Strong towering grab from Thilthorpe. And he marks 45 out on an angle slightly tougher than 45 degrees, with a chance to ice the game here for the Crows.
See, Mark Keane getting to Thilthorpe now. Oh, I hope he can understand him. I know Keane's Irish accent's a decent one, but some calm heads here for the Crows, and I'm keen to talk about this depending on what unfolds, but they've always had criticism around how they manage moments like this. This is a big finish for them.
Can just about ice the game here for the Crows. Thilthorpe connect from 52. Neat looking drop punt all the way home. Thilthorpe to cap off one of the Crows' best wins of the year. They're out by 18. 2.5 minutes left. In these conditions, the Crows might just see it through.
There's a minimum of 3 Crows players have given a fair bit of verbals as Swans fans on the fence there, and obviously started with Thilthorpe's valid celebration. What a finish. It might be the icing on the game, but there's a bit going on down in the crowd, guys, and looks to be potentially a few leaving, not happy with the scoreboard result, but at least Rochelle and 1 or 2 others went over to the fence with Thilthorpe to let those Swans fans know.
Bit of Mickey
What a goal.
West Coast fans from all those years ago. The Adelaide Crows announce themselves as a serious challenger for this flag. Do not discount them when the whips are cracking. This is an enormous win for Matthew Hicks' side. It'll be the first loss for the Sydney Swans on the SCG all season. And they all of a sudden will be looking over their shoulder when it comes to keeping hold of a top 2 spot. The Crows have it again on the wing through coming. They lead by 18 points. 29 minutes gone. Fans leaving the SCG en masse. They know this one is over. Riley Thilthorpe, he helped set the tone, didn't he? Lauren Arnell, Taylor Adams with those big contested marks in the first term.
And even just now, he spoiled the ball over the line to create another stoppage. The Crows have been so smart in this last quarter.
Adelaide by 18. Rochelle brought down by Warner. By waiting, will ball it up.
Yeah, been really impressed with their ability to manage the clock, Loz. Holding the ball in, second tackles, repeat stoppages.
Socked out of the air here by Jordan Dawson. Outnumbered Thilthorpe at half forward. Got of the way here, Fogarty. Hacks it out of the air himself. McCartan gets back there on the last line of defence with the Swans. Kick to the outside to find Campbell in the right back pocket. But they trail by 18 points as they approach the half-hour mark of this final term. It was dropped out there by Roberts of the Swans. Now on the other side, the Crows have numbers around the ball. Comes back here with Fogarty. Puts them back inside 50. Rampy gets back and does control the grab. But Adelaide hangs on to an 18-point lead.
So they'll have lost 3 of their last 4 now, the Swans, to Brisbane, Fremantle, and now Adelaide, as Warner charges away from to the ground. Campbell over the top to Blakey. He'll kick from 60, and the mark is taken there by Papley. Plays on quickly. Snaps it over his shoulder. It's all elementary now. Papley searching for his 5th. It goes through for a behind. Crows lead by 17. And with less than a minute to go, 33,000 in attendance. And a number of Swans fans will be leaving the SCG just wondering if they're as good as they thought they were at the start of the season, perhaps.
Not the only ones wondering that. There's still some breathing space for the Swans on second spot. This has been mighty from the Crows here in the Harbour City tonight, as Fogarty sees the ball out of bounds for a throw-in. Adelaide by 17. Back in it comes. Grundy. Watches it with Rankin out of bounds for a throw-in once more.
So it's their ability to match it with the very best that will come under question. They have it on their own terms against many a side here at the SCG. They're far too slick for plenty a team in this competition, but up against the best in the last month, they've been found wanting Dean Cox's team. As Rowbottom's kick is marked by Papley. He'll play on quickly in search of his 5th. He's been brilliant tonight. Long ball from Papley's pulled to the left as he searches for further distance. A couple of behinds in a row from him. Adelaide lead by 16. But this is Adelaide's night. A massive win for Matthew Nix's side. And they are making a run at this top 4 in a big way.
They lead by 16 points late in the game here. Miller will be on defensive 50. Big spoil in that pack from Thilthorpe, who's been among the heroes for them tonight. A couple of goals for Riley Thilthorpe, for being goalless last week. Of course, no Taylor Walker, who kicked 5 of them last week. He'll come back in next week for his 700th career goal against the Pies. Umpire heaves it back in. Crows by 16. Berry tackles Warner on that loose footy. Rowbottom tries to share it with Grundy. Numbers here with the Crows, and Cook tumbles it back down the members' side. Tracked there by Rampy. But the Crows hang on for a 16-point win. They penetrate the Swans' SCG fortress with a season-defining victory in the wet. The Crows by 16.
We're courageous, stronger, faster, and respected by our foes. Admiration of the nation, our determination shows. We're the pride of South Australia, where the mighty Adelaide grows.
And for now, Matthew Nix's men are back in the top 4. For now, they kicked 5 goals in a row in the opening term, led by as much as 27 points midway through the second. The Swans clawed things back to lead by 6 at the final change. In the end, 16-point winners, the Adelaide Crows, 13-9-87 to Sydney, 10-11-71.
Our skill and nerve will see us through. Our commitment never grows. We're the pride of South Australia, where the mighty Adelaide grows. Yes, the pride of South Australia, where the mighty Adelaide grows.
stretch and led by 27 points midway stage of the second term. The Swans kicked 5 in a row from there and looked like they'd take control of things, if not for the fact that Adelaide saw things through. And Darcy Fogarty, as much as there'll be match review scrutiny, nothing but love from the Crows fans. 4 goals, matching his 20 disposals. Riley Thilthorpe with 2 goals, 3. Singles to Neil Bullen, Cumming, Rankin, Rochelle, McAndrew, and Curvis and Murray for the visitors. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, Tom Papley's best return in a couple of years with his 4 goals, 2. And a couple each for Warner and Rowbottom. Singles to Braden Campbell and Logan McDonald. So the Adelaide Crows do what no side has done this year at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and that is beat the Swans, who remain in second spot for now. But gee, there'll be more questions around the Swans' flag credentials as the run home drags on. The Crows by 16 points here. Your experts on ABC Sport, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
Oh, a cracking game of footy, guys, and yeah, really enjoyed calling it. I think it was one that we just felt like there was real obvious swings in momentum throughout the game, and it was never really probably that for middle patch of the last quarter, you didn't know which way it was going to go, but beyond that, it was either the Crows in enormous control in that first half, playing the game on their terms. Third quarter, Swans went to town, and just the response from the Crows is something to give heart to their supporters and that footy club. I think the criticism that's always come their way over the last few years has been their fumbles in big moments, and I've seen a couple of times this year where they've gone the other way. They've managed the big moments, and this is the biggest one that I think I've seen of them do in the last couple of years, and shapes them really nicely going into the finals, because we know they win games at home at Adelaide Oval, and then a completely different ground here, much smaller. We know how good the Swans are at the SCG, but to reassert ascendancy in that last quarter, take back control of the game and execute so intelligently for that whole last quarter and force stoppage after stoppage and even junky entries inside 50 to make sure that they could shape up behind the ball. I thought it was really impressive.
Yeah, it was. If you're an Adelaide Crows supporter tonight, you're going to bed very happy and confident your team can match with the best, because that's a quality Swans outfit. And they were beaten up around the ball. The contested ball numbers in the end, 166 to 149 in favour of the Crows, and clearances 51 to 38 in favour of the Crows. And it felt like the game ebbed and flowed off the back of that. And I think that's been the biggest issue for the Swans over the last 4 to 6 weeks. Their ability to match the best teams in the contest. We've seen the results. They've lost 3 out of their last 4 games, and I think that's where Dean Cox will start his review.
I'm interested as well, Tay, just in terms of, like, you never want to see a team be out-possessed so heavily and then lose the tackle count by that much. So, again, maths is not my strong point, but 409 disposals to 353. Contested footy went the Crows' way by plus 27. And then they've won the tackle count 72 to 59. And so if we just look purely at stats, you say the Crows have come to Sydney and outworked the Swans.
Yep. And those 3 stats are 3 stats that you look at any finals game.
This is a nice moment. There's a couple hundred Crows fans who are tucked away in the pocket. They've braved the rain, and they're giving their team a mighty round of applause here at the SCG. There's a massive banner that's been unfurled there. It says The Beast, with Riley Thilthorpe's face on it. He was a beast tonight. Some super contested marks in the first term, and then kicked a big goal in the last to seal the contest. So the Crows players trudge across a sodden SCG to go celebrate with their supporters. There's a few more waiting by the race. They'll shake some hands as the Crows go in to sing what will be probably the most boisterous song they've sung all season, considering the magnitude of this win. It was just such a professional effort from Matthew Nicks, a former Swan himself, of course, his side, to come here on the SCG and outclass the Swans. And there was a look on some of the Sydney players' faces, looking at Errol Gould and Chad Warner as the siren sounded. It's a bit of a look that said, all right, we're in a bit of a hole here. They look more devastated than you usually do after a loss. They knew that was a bad one for them, their first at the SCG this season.
Yeah, they would have set themselves up for this one, knowing that they're coming up against a really good opposition off a pretty poor performance last week. So, yeah, to not walk away with the win at your home ground after winning 9 on the trot here, you dare say they'd be very disappointed with that result.
We'll pick apart what this all means for both sides in the next half hour or so here on ABC Sport. Your texts are welcome, 0437 774 774. It actually takes the Crows up to third
So the win here tonight, so just essentially below Sydney. But, of course, Hawthorn and Brisbane both have games this weekend. Hawthorn have Richmond, Brisbane play West Coast tomorrow. Games they should win to take back those spots in the top 4 and relegate the Crows back out to 5th. But, it's an extraordinary thing, as I said. They get 12 wins. That means at the very worst, they'll be top 10, the Adelaide Crows, as far as our calculations on that. So... but the context of this win, Arnell, it is the biggest one of this year, you'd say, and one of the biggest of the Matthew Nicks era recently.
The criticism has come so heavy post-showdown loss against Port Adelaide only a couple of weeks ago, and you never accept a showdown loss, whichever team you are, but you also have to accept that a showdown is a final. Doesn't matter where it sits in the season, that's finals experience, and at that point in time, I think they described it publicly as a wake-up call, and I think privately you can say that to your players. Publicly it may not have washed with the supporters, but the reality is that loss will serve its purpose, just as last year. I just think I'd love to see Adelaide fans and the club itself have faith in the time that they're doing now. And this win on the road in Sydney, amongst enormous challenges I mentioned in the pre-game briefly, on and off field for them. They've had a range of soft tissue injuries. We know about Jordan Dawson's year with his family and how significant that's been. There's more things going on behind the scenes as well for Josh Worrell just in the past week. And there's other things. I think Mark Keane also had a significant loss in his family too with his brother. You can't underestimate any of that. And the team's ability to come together is significant and to win a game like this late in the season.
A mighty win for the Crows here in Sydney by 16 points. They're headed your way, Declan Byrne.
They have just walked in and everyone excited here. There's 30 or 40 Crows fans who are all clapping. All the staff who have been getting around each other. This feels like a massive win in their season. Jordan Dawson leads them in, points to, I reckon, a few old pals who are here as they circle up. Third on the ladder, the Crows now. They've won 6 of the last 7. Lockie McAndrew standing in front of me. He'd be very happy. Here they go with a big rendition. I might just wait for the last member. Here they go.
True gusto there from the Crows, their 12th win of the campaign. You have to almost contextualise their losses as well to sort of reassess where they are in the premiership picture, Loz. So they had single-figure margins, 4 losses by single-figure margins against the Bulldogs, Geelong, Fremantle, when the Cats were good, Fremantle, and Hawthorn. All pretty good teams. You say the showdown loss is almost an outlier in that run of form across the last 9 or 10 weeks.
And a big one, I think a big loss at the Gabba too.
To Brisbane, yes. Yep. So the other loss there, the Brisbane one and the showdown one as well. But as Declan said, 6 of their past 7. They got Collingwood next week at Adelaide Oval on Thursday night. So another 6-day break for the Crows, but they'll ride the wave from what was a great road win here at the SCG.
I think they're shaping up really nicely. I'm not sure they go all the way with teams like Fremantle at the moment, but to beat Sydney right now, there's not much more you can do, and I just love the way they went about it. It was intelligent. The conditions I don't think were in their favour. They've been able to rest Taylor Walker tonight as well and get some good minutes into players like Peatling played a really nice game. The more time we see Isaac Rankin on ball, the better. This team's shaping up really well as they head towards finals.
We've got Western Sydney's own James Peatling with you, Declan Byrne.
James Peatling, that was a gutsy win. How does that feel?
Yeah, really good. It's always good to get a win here, and personally a little bit better for me because obviously I get a lot of friends and family to come watch, and you only get that once a year, so really happy.
Was this a big one coming up to Sydney, a place you grew up, you played a lot of footy in? Had you circled this one? I imagine it meant a lot.
Yeah, I probably would rather it be the Giants because I still haven't yet to play the old mob, but I love coming here. I love playing at the SCG as well. So much history as well, and they're a very good outfit. They play very well here. It was a good one to win and definitely circle it at the start of the year.
Take me through that game because the first quarter you boys had the jump on the Swans. They were really frustrated. What went well in that first quarter that meant you guys got out to that hot start?
I think we were getting our hands on the footy in the contest, but I think we adapted to the conditions probably a bit quicker than them in the first, and then it probably flipped in the second. We probably overused the ball a bit, and they probably played the conditions a bit better, and then, we got it back on our terms late.
3 points in that third quarter. So they held you. What did Matthew Nick say at three-quarter time? Because he came out, there was pressure, there was wet weather footy, there was some big goals. What was the message?
Yeah, he was basically came out and said, we're not playing our best footy, but how good is it? We're down by a goal. What a challenge to come up here, and we're right in it. And I think when we came in at three-quarter time, there was no talks of anything besides winning. We basically knew that we would be able to come over the top and play some good footy. We just had to play our way, and in that third quarter we didn't do it, and then in that last we did, and we got over the line.
How much belief does this give everyone for how far you can go this year?
Yeah, any win against a side above you is going to give you good confidence, and they've probably been a bit of the benchmark, them and Fremantle, for most of the year. So it's one you want to win, and it's probably one pre-bye we probably weren't getting done. So it's a good little growth for us in the second half of the year.
James Peatling is with us here on ABC Sport. Let's throw it upstairs. Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Lauren Arnell and Taylor Adams.
James, it's Lauren Arnell. Well done on such an exceptional game of footy. I think it's the best I've seen you play throughout the year, having watched a fair bit of you at Adelaide Oval. Can you talk us through the chaos in that last quarter around stoppage and all the different looks the Swans were trying to throw? It looked like the communication from yourselves as inside mids was at a really high level.
It's probably something that we've worked on. Obviously, we've got ranks in there, Bez and Dorse, and we just want to be reliable to each other first off, because if we can trust the bloke next to us, we're going to be a pretty good spot. So, just early communication and getting your job done, basically, when push comes to shove. They've got some bloody good mids in there, so you got to be on your game, and I thought we did that tonight. When
you say bloody good mids, who do you prioritise coming into a game like this? You think of Heaney and Goulden. Who was the number one target for yourselves as a group?
No, to be honest, there was a box around every one of them. As a group, we had to get it done, and I thought we probably nullified the impact enough that we got the job done. But one can get off the chain one quarter, you can go sort of stem that one, and then someone else gets off the chain. It's a good midfield, and I thought I was really proud of our midfield and how we went about it.
We saw Fogg kick another 4 goals tonight, and Thilthorpe start strongly. I thought the last quarter it was actually the reverse of that how important the small forwards were. Was that in the plan during the week of the pressure of the small forwards? They laid 19 tackles inside 50 tonight.
Yeah, I think in general you've got to bring your pressure to be a good team in this competition, and we're probably priding ourselves on that at the moment. We want to put teams under the pump, and the Swans, if you give them any time and space, they cut you up. They're really, really aggressive with their ball movement, and they like to take a lot on. They've got a lot of good kicks, so basically just had to cut as much time as they had with the ball in hand, and our small forwards did that really well, and even when the big fellas get after it as well, they're getting the reward in the end of it.
James, Dan Garb here. I thought the defensive performance from the team was outstanding, and we know about some of the more recognised players down there, Wayne Miller and Michael Lenny, but a couple of the youngsters, Nankervis, I thought had a huge game, and James Borlase, talk us through him, because he's kept Charlie Curnow goalless tonight.
Yeah, Big Boz has been playing well lately. He's always had it in him. He's been very reliable for us, and he can do a job like that, or if we need him to come off and impact in the air, he'll do that as well. But I'm extremely proud of Boz tonight. It's a feather in his cap in his early career to keep someone like that very, very quiet for the game, I guess, goalless. Because Charlie's a quality player, and I think Boz did quite well.
James, we're a couple of stages in that second half where when the rain came, the Swans found their way back into the contest. It looked to me like they were running away with it. What changed for you guys when it was wet that you, I guess, improved in that last quarter?
Probably taking a bit of territory, I think. I think we're probably getting a bit frustrated that we were flicking the ball around a bit too much, not backing our forwards in. And we saw it happen in the fourth quarter when we backed our forwards in. Just get the ball in the air, and they're pretty good when it hits the hands, or they were clunking it as well. So, it wasn't panic stations or anything like that, but we just had to get back to playing our way.
I know we played up your origin here from being obviously part of the Giants program initially, and a true Western Sydney product, which of course is still quite a rare thing in the AFL these days. My easy question for you, James Peatling, is how do we fix football in Western Sydney?
To be honest, the Swans and Giants are doing a great job with the academies. The demographic of people that live here, though, don't grow up with the game naturally. I was fortunate. My dad's from country Victoria, so I was naturally gravitated to it. And a lot of people who do start playing are normally inclined that way. But even when I was growing up, going through primary school, having clinics and people come out and like the Giants when they first started come out to your school and stuff, they're putting the money and the resources and the time in. To be honest, it's an uphill battle with rugby league and union, especially in the school system as well. But, it's good to see blokes like I played local footy with Braden Campbell. I grew up playing against Errol Gordon and a few other boys that have been on the list in previous years. So the talent's there. It's basically just like probably nurturing and navigating that through a pretty hard area, I'd say. But, kudos to the Giants and the Swans, the way they go about it. And I probably wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the academies or the support systems through the schools that they do.
I didn't expect such a well-thought-out response to a very loaded question, James, but I appreciate you being a good sport and appreciate your time and well played tonight.
Lovely. Thank you, boys.
James Peatling with us here on ABC Sport after the Crows beat the Swans by 16 points, 13-9-87 to 10-11-71. It is just incredible. So, as I said, they go up to third. And we'll see if we can get some word from the Swans camp shortly as well. We're off here in about 18 minutes' time here from the SCG. The Swans, it's massive next week, the derby now against GWS. So assume the Giants take care of business against Essendon. Of course, they're still in the finals picture as well, the Giants, and massive derby at the Showground in this Saturday twilight game next week.
I reckon this is the best result for the derby. The Swans losing brings them back to the pack a little bit. Giants are looking pretty good at the moment. So, Taylor, what's it like? I mean, we hear all the big words that are said during the week in the lead up to a derby. You've played for both sides. How deep is the hatred? Because there'll be a lot of feeling in it now, considering the predicament the Swans find themselves in, and the Giants are pushing for a wild card spot, of course.
No, it's as big as it gets up here in Sydney. The Swans boys certainly circle the Giants games in their calendars and look forward to those throughout the year. And I just bumped into Toby Green in one of the Medi boxes before, and I think he's ready to go. So. It should be a great hit out. They're obviously finding some form, the Giants, off the back of last week. So we're set for another cracking game next week and a must-win for both clubs.
The Swans are looking over their shoulders now, but the Crows, Lauren, that was so impressive. We spoke about the defensive setup with James Peatling. They seem to be so well organised back there. And, there's a few players who we know pretty well. Wayne Miller and Michael Ennis had plenty of plaudits, but Nankervis was fantastic tonight. Borlase had a big game. Hawker Hand down there adds a lot. They seem to have perhaps a better defence than people have given them credit for in terms of the players that are rising in the second half of the season.
And no Rory Laird for the first time in a very, very long time for Adelaide. I love that Borlase has come on and they've given him opportunity to actually play throughout the season. Sometimes tall defenders who've done their time to an extent. I don't think he's contracted for next year.
No. Get one soon.
Well, there can be a temptation where those types of guys go in and out of a side and coaching groups can get frustrated at selection, and he wasn't playing at this level 8 weeks ago, and to give him time to come up against quality opponents and let him learn, I think has been an absolute godsend for them, and they've been able to fill gaps in every spot, and even Isaac Cummings' form coming back into the side, he's been kept out by Nankervis in the SNFL. He's had to play a lot more SNFL than what he would have expected to at the beginning of the year, so I think it's shaping up really nicely. Their injury list all of a sudden looks a lot healthier than what it did in the first half of the season. And I think, their style of footy is really clear. I think if you're an opposition team and you're watching the Crows over the last month or so, discount the showdown. What you have to understand is you can't just let them play that spare in the back half, because then the game's on their terms.
James Borlase turns 24 tomorrow. He's played 14 games this year. He's played 16 of these previous 3 seasons. So it has been a breakout year for him. A contract year, as you say. There's a few of these guys. Zach Taylor had a contract trigger recently for next year. And there was one more I had as well. But Borlase was phenomenal.
Potentially a Saligo, maybe? Or is he more long-term, maybe?
Yeah, I think he's got a long-term deal. But James Borlase, as you say, phenomenal for the role he played tonight, keeping the Coleman medal leader goalless, Charlie Curnow. So in some ways, it's back to the drawing board for the Swans in attack. But it is Adelaide's night, as you say, Garby. So now, 6 wins in their past 7 starts. They were 1-3 at one stage in the first month of the season, and then to turn things around to this point and look like I guess in some ways, not quite the sort of promise of last year, which was ill-fated in September, but making their push towards the top 4.
Momentum's the most powerful thing in sport. Maybe last season they peaked too early. They're peaking at the right time now. You've been in these situations, Taylor. What's it like when you get a run on at this stage of the year and you can see the finish line, so to speak, and you feel like you're playing your best footy. What's that feeling like inside a team?
Yeah, I like to look at the season in three parts. The first part before the bye, the second part before the finals, and then the finals. And I don't think you have to be playing your best football until this part of the season and leading into the finals. And, we've spoken about what the Adelaide Crows have been through this year and what they went through last year. It was a year where they entered the final series on top of the ladder and went out in straight sets. So I don't think you can underestimate the impact that it has on a group. The experience of being there before will hold them in good stead for this upcoming finals campaign. If they can get themselves to a top 4 finish and secure themselves 2 chances at a finals game, I can see them going really deep into September.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of momentum. I don't want to say the lid is off because I think there's always been an expectation they could challenge, but it's going to go to another level in South Australia off the back of this, won't it, Lauren? I mean, how are they going to deal with that? Obviously, last year's experience will help them a lot.
And that's probably the biggest challenge. And every supporter group goes in waves of this, of like, oh no, it's whatever's happened previously is going to happen again. But I think, I'll almost say from afar, but anything in Adelaide's really not that far. The biggest thing for them internally, they won't be able to control the external noise, but the biggest thing internally will be to keep everyone calm and understanding how important just playing a role is. And I know it sounds cliche, but the noise gets really loud really quickly in Adelaide for both teams. And so, how they can navigate that and the experience Taylor's talking about is so important for those players.
What about for Matthew Nicks? He had a lot of doubters early on in his tenure. Obviously, he silenced a lot of them last season. But maybe a few of those murmurs started to come out in the first half of the campaign. That's huge for him, isn't it? Just to remind everyone that he's got control of this group in a big way.
Oh, even the last month, like the noise particularly around social media, like I never read comments when I was coaching and ignored most of them when I was playing. But I've gone back and taken note of them now that I'm back in the game commentating, and I feel like it's important to understand where the supporter groups are at, and it's bananas how quickly they turn on Matthew Nicks. Absolutely bananas. And I've seen it firsthand with Ken Hinkley, obviously, at Port Adelaide, but I would say it's as brutal for Matthew Nicks in South Australia, even just this year.
Yeah. So big win for the Crows. Of course, they've got the Pies at home on Thursday night to start round 20. The Swans are away in the derby against the Giants at the Showground in the Saturday twilight slot next week. Coming back to the Darcy Fogarty, Harry Cunningham incident. Of course, Harry Cunningham took no further part in the game after he was taken high. It's interesting how you might classify this. Obviously, the matrix is the same for every incident, graded in a spectrum of, intentional or careless as far as the various sort of conduct. But whether you would classify that as a tackle or as a strike, because that's the thing, right? We're seeing the harshest tackles as far as the sanctions being the dumping tackles. That wasn't a dumping tackle. However, I would argue it was more of a strike. It was a swinging arm to the chops around the jaw of Harry Cunningham. If you're looking at that as a striking motion, I mean, either way, you could say you'd say it's intentional, at best medium, and high gets you 2 games. If you would argue it's careless, medium, high, then it's 1 to Harry Cunningham. Either way, there was contact to the head. He chose to do it. It wasn't really a tackle either, which I know doesn't save people either, but it seemed to be more of a swinging motion, which I think will be the biggest issue for Darcy Fogarty.
And am I reading the tea leaves right? And it just seems like that I'm not going to say he's going to get off. I think it's probably a week based on what you've just said. But it does seem to me recently in the back end of this season that some of those types of incidents have been graded as lighter than what some of us may have expected even 12 months ago.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the fact that Harry Cunningham didn't play any further part in the game doesn't help his case. And the AFL, I've heard in the commentary recently around some of the tackles and the taunting, and they're trying to rule out these actions so that kids don't do them at the younger levels. And I think that action there is something that we don't want to see in our game. I mean, I don't think he intended to get him in the head, so maybe that wasn't intentional, but the swinging arm is intentional.
So careless.
Medium or high? I mean, there's either way, it's going to be one match because it was contact to the head. So there's no doubt about that, unless he could argue it was his arm slid up or something. Either way, there's contact to the head. He doesn't even take any further part in the game, Harry Cunningham, so that will be, you'd think, at least one match for Darcy Fogarty next week.
He
And they bring Walker back in.
Exactly.
So that's the other thing for the Crows.
And he had a big impact on the contest. He didn't let it get into his head. Maybe he thought, I'm not going to play next week. I might as well make the most of this. Because he kicked 4, and both he and Riley Thilthorpe, in the end, were too much for the Swans defenders to handle.
That's what you're asking, Garby. Should we have a red card rule in the AFL to prevent players from having impact in the second half?
It's an age-old debate, and it's not a bad one.
No,
It's not a bad one.
I'm not about to have that debate right now, but anyway. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number, with you until 11 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time, about 9 minutes from now.
Can we talk about the two Swans players?
Mel Rosas and Angus Sheldrick.
Wowee. I've seen extra running post-game, but this is a whole nother level. They've been out there this whole post-game conversation, haven't been into the rooms, and the work they've been put through by the high-performance manager. Gosh, I hope it's only GPS-based and bench time has contributed to this, because they're doing a significant amount of work out there, Tay.
Yeah, well, Angus Sheldrick unfortunately does this every week. So he plays really low game time, and then comes out and...
So he knows he's in for it.
He knows he's in for it, and he never complains. Milk Roses, I think this is the first time he's done it, and he probably does complain, so...
Yeah, so Sheldrick 62% game time, Rose is 61. That's still unusual to see players being put through their paces like this when you've played more than half the game.
Yeah, well, and it also depends on role too. Like, there were big chunks of the game where the ball didn't go into the Swans' forward half, and so you're sort of chasing tail in a small area if you're a forward of the footy. But it's not the best sign you want after a loss like that, being given a dose of running that's significant. It's just it's an obvious message, I think, that they haven't worked hard enough.
Would that be a punishment, Taylor?
No, it's not a punishment at all. No. Gus has signed up for this. So the difference this year is the 5 on the bench. So it just means the rotation's a little bit harder. So if Gus plays 80% game time, it means that Errol Gordon, Isaac Heaney or Chad Warner plays less. And obviously, as a coach, you want those guys playing up around 90%. So he's...
just getting his load in.
Yeah, just get his load in so that, when his time comes, he has to play, 100 minutes of footy in a game. He'll be able to do that without an issue.
Did you cop the sub much in the first iteration of the sub?
I played a few sub games when I was at the Giants, and thank God that rule's gone.
Yeah. Well, it came back twice, and now we're finally done with it. By the way, the Crows have now won 4 of their past 7 at the SCG. So, and in fact, their last 2 games at the SCG, because, of course, they won by 15 goals in round 12 last year, a 90-point win that time. And it was far closer here. The crowd, by the way, 33,413, and they go home mostly disappointed. The Swans sliding now to 13-5 on the year. They don't slide from second for now. We discussed that pre-game, so they've still got every opportunity, the Swans, to consolidate second spot. But, Loz, they don't seem like the second best side in the competition right now, behind Fremantle. I mean... Who does have that claim, do you think, as part of that bigger picture?
Oh, it gets really tricky, because I think Hawthorn, we haven't seen them at their best in the last few weeks either, and I've really enjoyed watching Hawthorn throughout the year. We've seen Brisbane look like they're just starting to rebuild their form, when many people would have written them off in that mid-section of the year too. So I don't think it's Geelong. It's not... The thing I don't like, I'm going to answer your question in a roundabout way.
Please.
The 7 to 10, the team's currently sitting 7 to 10. So we've got Cats, Doggies, Collingwood, St Kilda. I can't see them, particularly the Pies and Saints. Like, we shouldn't be talking about them in the frame for finals, or the wild card spot for me. I don't love it. I think that all of the teams above them are significantly better, and the D's, I hope they're able to secure a top 8 spot this year, top 6. But I think it's probably Hawthorn and Adelaide at this point in time, and you can never write off Brisbane.
No.
My fear for Sydney, and I know, like, Tay, you're a Swannies man now, and they do play... I love their defences. They're honest every single day, and they work their butts off. But I just think against your Frios of the world, even Crows tonight without Taylor Walker, Hawthorn to an extent, and Brisbane if they play a second ruck, like, I just don't think the genuine height is there to defend those top-end teams in finals.
Well, yeah, there's evidence now. So last week we saw them get sort of punished in the second half of the game. Tonight, the big guys in Phil Thorpe and Fogarty got on top of our key back. So I think the Swans are pretty honest. The thing that they do internally is they'll face up to their issues, and they'll attack them head on, and there's no doubt Dean Cox is looking at that and trying to work out what the best mix is there.
It's challenging from a list perspective too, though, isn't it? Because there's not an instant fix.
No. Well, they've got Lewis Melican that didn't play in the VFL today. He had a sore adductor and has played a lot of AFL footy and been really good over the last couple of years. So they've got him down there, and then Joel Hamling played a decent game in the VFL today. So there is some depth, but I think maybe they are one genuine key defender down. They're relying a lot on Will Edwards, who's only played, how many games has he played? Less than probably 10.
Yeah.
He's played 11 games of footy. And he's been fantastic, but, against the best forwards, you're asking a lot.
By the way, the loss for the Swans also means if Freo beat Port, they'll go 3 games clear on top with 5 games left. I don't think anyone's catching Freo in first. Brisbane have claims to be the second best team in the comp. Yet we saw them bleed 17 goals and a half against the Giants only several weeks ago. So.
Yeah, well, there's still a question over whether, it comes to an away qualifying final or prelim final, that ultimate hunger is still there to go and take a big scalp like that. But the Swans midfield, they've got to take advantage of this group. Heaney, Goulden, Warner, McInerney to come back. They're not going to have a better chance or a better collection of players to win a premiership. They've been to 2 grand finals. There's a worry now in this group as to whether they can maximise the talent they've got in that engine room.
While we await your 3 best players, Lauren Arnell, and the ABC Player of the Year, unless you've handballed the votes to Tay on debut.
I'll look after him.
Well, hold that thought. Did we see Chad Warner take the mark of the year tonight?
Awesome.
It's got to be the pack leader right now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I was in the bathroom before and I asked Lee Montagna and Jude Bolton, who were running around, and they said, Liam Ryans, which I think was here, might be the only one that
was
is
a good
better that they can think of.
Down in that pocket, yeah. That was
seems like the 2 contenders, perhaps?
Yep.
$50,000, the prize now for Mark of the Year, plus I think 2 million frequent flyer points with the AFL's...
Matilda Scholes in my team won it recently, and that was... there's epic trips overseas with those points. It's unbelievable.
All right, who are your 3 best tonight, Loz?
I'll start with the 1. Can't go past Tom Papley. I thought his influence on the game, obviously, we know he kicked, was it 4 goals?
Yep.
Yeah, the 4 goals, had his hand in a couple more, and just, I don't think many Crows defenders could get near him throughout the game. I thought he was exceptional. 1 vote. Darcy Fogarty, rich vein of form, potentially misses next week or more. But the 4 goals and 20 disposals, that's more footy than he usually gets. So I thought he was exceptional in his role. And for the 3, Isaac Rankin. The way that he was able to navigate stoppage but also get his hands on the ball more than anyone else on the ground. 30 disposals, 1 goal and 3 tackles. He's almost underselling his game. I thought he took responsibility for all the best Swans players who are trying to move through stoppage in that last quarter and handled it at a really high level.
3 for Isaac Rankin, 2 for Darcy Fogarty, and 1 to Tom Papley. Lauren Arnell's votes in the ABC Player of the Year. Tomorrow, local shows, including SA Grandstand, of course, to pick apart this win for the Crows tomorrow with Aaron Bryans and the crew. AFL Saturday, of course, with Corbin Middlemass and the team, and Sports Talk in WA from 10 Perth time tomorrow. To look forward to ahead of a massive day of footy. Port v Freo at Adelaide Oval. North Melbourne versus the Demons. You'd think the Demons there. Collingwood Carlton at the MCG. Always huge day. You've had a few of these battles.
And this one's even bigger.
Absolutely.
Where they both sit on the ladder, it is going to be enormous.
West Coast v Brisbane to finish us off at Perth Stadium on your Saturday slate in AFL round 19. Great to see you, Loz.
Been awesome.
Thanks
for
for coming
having
to Sydney. Always good to see you. And solid day, more than solid debut for Taylor Adams, mind you. Awesome. Thanks for coming, Tay. We'll see you soon, hopefully, and enjoy your next few weeks of retirement. Dan Gard, thank you. See you next week.
Thank you. Great game. Well done, Crows.
Thanks to Declan Byrne. Thanks to Mitch in the studio. To Adam Jones, the cult figure who appeared in person here at the SCG and with a gleeful smile on his face was helping out on the socials in the winners' rooms. The Crows winners by 16 points here at the SCG. Thanks to Peter Roger Clemson, our tech, and to you, most importantly, for your company. It all continues again tomorrow on your Saturday here on ABC Sport.